Chapter 292. The changes in High Heaven Pavilion naturally couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. These days, the Hu sisters had also come to High Heaven Pavilion many times to speak with Su Yen, comforting her and inquiring about Yang Kai. However, the other members of Blood Battle Gang weren't so kind. Before the Heaven's Cave Inheritance opened, Meng Wuya had fought 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Blood Battle Gang, causing them to lose a lot of face. Many of them still bore grudges, especially Long Zai Tian, whose foundation had been damaged in that battle and had yet to recover. This time, High Heaven Pavilion was in turmoil, so Long Zai Tian had contacted people from all around to add insult to injury. Gang Master Hu Man also closed one eye, allowing Long Zai Tian to do as he pleased. Storm Hall was also the same. On one hand, they were taking in the expelled disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, while on the other hand, they were coveting High Heaven Pavilion's wealth. The current situation of the entire sect was like a person drinking water, whether it was hot or cold, only they knew. If the sect is disbanded, where should I go? Su Yen sighed faintly. She had lived in High Heaven Pavilion since she was a child and had long since regarded this place as her home. Now that this kind of thing had suddenly happened, even if her temperament was indifferent, she couldn't help feeling sad and confused. Yang Kai also smiled wryly, pulling her into his arms and gently hugging her. Their fingers intertwined, their ears rubbing against each other's as they breathed in each other's scent, gradually calming their restless mood. If it really comes to that point, go to Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. Treasure Meng and little senior sister are there. Yang Kai whispered. With Xiao Fusheng's prestige, protecting a group of people was not a problem. Although he was a member of the Yang family, he couldn't even return home, so naturally he couldn't give Su Yen any guarantees. Su Yen nodded slightly, suddenly smiling and saying, I haven't seen junior sister Xia for a long time. You two are now. Not yet. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then you have to work harder. Junior sister Xia is like a fairy. Innocent, pure and innocent. Don't let her suffer in the hands of other men. Su Yen smiled. Yang Kai nodded awkwardly. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he said solemnly, A master is coming. Su Yen quickly sat up straight, a trace of worry flashing across her cold and elegant face as she asked, Where is it? Don't be nervous. It's an acquaintance. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He could feel that this newcomer was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine sense to transmit a message. But since the other party had so blatantly used his divine sense to scan the area, presumably all of the High Heaven Pavilion's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would have sensed it. Moreover, this person's spiritual sense fluctuations were very familiar. At least Yang Kai should have seen this person before, but he couldn't tell whose spiritual sense it was. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment. Hearing the sound of many robes fluttering from the sect, Yang Kai knew that it was Ling Tai-su and the other elders who had set out. So he jumped down together with Su Yen. He flew in that direction. Before he could even get close, he heard Ling Tai-su's voice call out, Which friend has graced High Heaven Pavilion with his presence? From the other side, an old voice called out, Sect Masterling. It's been a long time. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's brow furrowed and his speed increased, soon arriving beside Ling Tai-su. The 4 great elders had also arrived, standing behind Ling Tai-su. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yen arrive together, the expressions of the 4 elders suddenly became strange, especially Su Xianwu. Although he had long known that there was something going on between his granddaughter and Yang Kai, seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, especially when he saw the faint blush still on Su Yan's cold face, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but stare fiercely at Yang Kai, his tone full of threat. Yang Kai just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. In the distance, a figure quickly came to a stop in front of everyone. After seeing this person's appearance, Ling Tai-su was surprised. "Are you the Dong family's Wind Guard?" The newcomer smiled and cupped his fists to the crowd. "It is this old man who has taken the liberty to come here. I hope you will forgive him." Yang Kai's expression changed and quickly asked, "Senior, has something happened?" The Dong family's Wind and Cloud Dual Guards had always followed closely behind Dong Qinghan to ensure his safety. But this time, the Wind Guards had suddenly come to visit High Heaven Pavilion. Obviously, Dong Qinghan wanted to convey some kind of important message to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him here. The Wind Guard's expression became serious as he nodded slightly and cupped his fists. "Young Master Yang, my young lord has asked me to inform you that you must leave High Heaven Pavilion quickly. Otherwise, you will be in great danger." "Because of the Demon Lord?" Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought of the problem. The Wind Guard was surprised. "So your sect has already made preparations." No wonder this place was so deserted. When he had released his divine sense just now, he hadn't noticed many people here. It was very different from the last time he had come to High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai-su nodded. "Naturally, we have made preparations." The Wind Guard continued. "Then why are you still here? You should hurry up and leave. The people who have come to High Heaven Pavilion this time are not people you can afford to provoke." "Who are they?" Su Xianwu heard him speak so seriously, and his expression couldn't help sinking. "The central capital, Chiu family," the Wind Guard quickly said. "One of the 8 great families?" Wei Shitong and the others all paled. "And the Chiu family is the leader. The Bai family is also here, and Purple Fern Valley is also here. With these 3 forces united, not to mention your High Heaven Pavilion, even my Dong family cannot afford to provoke them." The Wind Guard comforted them with a sincere expression. "Everyone, please don't be reckless. Where there is life, there is hope." High Heaven Pavilion's Demon Lord was such a big matter, so the central capital's 8 great families would definitely participate. Yang Kai could understand. After all, this was a matter of great importance. There had to be a leader who could handle it, but the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley coming was somewhat thought-provoking. It was likely that because Yang Kai's battle with Bai Yunfeng last time had caused him to lose face, this time they had deliberately come to add insult to injury. "Their speed is very fast. This old man has not been able to shake them off. I estimate that in at most half a day they will arrive here," the Wind Guard hurriedly said, after which he cupped his fists and said, "Since the message has been delivered, this old master will take his leave." He couldn't stay here. If the Chiu family blocked him, it would be very troublesome to explain. Finished speaking, the Wind Guard took his leave, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Wei Shitong hesitantly said, "The Dong family's Wind Guard. Why would he be so kind as to send us a message? Is there some kind of trap?" Ling Tai-su shook his head slightly. "No, Yang Kai and his young lord have some friendship. This message was sent with good intentions. There is no need to doubt it." Hearing this, the 4 great elders all stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of ability he had to make friends with a character like Dong Qinghan. Passed down the order, everyone quickly pack up their things. After a stick of incense worth of time, gather at the coiling dragon stream. Ling Tai-su decisively said, "Finished speaking." Then he said, "Yang Kai, you stay here." The 4 great elders received the order and hurriedly left, leaving behind only Yang Kai and Ling Tai-su. "Do you remember the last time I brought you across the void?" Ling Tai-su suddenly asked. "I remember." "Good. As long as you remember, you only need to pour your Yuan Qi into it, and the spirit array at that location will automatically open. You will take your people and leave from there. Presumably, they won't be able to catch up. After you leave, destroy the spirit array and find a place to settle down. Before the situation is clear, don't show yourself. Grand Master, you're not leaving. Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words and asked with a look of surprise. My High Heaven Pavilion hasn't done anything to offend the heavens. It's just this old master's fault for accepting the wrong disciple. Why should I leave? Ling Tai Su chuckled. If this old master leaves, it will only cause High Heaven Pavilion to fall into an even more disadvantageous situation. I want to stay and talk to them. Everything has to be reasoned with. Just because the demon lord came from my sect, they want to destroy my sect? It's not like their family has never produced an evil disciple. So why haven't I seen anyone destroy them? This time, they've come prepared. How could they possibly try to reason with you? Yang Kai said anxiously. There's no need to say more. I've already made up my mind. Ling Tai Su's expression was firm, suddenly smiling confidently. What's more, even if we really fight, I'm not their opponent, haha. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he asked in amazement, Grand Master you, and this is all thanks to you. Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Above Immortal Ascension boundary, the shackles and shackles of more than 10 years had finally been broken. This may be the only happy event for High Heaven Pavilion in recent months. Learning that his Grand Master had reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer tried to persuade him, quickly setting off. At the edge of the coiling dragon stream, all the remaining members of High Heaven Pavilion had gathered. Yang Kai once again saw Sassafras and the others. After not seeing each other for a few days, Sassafras had also reached the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. The speed at which his strength had progressed was astonishing. Brother Yang. Sassafras also shouted excitedly, Liyun Tian and the others following closely behind. Long time no see. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at everyone. Except for Sassafras, everyone else had grown a lot, all of them having reached the Qi transformation boundary. Ha ha, should I call you brother or brother-in-law? Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with a sinister smile, apparently having learned about the matter between Yang Kai and Su Yan. Up to you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Brother-in-law, you're like this. Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, from childhood to now, I always thought that elder sister would be alone for the rest of her life. I never thought that you would actually be able to move her heart. Admirable, admirable. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Just as he was speaking, he saw Su Yan cast a cold gaze towards him. Sassafras couldn't help but shrink his neck, his body trembling a few times, and he couldn't help but laugh. Is everyone here? Wei Shitong, Su Xianwu, and the others patrolled back and forth, loudly asking. Where's the sect master? Hebei Shui asked. The sect master wants to stay, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What? Wei Shitong and the others' faces changed greatly. The 4 great elders glanced at each other, a trace of determination flashing across their eyes. Wei Shitong said, Ha ha! Since the sect master wants to stay, then I'll stay as well. Second junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. Su Xian Wu smiled proudly. Eldest brother, you're wrong. I also want to follow the sect master closely. Third junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. Bei Shui laughed and turned to look at Yu Zai. Fifth junior brother, you're the youngest, so you should be the one to do this. Yu Zai looked around and saw that there were no elders younger than him, so he pinched his nose and said, I'll also stay. Chapter 293. Everyone stared at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Su Xianwu said, Then all of you stay here and don't order anyone around. Yang Kai, you come here. Disciple is here. Sect master said you know the way. So this time you and Su Yan will lead the way. You must ensure that our High Heaven Pavilion's heritage continues. Do you understand? Yes. Let's go. Wei Shitong waved his hand and without hesitation flew back to High Heaven Pavilion. the others also hurrying to catch up. "Let's go too." Yang Kai didn't waste time. Ling Tai Su had already broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, and the 4 great elders were also strong. So together they were more than enough to resist the attack. What's more, this time it was uncertain whether they would be able to fight. But the people here had to leave. These people were the future of High Heaven Pavilion. If they stayed here, even if Ling Tai Su wanted to talk to the intruder, he would have to be careful. More than 100 people followed closely behind Yang Kai, flying along the edge of the coiling dragon stream. Soon they arrived at their destination, where the demonic chi was churning. A few thousand meters below was the spirit array. Everyone's face was pale and their hearts were trembling, especially the younger generation disciples, who all wore miserable expressions. Very few of the younger generation had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, so standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream would naturally cause them some fear. "Any of the stronger martial uncles come down with me. Suyen, you come too," Yang Kai said as he led the way down. Immediately, 7 or 8 masters from the previous generation flew down with him. Finding the location of the spirit array, Yang Kai carefully examined it. "Martial nephew, what are we going to do?" a thin martial uncle asked. He was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master and was in existence equivalent to a deacon in High Heaven Pavilion. "Looking for a spirit array," Yang Kai replied softly, his eyes quickly wandering around. A moment later his expression brightened. "It's here!" Everyone followed his gaze. Over there he saw a bare rock, no different from the rest of the area. "Please pour your Yuan Qi into it," Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand and pressing it against the rock. Yuan Qi fiercely surged. His other hand, Yang Kai grabbed Su Yen. This was the first time the two had fought side by side since obtaining the joyous unification art. Although this situation wasn't considered a battle, it was not far from it. As the two of them clasped their hands together, the Zhan Yuan fluctuations on their bodies suddenly rose to a whole new level. The Yuan Qi's flow was obviously much faster. This change made those martial uncles secretly shocked. The others didn't ask any more questions and simply followed Yang Kai's lead and poured their true qi into their spirit pagoda. With the combined efforts of nearly 10 people, it didn't take long for the same reaction as last time to appear on the huge rock. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be bewildered. While pouring his true qi into it, Yang Kai explained, "This is a void corridor that connects the two places. It is a spirit array left behind by our ancestral founder. This end connects to High Heaven Pavilion. The exit is somewhere else." A martial uncle asked curiously, "How far is it?" The sect leader said that it is thousands of miles away, so once we enter this place, everyone will be safe. Everyone was aghast. The existence of the void corridor had completely exceeded the scope of their knowledge and understanding. Our sect actually has such a thing? That martial uncle's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "I never knew about it. We don't know." Everyone was speechless. "Good, besides me and Su Yen, everyone else has their own things to do. Whichever 2 uncle masters went in first. The rest of you go up and bring down the disciples who haven't reached Yuan Qi state yet." Yang Kai took up the responsibility of giving out orders. Although he was a disciple of the younger generation, it was not difficult to see how much Ling Tai Su valued him based on the fact that he knew secrets that no one else knew. What's more, Yang Kai's safety was reasonable and watertight, so the several uncle masters weren't dissatisfied with his orders. Immediately, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary First and Second Stage Masters jumped into the void corridor. The others all flew up in unison. Only Yang Kai and Su Yen were left to maintain the operation of the spirit array. Smiling at each other, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Actually, I am from the Central Capital's Yang family." Su Yan's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she asked curiously, "The cuckoo bird Yang family?" Yang Kai smiled wryly N. Why are you telling me this now? Su Yen looked at him curiously. Yang Kai grinned and said, Because I want to steal your heart, so I have to be honest with you. Listening to him speak so bluntly, Su Yan's heart filled with sweetness, her cheeks blushing slightly as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This kind of atmosphere was very strange. Even though the two of them had already done it many times, they still felt like a man and woman who were getting along with each other. They were slowly getting familiar with each other through words and actions, slowly removing the barrier between the two of them. In particular, Yang Kai's honesty and sincerity gave Su Yen a sense of happiness that she was being pursued. What girl didn't want to be pursued by the man she liked? Su Yen also hoped so. However, because of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance's joyous unification art, she and Yang Kai had not had time to become familiar with each other before they were already inseparable. Even if she was happy, there was still a missing process. Now, Yang Kai was undoubtedly trying to make up for this missing process and make up for the shortcomings in Su Yan's heart. At this moment, Su Yen seemed to feel that even if she could not escape today's calamity, she would still be satisfied. Cuckoo! Suddenly, a light cough came from above. Yang Kai looked up and saw one of his martial uncles flying down with a young disciple. Ignoring the disciple's screams, the martial uncles directly threw him into the void corridor. You too continue. The martial uncles were also experienced, so how could they not see the subtle atmosphere between the two and immediately flew up again? However, how could they continue? One after another, people were sent down, so Yang Kai and Su Yen could only look at each other and smile bitterly. I want to know about your past. Su Yan's face was slightly red as she ignored the others and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. When we leave this place and settle down, I'll tell you. Good. Su Yen nodded gently before biting her lip and saying, I still want to go out and travel with you. Then let's travel hand in hand and laugh proudly under the heavens. Yang Kai grinned. N. Su Yan's heart was filled with happiness as she gently rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the coiling dragon stream, the demonic chi was tumbling. Before the sex calamity arrived, a man and a woman stood in the air, snuggling together, the wind blowing, their long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. This moment was like an eternity. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who came and went stared at the two of them with wide eyes, their expressions strange. 10 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, a large group of people was rapidly approaching. Among them were many immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, for in total, while the remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters numbered more than a dozen. In addition, there were also about 40 to 50 Yuan Qi and Separation and Reunion Boundary Masters. This group of people was being led by a woman in her 20s towards High Heaven Pavilion and soon arrived in front of High Heaven Pavilion sect. Is this where the Demon Lord was born? The woman in her 20s was as delicate as a flower. She was tall, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and jade-like bones. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress, which accentuated her noble temperament. The corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile as a trace of disdain and doubt flashed across the woman's eyes. She lightly said, It's just a second-class sect. How could it cultivate such a powerful character like the Demon Lord? Behind her, a man in white clothes immediately walked out, waving a folding fan in his hand as he smiled and said, Young Lady Chiu, although this is just a second-class sect, there are many hidden experts here. But there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. We can't underestimate this place. Last time, Brother Fan and I suffered a great loss here. This white-robed man was the one Yang Kai had defeated last time by Yunfeng. Since his defeat to Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had always wanted to take revenge, but he also had scruples about Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya's tyrannical strength, so he had never found an opportunity to act. This time, when he heard that the Chiu family was sending someone to High Heaven Pavilion, he had immediately volunteered to come, looking for an opportunity to wash away his shame. Although he was smiling and talking to this young lady Chiu, he still unconsciously walked 3 steps behind her, his demeanor quite respectful, without the slightest arrogance of a young lord from a great family. Even his eyes were clear as they fell on the woman's slender shoulders, without the slightest trace of obscenity. Bai Yunfeng was also a tactful person. His status as a young lord from a first-class family was high and mighty, but in front of this woman he was nothing. In front of him was the first young lady of the Chiu family, Chiu Yimeng. How could his Bai family compare to the Chiu family? Not to mention the Chiu family's background. Chiu Yimeng was only 21 years old, but her strength had already reached the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage. Such aptitude, even in this world, could be counted on one's fingers. What's more, not only was her aptitude extraordinary, but she was also a beautiful woman. The Chiu family had produced such an enchanting woman. So with the exception of the Yang family, which young lord from the other 7 families didn't want to marry her. But the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shoucheng, said he wanted to marry Chiu Yimeng? Yes, marry into the Chiu family. In the future, their children must also bear the surname Chiu. This requirement immediately cut off many people's enthusiasm, but there were still many young lords who hung around Chiu Yimeng all day, looking forward to meeting such a beautiful woman. Chiu Yimeng herself was quite self-disciplined, so when it came to these young lords, she didn't have any deep thoughts. The reason why she came to High Heaven Pavilion this time was because she had been annoyed too much in the central capital, so she deliberately came out to relax and gain experience. Listening to Bai Yunfeng's words, Chiu Yimeng chuckled, but without turning her head, she simply brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "I heard that when young Lord Bai fought with a young disciple of High Heaven Pavilion last time, even his artifact was destroyed." Bai Yunfeng's expression became bitter as he cursed this slut in his heart, but on his face he put on a humble smile and said, "This Bai's skills are not good enough. Young lady Chiu must have seen a joke." As the 2 of them were talking, a beautiful woman appeared next to them. This woman was petite and dainty, half a head shorter than Chiu Yimeng, but her breasts were quite large, full and round, making her extremely attractive to anyone who saw her. Chapter 294. The young woman's face was filled with anger, like an angry little tiger, as she angrily said, "That person is called Yang Kai, right? After Brother Fan returned to Purple Fern Valley last time, he has been in retreat, saying he needs to cultivate well, so he can't even beat a second-class sex disciple. I haven't seen him for a long time, all because of this Yang Kai. This time, if I catch him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." The Brother Fan she spoke of was none other than Fan Hong, who had come to High Heaven Pavilion that day. Luo Xiaoman and Fan Hong were both elite disciples of Purple Fern Valley. They had grown up together and had a deep affection for one another, but now that they had not seen each other for several months, she naturally regarded Yang Kai as the culprit behind all this. Chiu Yimeng looked at her with a smile and softly said, "Little sister Xiaoman, don't be so angry. We came here this time mainly to inquire about the Demon Lord. Everything else is secondary. Don't ruin our plans." Luo Xiaoman angrily snorted, "I don't care, no matter what. This time I must capture that Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley, so brother can have a good fight with him and resolve the knot in his heart." Saying so, she shook Chiu Yimeng's arm and coquettishly said, "Elder sister Chiu, isn't he just a second-class sex disciple? While you're busy with your big plan, I'll take some people to secretly capture him. I promise I won't alarm anyone." Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly. "Good, he's just a young disciple. I don't think High Heaven Pavilion will be so untactful." "He, elder sister Chiu is the best." Luo Xiaoman smiled happily. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, lightly coughed and smiled. "Junior sister Luo, it's not that this Bai is trying to boost the morale of others. That Yang Kai is not easy to deal with. A year ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, yet he was able to defeat me. Brother Fan and I have similar strength, but after a year has passed, who knows how much he has grown. So, even if you can capture him and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley to fight Brother Fan, I'm afraid. Humph. How could my Brother Fan lose to someone from such a small place? Luo Xiao Man snorted. He rolled his eyes and said, If worst comes to worst, I'll just do something to him. No matter what, I have to make Brother Fan defeat him. As they were talking, one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters suddenly frowned and said, Young lady, something's not right. There doesn't seem to be many people here. Qiu Yimeng's expression changed slightly as she quickly asked, What do you mean? The man quickly released his divine sense and a moment later said with a strange expression, It seems that High Heaven Pavilion knows it has provoked a disaster and has long since made preparations. On one side, there are 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing guard. On the other side, there are many people gathered together. They should be the younger generation of High Heaven Pavilion disciples. It seems like they're about to leave. Wishful thinking. Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted. Send some people to capture those 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Kill without mercy. Everyone else follow me. Yes, because Bai Yunfeng had previously reported the existence of Ling Taisu, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The Qiu family had directly dispatched 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. With these 4 people present, Qiu Yimeng believed it would be enough to capture Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya. The large group of people suddenly split into 2 groups and moved in an orderly manner. The 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were followed by 7 or 8 other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of them heading straight towards Ling Taisu and the others. The rest of the group, under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng, rushed towards the coiling dragon stream. Under the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai and Su Yan were enjoying a moment of peace when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up in a certain direction. What's wrong? Su Yan noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression and quickly asked, Someone's coming. Yang Kai's expression sank. He quickly shouted, Hurry up, those people have already discovered us. Above, there were still 20 or so disciples who had not yet been brought down. Hearing Yang Kai shout, the several martial uncles and martial aunt quickly circulated their yuan qi, increasing their speed significantly. The disciples of the younger generation were sent down one by one, disappearing into the void passageway. A moment later, everyone had been properly arranged. Martial nephew. The several martial uncles and martial aunt flew to the side, their expressions extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. You go first. Yang Kai shouted, I'll bring up the rear. The several martial uncles didn't hesitate and dove into the void corridor. Where do you think you're going? In the distance, an angry roar rang out, and before the voice had even faded, a bright light shot out from the distance. The speed of this group of people was beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Yang Kai and Su Yan's expressions both changed slightly as they jointly circulated their yuan qi and simultaneously sent out a palm strike towards the approaching light. With a muffled bang, the light dispersed and the figures of 20 or 30 people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies both shook violently as they were pushed back several dozen meters, nearly falling down. Yang Kai, we meet again. Among the crowd, Bai Yunfeng, dressed in white robes, roared fiercely. Meeting his enemy, Bai Yunfeng naturally wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. You're that Yang Kai? Luo Xiao Man swept her eyes over him and curled her lips. You don't look that good. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you're just average. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, her eyes filled with curiosity, but after seeing Su Yan, her eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly. From this young woman, who was as cold as an eternally frozen snow mountain, Qiu Yimeng felt a strong sense of pressure. A master. Moreover, her strength was no less than her own. Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, never having expected that such a small place like High Heaven Pavilion would have such a talent. On top of that, this young woman was not only strong, but also beautiful. Compared to her, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Chiu Yimeng couldn't help coldly snorting as she quickly dispelled the faint jealousy in her heart. Two friends, this time I came to your noble sect because I have something I wish to consult with you about. I hope you two can act sensibly. Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and spoke to Yang Kai and Su Yan while her beautiful eyes stared towards the dark, void corridor. Even with her knowledge and identity, she didn't know what this thing was for, so she couldn't help feeling a little curious and stared at it a few more times. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. So what young lady is asking for is to attack High Heaven Pavilion with such great fanfare? The sounds of Ling Tai Su and the others fighting could be heard coming from the other side. Obviously, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived and were fighting without even saying a word. Chiu Yimeng didn't care, still smiling faintly. If I don't show some strength, how can your noble sect obediently cooperate? This is just a small trick. I advise you not to resist, otherwise I'm afraid you'll suffer a lot. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. There were 20 to 30 people on the other side, many of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. Many of them had locked onto him and Su Yan with their divine senses. Once he and Su Yan made any movements, they would immediately be ruthlessly strangled. The void corridor was only a few dozen meters away and was still open, but it wouldn't be long before it closed again. Could they rush out? Yang Kai wasn't sure, so he turned to look at Su Yan. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well, indifferent as water, even in the face of 20 to 30 masters. The two of you don't seem to be willing to cooperate. If that's the case, then we'll have to offend you. Go seal their cultivations and bring them back. Chiu Yimeng decisively issued an order. From beginning to end, a faint smile hung on her face, her expression as calm as ever. Yes. Immediately, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out from behind her, sneering contemptuously at Yang Kai and Su Yan as they approached. Yang Kai squeezed Su Yan's hand and whispered, "You go first. Don't worry about me, they won't dare do anything to me." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. In this moment of crisis, she didn't act like some reckless woman who wanted to stay behind with Yang Kai because she knew that Yang Kai's true identity was the greatest protection. If she also stayed behind, it would only make the situation worse. In an instant, the two of them had reached an agreement. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were now within 5 meters of them. At that moment, suddenly the demonic chi below the coiling dragon stream surged, and more than a dozen ink-black, dragon-like demonic chi rushed up, striking the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters like lightning. The demonic chi contained an unparalleled demonic chi, so although the direct impact didn't cause much damage to the 2 masters, it still had the effect of affecting their souls and affecting their minds. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were obviously stunned, their faces filled with pain, their eyes suddenly turning scarlet as they lost all sense of reason. Like beasts that had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, they immediately attacked each other. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately realizing that the old demon had sensed the urgency in his heart and was using some kind of method to help him. Unfortunately, this was all the old demon could do. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, quickly pulling Su Yan towards the void corridor. The sudden change caused the Chiu family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley's 3 forces to be shocked, feeling the demonic chi contained within the dozen or so flood dragons. All of them couldn't help but pale. Before they could react, Yang Kai and Su Yan had already rushed out of the blockade and quickly approached the dark passage. "Stop them!" Chiu Yimeng shouted, taking the lead, sending out a series of fierce attacks as she flew forward. "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Xiaoman also hurriedly followed, She was determined to capture Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley so Fan Hong could defeat him. How could she allow Yang Kai to escape? As soon as the two women moved, everyone else also used their movement skills. In an instant, Yang Kai and Su Yan had entered the void corridor, Su Yan in front while Yang Kai brought up the rear. After entering the chaotic passage, Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his Yuan Qi fiercely, bombarding the surrounding area. He wanted to destroy this passage in order to ensure the safety of the people from High Heaven Pavilion. However, the speed of Chiu Meng and the others was also extremely fast, so before Yang Kai could destroy the void corridor, more than half of them had already entered. Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman took the lead. Looking around at the chaos around them, their pretty faces filled with horror. The two women didn't know where they were. However, since Yang Kai dared to come in, there was certainly no danger. Thinking quickly, Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman simultaneously launched their killing moves towards Yang Kai. In the void corridor, Zhen Yuan was in a mess. The violent collisions produced shockwaves that scattered in all directions. The chaotic space suddenly began to squirm. Chapter 295. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exited the void corridor. The next moment, Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman appeared not far away. The two of them had appeared not far from each other, but now that they had suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar environment, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion as they stared around, completely forgetting to attack Yang Kai. Schwa. Another figure appeared. And after the three people in the field saw who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This person was one of the family masters brought here by Chiu Meng, an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. But at this moment, only half of his body had been sent out. The other half was nowhere to be seen, as if it had been cleaved in half by a peerless master sword. As his body fell, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattered all over the ground, blood spattering everywhere. How? Chiu Meng's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at this scene in disbelief. Luo Xiaoman's face went pale and she almost vomited, covering her mouth as she moved closer to Chiu Meng. Was it you who did this? Chiu Meng suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai coldly, her Yuan Qi also slowly becoming unstable. She didn't know the mysteries of the void corridor and only thought that Yang Kai had set up some kind of trap in this chaotic place, allowing him to kill her family's master. So naturally she was furious. An immortal ascension boundary, 5th stage master, was not easy for the Chiu family to cultivate, but now he had died so carelessly. Yang Kai ignored her and instead looked around with a gloomy expression. Besides himself and the two women opposite him, there was no one else here. Not to mention the High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and his brothers and sisters who had left the void corridor. Even Su Yan, who had arrived earlier, was not here. Moreover, this place was completely unfamiliar, not the place where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had last crossed the void corridor. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined everything within a 20-kilometer radius. A moment later, his heart sank to the bottom. There were indeed other people within this 20-kilometer radius. However, none of them were from High Heaven Pavilion, but rather the Yuan Qi and Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters brought by the two women opposite him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened. The place where they had emerged from the void corridor was a bit far from here, scattered all over the place. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, of which only 2 or 3 were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Is it because of the battle in the void corridor? Yang Kai's face sank as he pondered. There was only one possibility. The collision of true essence in the void corridor had caused the void corridor to collapse, and then the people inside had been teleported to an unfamiliar land. And the half-corpse on the ground should be the result of a part of the body being intercepted in the void corridor. Yang's is... However, Su Yan should have already safely met up with the other members of High Heaven Pavilion, After all, she was ahead of him. Considering all this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." Luo Xiaoman's face was a little pale. Seeing Yang Kai just standing there, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A disciple of a small sect. What arrogance! Even if he had some means, they were still very limited. Elder sister Chiu was beautiful and famous. Even if the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families tried to talk to her, she would usually ignore them. But now elder sister Chiu had taken the initiative to talk to him. Yet he didn't say anything. She had given him face, but he didn't want it. Yang Kai looked up at the 2 women opposite him with a gloomy expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes. If it weren't for this group of people suddenly appearing, he and Su Yan would already be thousands of kilometers away. They had just agreed to travel the world hand in hand. But because of these 2 women's sudden appearance, they had been separated from each other. Not knowing where to find Su Yan, Yang Kai's depressed mood could be imagined. What is this place? Chiu Yimeng raised her delicate brow, standing there calmly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she asked softly. Her figure was tall, her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and her face was delicate and moving, especially that graceful waist that seemed to be boneless. It was tightly bound by the purple girdle. It could only be held with one hand, and it was the most enticing. Moreover, as the first young lady of the central capital's Chiu family, her temperament was noble and arrogant. Any young man who saw her would feel a faint sense of pressure, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Every question that came out of her mouth always had an answer. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of disgust and impatience as he sneered, "Where is this place? How would I know where this is?" As soon as these vulgar words came out, the 2 women opposite him froze slightly. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled, her chest trembling as she ground her teeth and shouted, "Smelly brat! You dare speak to us like that?" Chiu Yimeng's bright face flashed a mocking smile as she calmly chuckled. "Interesting, no man has ever cursed at me like this. You're the first. If you don't want to answer, it doesn't matter. Once I capture you, I'll slowly interrogate you." She took it for granted that all of this was Yang Kai's doing, but little did she know that Yang Kai really didn't know where they were. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took a step forward, his yuan qi surging as he activated his self-created movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage as he quickly approached the 2 women. He could perceive that the 3 nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had already discovered Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's whereabouts and were quickly rushing over. So Yang Kai had to capture one of them as a bargaining chip. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Seeing him act so boldly, Luo Xiaoman shouted, "You're asking for a beating!" A series of blue halos suddenly burst forth from her tender body, each of them containing a soft and flexible energy, blocking Yang Kai's speed while eroding into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's momentum didn't falter as he pushed his yuan qi fiercely. Luo Xiaoman's martial skill couldn't stop him at all. Seeing him rush towards her like a meteor, Luo Xiaoman finally paled slightly. "Be careful!" Chiu Yimeng quickly warned, at the same time waving her hand and using some kind of martial skill. She grabbed Luo Xiaoman's shoulder and quickly retreated. Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and fiercely punched to the side. Yuan Qi collided in midair with a loud bang. The rebounding force actually caused Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly. Before he could react, though, Chiu Yimeng suddenly giggled, her delicate body like a leaf floating in the air, her feet lightly stepping on the void. Seemingly without any trace, she quickly closed in on Yang Kai. This was a set of profound footwork, and when it was displayed, Chiu Yimeng's entire body seemed to be both real and fake, completely untraceable. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he released his divine sense and instantly discovered Chiu Yimeng's hiding place, sending out a burning sun's 3-layer blast. Chiu Yimeng suddenly appeared, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful face as she pushed her Yuan Qi fiercely. With a grunt, Yang Kai couldn't help retreating a few steps. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent, a calm smile hanging on her face as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai, calmly saying, "You've got some skill, but it's nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, I advise you to obediently surrender. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy." Troublesome. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He had wanted to capture Luo Xiaoman as a hostage, but this Qiu family's first young lady really wasn't easy to deal with. If he used his full strength, he should be able to defeat her, but not in a short time. The other 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were rapidly closing in, so Yang Kai didn't have much of a chance. "You want to leave?" Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly flashed a touch of pride and slyness, clearly seeing through Yang Kai's thoughts. Not waiting for him to answer, she once again rushed forward. "With me here, do you think you can escape?" "Get out of my way!" Yang Kai roared, pushing out his palms as he simultaneously used his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. The tiger seal and the ox seal roared as 2 fiery red monster beasts leapt out, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng wasn't frightened, but instead smiled happily. "Sure enough, no wonder Bai Yin Feng was defeated by you." Saying so, she waved her 2 white hands, releasing a burst of Yuan Qi that was visible to the naked eye, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Before the 2 monster beasts could reach Qiu Yimeng, they were scattered. Yang Kai grinned as he gripped the Azura sword in his hand, his true Yang Yuan Qi retreating back into the Dantian as the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst forth. As the evil Qi descended, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in a black fog, only his pair of scarlet eyes exuding a terrifying light. With the Azura sword in hand, Yang Kai seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. Feeling this surging evil aura, Qiu Yimeng's expression finally changed as she cried out in horror, "High Heaven Pavilion really has evil secret arts." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge ball of lightning at the tip of her finger, throwing it towards Yang Kai. Flashing arcs of lightning crackled as they exploded, containing a terrifying power. Yang Kai slashed out with his sword. With a single sweep of his sword, the ball of lightning shattered, and the tiny arcs of lightning slithered out like snakes, covering a radius of more than 12 meters. Qiu Yimeng quickly retreated, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt, her expression becoming extremely dignified. Yang Kai walked through the world of lightning arcs, his body flashing but unable to hinder him in the slightest. Accelerating his pace, he instantly arrived in front of Qiu Yimeng and slashed down towards her. Feeling the murderous intent and evil intent contained in this attack, Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled as she cried out, "Block!" A simple and unadorned shield suddenly appeared in her small hand. The shield was suffused with a dense light, enveloping her within it. This was obviously a defensive artifact, and with the Qiu family's wealth, the grade of this artifact was definitely not low. With a loud clang, the Azura sword struck the shield, and the 2 Yuan Qi collided violently, rolling up a gust of wind. With a light snort, Qiu Yimeng retreated more than 12 meters, her tender body swaying. In this confrontation, she had obviously suffered a small loss. Gritting her teeth and looking at the shield in her hand, Qiu Yimeng chuckled. "You really do have some skill. Just a trivial Yuan Qi 3rd stage. Yet you were able to put me in such a difficult position. It seems I underestimated you." Chapter 296. Saying so, she took back the ancient shield into her body and quickly formed a series of hand seals, releasing a series of energy fluctuations of different attributes from her body. Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning. These 4 attributes gathered together to form a terrifying energy around her. She stared deeply at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with unyielding arrogance. "I don't have time to play with you." Yang Kai roared, waving his hand and sending out a sword wave, leaping into the air in an attempt to escape. However, while Chiu Meng was delaying him, a nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had arrived, and before he could even appear, an attack was already flying towards him. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, dodging while quickly displaying the first half of his 10,000 swords returned to one. With a clanging sound, countless sword chi suddenly appeared around his body. Waving the Azura sword, Yang Kai sent out countless sword chi to protect himself while the other half shot forward, trying to open up a gap. "Stay here!" A voice called out from the side, carrying with it a sense of superiority. "Daring to disrespect the young lady, you're courting death!" Facing this tyrannical attack, all of the sword chi in the air were shattered. Not only that, but Yang Kai's momentum was also slightly suppressed. In front of him, a figure flashed, and an Immortal Ascension Boundary, 6th stage master blocked his path, staring coldly towards Yang Kai. "Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai didn't show any fear, sneering as he once again sent out countless sword chi bolts towards this enemy. At the same time, a series of blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body, each one a deadly weapon. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. Since refining this falling flower's cult's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had not used it until now. Finally, Yang Kai had no choice but to use his full strength. 1,000 blood-red petals wrapped around his body, and with a single thought, they transformed into a flurry of red light that shot towards the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage master, a heaven-grade artifact. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage master's eyesight was profound, immediately seeing the extraordinariness of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The strength of the Heaven's Gate Boundary was not held back at all. A rich and pure yuan qi burst forth from his body as he pushed out with both hands. A mountain-like figure suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed down on the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. With a crash, the 1,000 petals scattered. As they scattered in all directions, the mountain-like illusory figure swayed in midair before suddenly dimming down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword and slashed down at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage master. His opponent had just used a martial skill that consumed a great deal of yuan qi and was now completely out of breath. Feeling the evil aura from the Azura sword, his expression changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged. Who knew that Yang Kai was just making a feint? It brushed past his body and flew out. "Where do you think you're going?" Chiu Meng's tender voice rang out, mixed with a trace of pride and coldness. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind, and Yang Kai involuntarily paused, turning his head to look, only to see Chiu Meng's wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning attributes gathering together to form a destructive force. It was as if he had been transformed into a muddy swamp, pulling at his body, making it impossible for him to break free. "Bitch!" Yang Kai's face changed greatly as he waved his sword and sent out countless sword chi blades towards Chiu Meng. Chiu Meng remained unmoved, a beautiful smile appearing on her face. Her simple shield appeared in front of her again, blocking Yang Kai's attack for her. However, the 1,000 petals that were scattered outside were now silently closing in on Chiu Meng. "Elder Sister Chiu, dodge!" Luo Xiaoman shouted as she waved her hands, sending out a series of flashes of light that transformed into a variety of weapons midair and collided with the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. "You won't be able to escape. Just obediently surrender." Chiu Meng smiled sweetly, shouting as she fought with Yang Kai. "Yes, evil demon brat, you can't escape today." 2 figures flew over. The other 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme, and a faint sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Facing a single Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, He had to use his full strength and use all of his artifacts and methods in order to have a chance to escape. Now that all three of them had arrived, how could he resist? His strength was still not enough. Yuan Qi third stage was really not enough. The two immortal ascension boundary masters who had rushed over weren't polite at all. As they spoke, they began to attack Yang Kai with their respective martial skills. Yang Kai tried his best to resist, but was still unable to fully defend himself. Both his chest and shoulder were struck at the same time. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and the pain was unbearable, causing him to fall like a broken kite. Stumbling to his feet, Yang Kai found himself surrounded from all sides. 3 immortal ascension boundary masters, plus Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them were glaring at him, looking at the azure sword in his hand. Even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coveting it, the others even more so. As for the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia flying around him, both of them were precious treasures. You can't run now, can you? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. The 3 immortal ascension boundary masters also looked at him with hostility, coldly snorting as they simultaneously exerted pressure on him. Demon brat, waste your own cultivation, or this old master will do it himself. One of the immortal ascension boundary masters shouted coldly. Facing this adversity, Yang Kai sneered, his demonic chi fluctuating wildly. Although he had been surrounded, it wasn't impossible for him to escape. Yang Kai thought that if he suddenly used unyielding will and Yang inflammation wings at this time, he would have a chance to escape. The speed of Yang inflammation wings was much faster than an average immortal ascension boundary master, so as long as he could cope with the first wave of attacks, he would be fine. With the myriad drug milk, even if he was injured, he could quickly heal. The key was, could he cope with the first wave of attacks? Moreover, it was a joint attack. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Why haven't you started yet? The immortal ascension boundary master saw that Yang Kai hadn't moved yet and became impatient, angrily shouting as he took a step forward. Just as Yang Kai made up his mind to take this risk, the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters' expressions suddenly changed as they stared up at the sky. Yang Kai also frowned. He felt a tyrannical pressure coming from not far away, one that was much stronger than the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters in front of him. 2 young ladies, be careful! The 3 immortal ascension boundary masters didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and quickly stood in front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, their expressions extremely dignified. Soon, a bright red figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the air only a few dozen meters away from them. This figure belonged to a woman who looked extremely enchanting. She was wearing a fiery red robe that was tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her graceful and charming figure. Her appearance was beautiful, and her posture was graceful. Her 2 jade-like arms were exposed, and 2 silver bracelets were worn on her soft and smooth wrists. Her skin was snow white, her legs were long and slender, and her waist was slender and full. She was wearing a pair of shoes made of jade, and her 10 delicate toes were exposed mischievously. She had moon-like phoenix eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes that could captivate souls, and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She had a tall nose, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and a face that was as white as cream. Her figure was slender, like a willow tree, a gentle breeze that seemed capable of snapping her in half. At the corner of her eye was a small mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. Standing in midair, a faint blush could be seen on her cheeks, causing one's imagination to run wild. In contrast to Su Yan's icy beauty and Xia Ningcheng's naivety, this young married woman was the kind of woman who was enchanting to the bone. Even if she just stood there, she still exuded an air of grace and grace. When the several men in the field met her eyes, whether they were young or old, all of them involuntarily gulped, their breathing instantly becoming heavy. Her watery eyes seemed to contain an infinite magical power that tugged at everyone's soul. Even Chiu Yimeng's eyes became slightly blurred, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heartbeat accelerated. Soon, Chiu Yimeng sobered up, her heart secretly trembling as she glanced around, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Men really are nothing good." The three immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all blushed and laughed dryly. However, they didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness. A woman who could make them feel so pressured, how could her strength be low? The woman's pair of watery red eyes swept over the several men in the field before finally settling on Yang Kai, biting her red lips lightly, her brow furrowed slightly as she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Which sect are you a disciple of?" Her voice was sweet and soft. When everyone heard it, they felt as if a gentle little hand had reached into their hearts and was caressing and teasing what was hidden in the bottom of their hearts, making them follow their instincts. This time, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were no exception, the two women's cheeks flushing bright red as they involuntarily let out a soft moan from their throats, causing their hearts to flutter and their hearts to flutter. "What?" Yang Kai frowned and asked curiously. He didn't understand what this woman meant. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would be able to sober up so quickly. In her current state, if she didn't speak it would be fine, but once she opened her mouth, no matter who it was, they would be affected. So how is it that this young man with such an evil aura seemed to be able to get rid of his instincts? What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had been tortured by the joyous unification art for many years. So, compared to others, he was much better at suppressing his impulses. "Forget it. I don't have time to talk to you." The struggle between the woman's eyebrows became even more apparent as she muttered to herself. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, she stretched out her hand and threw out a pink ribbon that shot towards Yang Kai's waist like a snake. Yang Kai's expression changed, and just as he was about to raise his Azura sword to counterattack, the woman had already arrived in front of him, opened her cherry mouth, and spat out a fragrant breath towards Yang Kai. As this orchid fragrance hit him, in an instant, Yang Kai felt his whole body go soft and completely lose the strength to resist. So strong! This woman must have reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. She doesn't look very old, so how could she be so strong? "Since you've seen it, I can't let you live." The woman sighed faintly, flicking her wrist and sending out a silver bracelet towards the immortal ascension boundary masters opposite her. Chapter 297. With a flash of silver light, the three immortal ascension boundary masters who had just forced Yang Kai into a dead end fell into a pool of their own blood, unable to put up any resistance, and were killed in a daze. The momentum of the silver light did not diminish as it continued to chase after Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. At this critical moment of life and death, Chiu Yimeng's delicate earrings emitted a faint light which rushed into her mind, instantly waking her up. In a flash, Chiu Yimeng quickly took out her ancient shield and placed it in front of her. With a ding sound, Chiu Yimeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, finally stopping the silver light. The woman's brow furrowed as her tender body trembled, blood dripping from her red lips. It seemed that just touching her yuan qi had caused her to feel even more unbearable. Not continuing to attack, she hurriedly picked up Yang Kai, who was tied up by the ribbon, and leapt away, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Luo Xiaoman's face was flushed red, her pair of beautiful eyes blurred, her throat constantly emitting soft moans as her two beautiful legs were tightly clamped together. The boundless pleasure spread like an electric current, numbing her lower body, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily as a pool of white liquid rolled out from her lower abdomen, soaking her underwear. A high-pitched, stifled moan escaped from her mouth as Luo Xiaoman's body softened and she fell directly to the ground, her cheeks flushed red as she gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she basked in the aftershocks of her orgasm. "Xiaoman, cough, cough." Chiu Yimeng called out weakly. And Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and realized that she had lost control of herself and that her lower body was wet. Immediately, her beautiful face paled in shock. She didn't know what had happened. Just now, the woman in red had only said a few words, and she had fallen into a dreamy and charming illusion. In that illusion, she had abandoned her self-esteem and shyness, as if she had become a resentful woman who was unsatisfied with her desires, constantly demanding. She had an extremely unbridled instinct, and the object of that demand was actually Yang Kai, the man they had chased all the way here. Recalling the scene just now, Luo Xiaoman was filled with shame and resentment. Her pair of beautiful eyes trembled. Very quickly, boundless hatred and humiliation flashed across them. "Xiaoman, come and give me a hand." Chiu Yimeng's yuan qi tumbled as her blood flowed in reverse. Unable to move at all, seeing Luo Xiaoman still frozen in place, he couldn't help calling out again. "Oh!" Luo Xiaoman staggered to her feet, the wind blowing over her lower body, causing her to feel a slight tingling sensation, causing her to tremble slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Chiu Yimeng looked at her suspiciously, seemingly feeling that something was wrong with her. "No, nothing," Luo Xiaoman hurriedly replied, blushing as she hurried over to Chiu Yimeng and took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve. He poured one out and put it in her mouth. Staring at the corpses of the 3 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of her, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. After a long time, Chiu Yimeng let out a long breath. "Elder Sister Chiu, who is that woman?" Luo Xiaoman asked as she sat on the ground, hugging her knees. She asked with some lingering fear. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. "I don't know, but no matter who she is definitely a dragon lady. Next time we meet her, we must be careful." "Oh," Luo Xiaoman responded somewhat guiltily. A simple sentence was enough to turn an innocent young girl into a resentful woman. Obviously, that woman had cultivated some kind of extraordinary seductive technique. How good could a woman who cultivated such a technique be? Not long after, the dozen or so yuan qi masters who had been scattered around finally arrived. They had all heard the sound of fighting and had come over. Bai Yunfeng was also among them. This little brat's luck was pretty good. Not only had he not died in the collapsed void corridor, he had also not been involved in the battle just now, so he was lucky enough to survive. As soon as the two sides met up and learned about each other's situation, Chiu Yimeng's heart sank. There were less than 10 people left on her side, and all 3 of her immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been killed. "Let's see what this place is first, then we'll decide what to do next," Chiu Yimeng calmly ordered. High up in the air, a red shadow flashed by. It was the enchanting woman from just now. Her strength was indeed very strong, and her flying speed was as fast as the wind. Yang Kai was bound by a pink ribbon, unable to exert any strength, and could only passively allow himself to be carried by her hand. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den, Yang Kai thought to himself, "This woman didn't even bat an eyelid when she killed those people, not even asking for a reason. Clearly, she wasn't an easy person to deal with, so why did she want to kidnap him?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Secretly circulating his yuan qi, Yang Kai found that he couldn't use his yuan qi at all. Only his divine sense could be used. However, in front of such a master, how could Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense so easily? "Don't waste your energy. After being hit by my soul-blowing incense, you'll only feel powerless. Your yuan qi will be sealed, unless your strength is higher than mine." The woman's soft voice came from above his head, causing Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Soul-blowing incense. Yang Kai grinned. What a good name. Why does this name sound like an aphrodisiac? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Sure enough, this woman was a wanton dragon lady. Just now, her face clearly showed a hint of lust, as if it was surging. now that he had fallen into her hands. He didn't know whether or not his yuan qi would be sucked dry and he would die of dehydration. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this woman should have cultivated some kind of evil secret art that harvested yang to supplement her yin. If he really died like this, it would be too tragic. You don't know what soul-blowing incense is. The woman was slightly surprised. Should I know? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead asked, immediately taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his heart. Forget it. You'd better not talk to me first. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will take you. The woman was originally enduring with great difficulty, but when she heard Yang Kai's shameless and presumptuous words, she couldn't help giggling. Her beautiful eyes glanced down, thinking to herself, this little brat actually doesn't know what soul-blowing incense is. Is he not a disciple of the Holy Land? As she glanced down, she saw Yang Kai also looking up at her. The woman smiled sweetly, her blushing cheeks incomparably alluring. Yang Kai's gaze involuntarily shifted, just in time to catch a glimpse of the enchanting scenery under this woman's skirt. His heart beat even more fiercely. This woman's underwear was actually a pair of hollowed-out black lace panties, and the fragrant grass below her was faintly discernible through the hollowed-out area. It was incomparably beautiful, and her two slender legs were like fine jade, pure white and flawless, glowing with an alluring luster like porcelain. These two beautiful legs didn't seem to belong to this world. They were like the spirit of heaven and earth, drawing out the most primitive instincts in Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to instantly fill with confusion and emptiness as he panted heavily. Not knowing where he got the strength from, Yang Kai actually reached out a hand and directly touched the woman's calf, rubbing and playing with it for a while. The woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was already enduring with great difficulty, so when Yang Kai touched her so intimately, her beautiful face suddenly changed, and the blush on her cheeks became even more alluring. She couldn't help but let out a groan as her delicate body trembled like a quail in winter. Smelly brat! The woman was flustered and exasperated, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Although she knew that Yang Kai's offensive actions weren't his own intention and that she had a large part to play, this kind of touching and pinching still made her somewhat uncomfortable. Wherever his rough hands touched, it seemed to produce an electric current, causing the woman to feel a burst of paralysis. Even though she was an immortal ascension boundary master, she was no longer able to fly steadily. Dragging Yang Kai along, he staggered through the air as if he was drunk. Let go! The woman gritted her teeth, lifting one of her jade feet and kicking Yang Kai's shoulder, then pulling the ribbon in her hand. She directly pulled Yang Kai to her side. Yang Kai's dazed eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness and cunning. Grinning towards her, he used all his strength to reach out and embrace her slender waist. You. The woman's face paled, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would still be able to maintain his sanity. Kai Yang was completely unrestrained, his two hands firmly gripping the woman's tender waist. A soft and fragrant feeling spread through his body. This woman's waist really didn't seem to have any bones. It was extremely flexible to the touch. If he used just a little bit of strength, he would be able to break it. His 10 fingers flicked up and down, doing everything possible to tease and caress her, his big mouth not holding back at all, directly biting down on the left side of the woman's full red dress. This bite didn't have the slightest yuan qi. Yang Kai didn't even use much strength, but it was still a deadly attack. The hot male breath penetrated her clothes and scalded the woman's tender body, causing her to go completely limp and tremble. The biting seemed to turn into a sucking action. The woman's yuan qi was unable to circulate properly, and both she and Yang Kai fell to the ground. Let go of me! The woman clenched her teeth and cried out, resisting the throbbing and stupidity in her heart. Her bright red lips were almost bitten through, her hands holding Yang Kai's head, wanting to push him away, but the numbness attacked her, causing her to be unable to use much strength. but this position made her even more fanciful. "I won't let go." Yang Kai's mouth was chewing on a small red bead, constantly blowing hot air into it, his tongue like a snake as he vaguely answered. This dragon lady's current state was not right, as if she had been drugged with the most overbearing aphrodisiac in the world. Even the slightest touch and caress could make her unable to control herself. Her strength was too high, and there was no way to match it. If he wanted to live from her hands, Yang Kai could only use this kind of dirty method. "Do you want to die? If you don't let go, both of us will die an unnatural death." The woman lightly trembled and moaned. The two were getting closer and closer to the ground, falling from a height of 300 meters. No matter how strong the woman was, she would still be smashed into a pile of meat paste. "Hee, if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost." Yang Kai recklessly teased, not caring about life and death at all. The woman's expression finally changed, and she secretly cursed the stinking brat for being shameless. She took a deep breath, resisting the discomfort in her body and the impulse in her heart, and secretly condensed her yuan qi, abruptly slowing down her falling momentum. But this yuan qi was quickly dispersed by the impact of the sensations in her body. With a bang, Yang Kai and the woman fell to the ground. The two were entangled in each other's arms, rolling several times before gradually coming to a stop. Chapter 298. Fortunately, the falling speed was reduced a lot, so even though they were in a sorry state, neither of them was injured. But after this struggle and resistance, Yang Kai's strength increased a lot. In the midst of the flying dust, he recklessly pressed the woman under his body and reached out a hand to cover the other full breast. He accurately found the protruding cherry and wantonly kneaded it. The red clothes were a little messy, and the woman's chest revealed a breathtaking snowy white. The two large breasts trembled as if they were about to break free from their restraints and burst out of the clothes. The elasticity was also amazing. Under the two-pronged attack, the woman seemed to have completely lost the strength to resist. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Her soft and delicate body twisted under Yang Kai, and there was a burst of suppressed longing in her throat. She seemed to have accepted her fate and no longer resisted. Her hands gently held Yang Kai's head and pulled him up from her chest. Then her cheeks flushed red, and she pressed a pair of red lips on his. Yang Kai was secretly wary of her soul-blowing incense, but he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. He was no longer polite and kissed her. A sweet and wonderful taste spread on the tip of his tongue. Just as he tasted something wonderful, the woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of slyness and pleasure in them. Feeling that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly raised his head. "You." Just as he spat out a word, Yang Kai felt the world in front of him turn upside down. In an instant, he lost all consciousness and fell on the woman's chest. The woman kept gasping for breath, calming the rolling blood in her heart. After a while, she recovered some strength. She reached out and pushed Yang Kai away from her delicate body. She slowly sat up, clenching her teeth, and her heart was filled with hatred. After a while, suddenly, she laughed again, pursing her red lips, and said to herself, "Stinky brat is very skilled. He's definitely not a good thing. Humph! This king's beauty is not something that just anyone can taste." Saying that, she stood up and tidied her clothes. She looked at the unconscious Yang Kai on the ground with hatred and lifted him up with one hand. She jumped up again. Yang Kai woke up groggily. He only felt pain all over his body, as if he had been pricked by needles. There was not much light in the surroundings, only a torch stuck diagonally into a mountain wall, the flame flickering. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and musk, lingered at the tip of his nose. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the smell of the flirtatious woman from before. He didn't know if it was her body fragrance or something else. It was neither too thick nor too light, and it was a pleasant smell. It also had some aphrodisiac effects. Thinking of the dragon lady, Yang Kai suddenly sobered up and vigilantly looked forward. He saw that woman sitting cross-legged not far from him. His yuan qi surged fiercely, and his eyes were closed. It was unknown what kind of martial art he was using. Sensing the current state of his body, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Yuan Qi had recovered a lot of her strength, and she could also swim. But at this moment, his entire body was imprisoned in place by a mysterious force, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he seemed to have been poisoned. When he used his Yuan Qi, he felt a little dizzy. Yang Kai panicked and quickly calmed down, not daring to move. This should be a cave. The cave was not deep, only about 100 feet or so. He was sitting cross-legged in the innermost part of the cave, and the woman not far from him was blocking his way, clearly not wanting to let him leave. Looking at this woman, Yang Kai had to admit that she was extremely beautiful and charming to the bone. Every part of her body seemed to be made for flirtatious beauty, especially the mole under the corner of her eye, which made her look extremely charming. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's presumptuous gaze, the woman slightly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, containing a touch of lust, watery and seductive. Her cheeks were still red, and the breath she exhaled was boiling hot. "You're awake." The woman showed a beautiful smile, and looked at Yang Kai with interest. "Hee, what is the meaning of this, elder sister?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and chuckled. "It's fine if you imprison me, but why are you blocking my way?" The woman smiled and said, "If I don't block you, what if you run away?" Yang Kai said shyly, "Why would I run away? The night is dark, and this little brother doesn't want to leave elder sister alone. In fact, elder sister doesn't need to do this. You only need to say one word, and this little brother is willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, even if it means death." The woman glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Recalling how he had taken advantage of her, her body suddenly went limp, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth in anger. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot, licking his dry lips as he wantonly wandered around the woman's body, his eyes full of incomparable aggression, as if he wanted to strip her naked, whispering in a low voice, "Actually, I won't hide it from elder sister. This little brother feels like an old friend at first sight. So why don't elder sister let go of me so we can talk? I really like elder sister. This heart of mine can be seen by the heavens, the sun, and the moon." The woman couldn't help giggling, her body shaking as she cursed this little brat in her heart, but her white neck was slightly red. Seeing that she wasn't angry at all, Yang Kai's courage grew a lot. In any case, things had already come to this, and this woman's strength was too high for him to escape, so he might as well see what she wanted to do first. If she really wanted to kill him, there was no need for her to hold back until now. The woman slowly restrained her smile, her small white hand covering her red lips, and with a seductive look she whispered, "If you like me, then why did you use such a heavy hand just now? Are you that willing? What if you hurt me?" Seductress! Yang Kai cursed in his heart, almost losing his mind once again. Quickly stabilizing his mind, he chuckled. As the saying goes, the first time you're unfamiliar with the road, the second time you're familiar with the road. This little brother is inexperienced and doesn't know how to please elder sister. So I was indeed a bit abrupt, but now that I have experience, I don't know if elder sister is interested in giving it another try. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Little rogue. The woman bit her teeth and softly cursed, her eyes blurred. Yang Kai's face was the thickest she had ever seen in her life. His ability to lie with a straight face was top-notch. His skillful flirting. How could he be considered inexperienced? He was clearly a veteran in the field of love. She didn't know how many girls he had ruined. Although she could be considered a cheerful woman, Yang Kai's blatant flirting still made her a little shy. Not to mention, her body wasn't in good condition right now, so she couldn't bear to hear such words from others. Just as her heart was filled with hatred, she saw Yang Kai's face turn serious and ask, "Is elder sister under the influence of an aphrodisiac?" Her state was clearly one of lust, wanting to find a man to relieve her feelings, but being able to endure for so long, Yang Kai was puzzled. The woman was slightly stunned, her expression somewhat unnatural, but she forced a smile and said, "You can say so, but you can also say no. Then is it true or not?" Yang Kai was confused. "Let's just say it is, but this aphrodisiac is because of me." The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not intending to hide it. "It's because my secret art is about to break through. Every time I break through, it's like this, but this time I was ambushed on the way here and suffered some injuries, so it's more violent than before. I don't know if I can resist. So you captured me?" Yang Kai suddenly realized. But in his heart, a storm was set off. What kind of secret art would cause a woman to feel lust when breaking through? An evil secret art. An absolutely evil secret art. It was most likely a secret art that harvested Yang to supplement Yin. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. If he was really harvested by this dragon lady here, then his life would be too sad. "I was just in case." The woman nodded, slightly not denying it. Yang Kai was imprisoned at this moment, so he couldn't do anything, so she had no reason to lie. "Then why did you find me?" "Besides you, there were only 3 old men and 2 women. If I didn't catch you, who would I catch?" The woman replied with a faint smile. "Damn, so unlucky. Why didn't that brat by Yun Feng follow me? If he had followed me, I might not have been caught. To be able to work for Big Sister, it's little brother's honor." Yang Kai smiled, looking at her affectionately. "Why don't you stop resisting? Let's rest early. Every moment is worth 1,000 gold." The woman covered her mouth and laughed, saying angrily, "You wish. The secret art I'm practicing is special, although I can continue to practice it after losing my virginity. But before I reach large success, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. I'm only 1 step away. How can I waste all my efforts here?" Yang Kai's eyes sparkled, flashing with light. "So Big Sister is flawless. Good, good, good. This little brother is also a virgin. We're a match made in heaven. You don't have to resist so hard. If you really can't resist, just come find me." His heart was beating like a drum, although he didn't know what the consequences would be if this woman took him. But seeing how evil her secret art was, the consequences would definitely not be good. So even in front of such a beauty, Yang Kai didn't dare to have the slightest bit of restlessness. The woman stared deeply at him. A trace of pity and pity flashed through her blurred eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "What's your name?" "Yang Kai. Yang Kai." The woman lowered her eyes and whispered softly, then nodded seriously. "I'll remember this name. I'm Shanqing Luo." "That's a nice name." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This name, why does it seem like I've heard someone say it before? But this woman's strength was very high. She should be a famous expert. It's normal to have heard of her name. So Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. "I didn't imprison your Yuan Qi. You have to guard your mind. Don't lose your mind," Shanqing Luo reminded with a smile. "Your mind is good, but I don't know if you can resist the next temptation. Also, you better pray that I can resist it successfully, or else." Yang Kai had a bad premonition in his heart. Shanqing Luo chuckled, but didn't answer. Her watery eyes stared at Yang Kai for a while, then said, "You're quite handsome. Although you're full of nonsense and shameless, this isn't your nature. So Big Sister still likes you." As she spoke, her face turned red, and without giving Yang Kai time to react, she suddenly closed her eyes, her Yuan Qi surging again. Chapter 299. Yang Kai pursed his lips, secretly paying attention to the changes on Shanqing Luo's side, his heart also extremely vigilant. From her words, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to infer that this was a critical moment for her, and also a critical moment for him. She had captured him, just in case. Once she could not resist the temptation of a breakthrough in her cultivation, he would definitely be taken by her. As for the result, even if he used his toes to think, he would know that it would not be good. Otherwise, why would she be so serious about warning him? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he considered the way out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the true qi in Shanqing Luo's tender body was surging as streams of energy visible to the naked eye gushed out from her body. As soon as these streams of true qi came into contact with the surrounding air, they seemed to undergo some kind of incredible transformation, transforming into crystal-clear white threads that shot out from her body. These silk threads were thousands of strands, scattered around Shanqing Luo's body, wrapping her up. As time passed, these silk threads became more and more numerous, more and more dense. Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped as he watched. These silk threads felt like spider silk, but also like silk. Each strand was full of elasticity and toughness. Each strand contained a surging energy. In less than half an hour, Shanqing Luo's entire body was wrapped up by these silk threads. Her seductive, peerless face disappeared, and her graceful body was also hidden in the silk threads. All Yang Kai could see was a pure, white oval like a silkworm cocoon. It also seemed like a tent enveloping Shanqing Luo. Her beautiful body was reflected in this oval silkworm cocoon, hazy, making people unable to see through it. A faint fragrance slowly spread in the cave. As the fragrance entered his nostrils, Yang Kai's heartbeat slowly sped up, his blood slowly boiled, and his breathing gradually became heavy. The fragrance emitted from Shanqing Luo's body was the purest aphrodisiac. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art, guarding his mind. The more he resisted, the more difficult it became. While he was working extremely hard, waves of stifled moans and murmurs came from the Shanqing Luo. When the voice entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes instantly turned blank. The scene around him changed. The dark cave was gone, the dancing flames were gone, and the sparkling white silkworm cocoon and the Shanqing Luo inside were also gone without a trace. The place where he was standing suddenly became filled with a fragrant scent. In a room filled with flying petals, the ground beneath his feet was also covered with a layer of luxurious red carpet. A burst of giggles sounded in his ears. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by more than a dozen scantily clad young girls. These young girls only covered their most important parts with some thin gauze, faintly revealing their delicate and beautiful features. Decadent voices rang out, and the dozen or so girls all smiled at Yang Kai. They danced and sang around him. These young girls were thin and round, with different body shapes, but no matter which one of them was beautiful, pure and clean, shy, bold and hot, charming and moving, elegant and quiet. The young girls danced around Yang Kai while looking at him affectionately. Their instinct to please him was to show their most moving side. Stifled moans came from their throats, and their red lips squirmed, exuding infinite desire. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became rapid. This erotic and obscene scene seemed to be able to dig out the deepest part of a person's heart, turning a person into a beast that had lost its mind. A low growl came from his throat. Yang Kai recklessly grabbed a girl beside him and threw her to the ground while she screamed. The girl's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she resisted the pain, but still looked at Yang Kai tenderly and sweetly. Murmuring moans came out of her mouth, and she stretched out two pink and soft hands to wrap around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai grinned at her. With a struggling expression, he punched her in the head. With one punch, more than a dozen girls around him disappeared. Yang Kai's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat, and he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This kind of beautiful illusion was really a test of a person's mind. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was also affected, he was able to sober up for a moment at the critical moment. Yang Kai thought that he had broken through this illusion, but when he stood up again, he found that the scene before him hadn't changed. Although the dozen young girls had disappeared, there was a bed with a curtain hanging in the middle of the hall. On the bed, a woman with a plump figure lazily reclined, one hand supporting her head, and just happened to look at him with a smile. Through the hazy curtain, Kai Yang could see that she was only wearing a thin silk gauze, like a cicada's wing. A chuckle came from the other side, and the woman on the bed gently waved at Yang Kai. Her whispers contained endless magic, and Yang Kai's recovered consciousness was once again pulled back into the swamp. With scarlet eyes and heavy breathing, he walked to the side of the bed and rudely tore open the pink curtain. What he saw was Shanqing Luo lying on the bed. This dragon lady had a plump figure. Her skin was crystal clear, snow white and flawless. Her curves were exquisite, and her plump buttocks were high. Half of her hair covered it, outlining the perfect lines, making people's blood boil. She chuckled and slowly got up, her eyes filled with flirtatious feelings. She pulled Yang Kai to the bed and slowly put him down. Yang Kai didn't respond, letting her do as she pleased. Shanqing Luo's eyes were filled with tenderness. She knelt on Yang Kai's body and slowly took off his clothes. Her face was flushed, and she seemed to be both shy and eager. After taking off his clothes, Shanqing Luo breathed like orchids. She bit her red lips, slightly swayed her buttocks, and sat down little by little. A soft and moist feeling came, and Yang Kai's eyes suddenly trembled. The art of yin-yang union of joy involuntarily operated, and a fierce suction suddenly came from his crotch. Shanqing Luo, who was sitting on top of him, let out an extremely mournful scream, and all the illusions collapsed in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai sat in the same place, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Looking up, he saw that not far away, Shanqing Luo was still in the pure white silkworm cocoon. He didn't know how much time had passed outside, but the art of yin-yang union of joy was still operating, and a huge amount of pure energy was pouring out of the pure white silkworm cocoon into Yang Kai's meridians. The dragon head under his crotch was high, showing a very powerful appearance. Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, slowly calming down his churning blood. He didn't know why the illusions suddenly collapsed, but he was sure that all of this was related to the art of yin-yang union of joy. The art of yin-yang union of joy was a dual cultivation technique and should be able to restrain Shanqing Luo's art of yin-yang union of joy, so he could smoothly escape from the illusions. After trying, he found that he still couldn't move, and couldn't help but secretly hate. But he wasn't anxious. Shanqing Luo, this dragon lady, seemed to be ruthless, but in fact, she wasn't difficult to get along with. Moreover, she didn't want to kill him. After he calmed down, Yang Kai simply ignored her. He wholeheartedly operated the art of yin-yang union of joy. Under the guidance of the art of yin-yang union of joy, a stream of energy was separated from Shanqing Luo's white silkworm cocoon and poured into Yang Kai's meridians and dantian. Gradually, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he seemed to have a subtle relationship with Shanqing Luo inside the silkworm cocoon. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a cry of alarm was heard. Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes and saw Shanqing Luo staring at him with a pair of charming eyes. Huh. Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. How did you get in? Shanqing Luo's small mouth slightly opened. What? Yang Kai frowned, suspiciously looking around. He didn't know when, but he was sitting opposite Shanqing Luo in the middle of a vast ocean. No, this is my divine sense. You've entered my knowledge sea, Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Her charming face was filled with shock. How did you break into my sea of consciousness? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head and looked down. Sure enough, he found that he didn't have a body, but his divine sense had inadvertently broken into the other party's knowledge sea. Curiously looking at the vast ocean below, it seemed that the sea here contained a very powerful destructive force. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder, this is your knowledge, see? Get out! Shanqing Luo hurriedly shouted. In a person's knowledge sea, it hid all the secrets of that person. Once the knowledge sea was spied on, that person's secrets would be exposed. Therefore, Everyone would protect their sea of consciousness very well. Moreover, it was not so simple to break into someone's knowledge sea. Not to mention some defensive soul-type artifacts, there were also some special soul skills. These could prevent others from using their divine sense. How could a master like Shanqing Luo not have a soul-type artifact? How could she not cultivate a defensive soul skill? However, Yang Kai had still quietly invaded her knowledge sea. Shocked, seeing Yang Kai still stay in her knowledge sea, looking around, she couldn't help feeling anxious and angry, gnashing her teeth and saying, "If you don't leave, I'll make you stay here forever." Yang Kai was startled and quickly said, "Don't, I'll leave now. I haven't seen what a knowledge sea looks like, I'm just looking." Saying so, he quickly left. When Yang Kai's divine sense left, Shanqing Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only the heavens knew how dangerous it was just now. If he had really seen all her secrets, she would have been completely naked in front of him. This was a person's most private place. Not only that, but if their divine senses had intersected, it would have been very troublesome. Unlike physical contact, divine sense fusion was even more erosive, making people forget to return. It was a taste that was thousands of times more pleasurable than physical contact. Once you tried it, you would become addicted and would never be able to give up. Shanqing Luo was really afraid that Yang Kai had some perverted thoughts and wanted to have a soul intercourse with her. Fortunately, he was tactful and didn't go too far. What was going on with him? Although Shanqing Luo had a lot of questions in her heart, now was the time for her to break through. So naturally, she didn't dare to take it lightly. She could only suppress her doubts and concentrate on circulating her secret art. Yang Kai was also circulating his joyous unification art. A clear energy flowed out from the white silkworm cocoon and into his meridians, becoming stronger little by little. As if peeling silk from a cocoon, Shanqing Luo's silkworm cocoon gradually became smaller, and her plump body slowly became visible. Chapter 300. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his stiff body slightly. A burst of popping sounds came from all parts of his body. His entire body seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. The yuan qi in his body surged, and he was in a wonderful state like never before. Yuan qi level 4. These 10 days of meditation, plus the pure energy he obtained from Shanqing Luo's pure white silkworm cocoon, allowed him to break through to this level in one fell swoop. His harvest was huge. Opposite him, 2 pairs of eyes looked over. Yang Kai looked up and saw the dragon lady lazily leaning against the cave wall. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a complicated expression. Yang Kai was shocked. The yuan qi in his body involuntarily circulated. Shanqing Luo smiled and bit her red lips. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to keep you alive." Yang Kai's expression became awkward. He thought that this was indeed the case. Immediately, his expression relaxed. He laughed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, sister, for not killing me." Shanqing Luo shook her head. "I didn't want to kill you. I had no choice but to kidnap you." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Her face was slightly pale. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. This dragon lady's aura was much weaker than before. Moreover, she seemed to be injured. "Isn't it all because of you?" Shanqing Luo bit her teeth lightly. Her pair of red phoenix eyes revealed a miserable expression. "Me?" Yang Kai pointed at himself with a confused expression. He didn't understand. "What did you do to me?" "I didn't do anything," Kai Yang replied in a daze. "Then why did you take away so much of my energy?" Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth hatefully. Yang Kai's expression froze as he recalled what had happened before. He frowned and said, "I fell into an illusion and slept with you on the same bed." Then I used a set of cultivation methods and escaped from the illusion. Shanqing Luo blushed. She looked at him in disbelief. With me? Yes, you're very proactive and bold. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, recalling the Shanqing Luo's performance on the bed. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil. What a pity. Yang Kai sighed, somewhat vexed. Little bastard. Shanqing Luo spat softly, her face flushed red. Does it affect you? Yang Kai frowned and asked. What do you think? Shanqing Luo took a deep breath. Her full breasts heaved up and down. His red clothes were almost torn apart. I was on the verge of breaking through, and my energy was diverted by you. Haha, don't you think it affected me? Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. Really? I didn't know. If you knew, I would have killed you a long time ago. Shanqing Luo looked at him hatefully. Why would I let you live until now? Then you didn't break through? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. No, not only did I not break through, I also suffered from the backlash of my technique, and my strength fell greatly. I don't know when I'll be able to break through again. Tell me, is this your fault? How can you blame me for this? Yang Kai rubbed his nose, but when he heard her say that her strength had fallen greatly, his expression became more relaxed. He looked at her meaningfully and said, Then what's your current level? Yuan Qi level 1. Are you satisfied? Shanqing Luo replied, unhappily, giving Yang Kai a flirtatious look. You should have said so earlier. Yang Kai laughed loudly, and the last trace of caution and cautiousness he had completely disappeared. He was completely relieved. This dragon lady was only at Yuan Qi level 1, which was even lower than his own. Now, he didn't need to be afraid of her anymore. However, even though her level was lower than his, she still had the foundation of an expert. If he really fought with her, it was hard to say who would win. Fortunately, no matter who it was, they didn't have any killing intent towards each other, so they shouldn't fight. AI, it's not all your fault. If I didn't kidnap you, you wouldn't have met with this misfortune. I brought this upon myself. Shanqing Luo sighed faintly, hearing her sincere words. Yang Kai felt a bit guilty and nodded awkwardly. If that's the case, then I should thank you for saving my life before. Stinky brat, you still have some conscience. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled lightly. It seemed that the failure of her breakthrough this time didn't affect her at all, nor did it bring her the slightest bit of bad mood. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stood up and said, You rest. I'm going to find something to eat. Be careful, Shanqing Luo softly exhorted. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't know why this dragon lady was so concerned about him, but he didn't think too much about it and turned around to leave the cave. After Yang Kai left, Shanqing Luo let out a soft sigh, her expression becoming slightly strange as she placed her hand on her chest, her cheeks blushing slightly as she muttered to herself. So he's a sentimental man, huh? Shanqing Luo's body was special, and her cultivation method was special. Although she was flirtatious and charming, she would only like one man in her life and would only have sex with that man once. Before that, she had to plant a seed of love in her heart. When the time was right and the seed was full, it would be time for the two of them to make love. That night, that man would die without a doubt. At the same time, her cultivation method would reach the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai had been impudent to her before, unintentionally entering her knowledge, and leaving a trace of his divine sense. Without a doubt, he had inadvertently planted a seed in her heart. This was a love seed. Her cultivation method was a very pitiful and sorrowful one. Every generation was passed down to only one woman, but every generation of women had to experience this kind of inhumane torture. Shanqing Luo still remembered how her mother missed her father for the rest of her life. What kind of torment and torture she suffered in her heart. In the end, she was depressed and died, because the love seed would only be complete when the love was strong. In order to reach the grand accomplishment stage, The women of Shan Qing Luo's cultivation method had to give all their sincerity. It was an unforgettable love. In one night, her beloved died. What woman could accept this kind of thing? And now, this kind of thing was about to happen to her. Lightly biting her red lips, Shan Qing Luo was a bit at a loss. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Originally, she wanted to wait a few years and find a suitable man to fall in love with. But she didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. Crackling sounds came from not far away. The tip of her nose was still lingering with the faint smell of meat. Shan Qing Luo fluttered her dense eyelashes a few times and slightly opened her eyes. Yang Kai was sitting not far in front of her. A bonfire had been lit, and a half-cooked game was being roasted over the bonfire. "You're really not worried?" Yang Kai chuckled. When he came back and saw that this dragon lady had actually fallen asleep, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What's there to be worried about? Don't tell me you're going to eat me?" Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Yes, as long as you don't mind." "I'm afraid you don't have that good fortune." Shan Qing Luo laughed again and again. After a while, the game was roasted. Yang Kai tore off a piece of meat and handed it over. Shan Qing Luo took it. She slowly tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She elegantly chewed it with her mouth, her posture elegant. On the other hand, Yang Kai held the rest of the game and ate heartily, his eating manners rough. Barbaric. Shan Qing Luo glared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and asked while eating, "Where is this place? I didn't have time to ask you. You don't even know where you are?" Shan Qing Luo looked at him suspiciously. "You're not a disciple of the Holy Land?" "Holy Land? What Holy Land?" Yang Kai's head was confused. Shan Qing Luo had asked him before which leader he was a disciple of. Now that he thought about it, he was probably related to this Holy Land. He was stunned. Yang Kai said in shock, "This place isn't a Han." Shan Qing Luo giggled and said, "Are you really confused or pretending to be confused? This place is naturally Dahan." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I really don't know. I just randomly stumbled into this place." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Shan Qing Luo straightened her face and said, "This is Changyun Holy Land." Changyun Holy Land? Changyun Evil Land. Yang Kai was shocked and stared at Shan Qing Luo in shock. "You really aren't a disciple of the Holy Land." Shan Qing Luo frowned and said with some annoyance, "What evil land? Don't make it sound so unpleasant. The evil land you speak of is the Tao in our hearts. It's just that everyone's ideas are different, so why do you have to make such a clear distinction? It's just that there are so many disputes in this world." Changyun Evil Land. Shan Qing Luo. Yang Kai's mind flashed, and he suddenly stood up, staring at the dragon lady opposite him, his eyes narrowing as he called out, "Beguiling demon, Queen Shan Qing Luo." Changyun Evil Land, under the demon lord, there were 6 great evil kings: Thunderclap Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profound Een Ghost King, Beguiling Demon Queen, Lightning Flash Shadow King, and Annihilating Poison King. Because of the appearance of the demon lord, Yang Kai had learned some information about the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land some time ago, so he had naturally heard of the 6 great evil kings. Of the 6 great evil kings, only one was a woman. That was the one in front of him, the one with the charm of a femme fatale, Shan Qing Luo. No wonder he felt this name was familiar when he heard it before. Seeing Yang Kai so surprised, Shan Qing Luo chuckled and calmly said, "Yes, it is this queen. What's wrong? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his expression becoming indifferent. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just that the rumored #1 seductive woman in the world is right in front of me, so it's a bit unreal." Yang Kai stared at Shan Qing Luo from top to bottom while clicking his tongue in wonder. So this is what the rumored beguiling demon queen looks like. Sure enough, hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. Haven't you seen enough, little bastard? Shan Qing Luo felt his fiery gaze making her feel uneasy. so she waved her hand and threw the piece of beast meat towards him like a hidden weapon. Yang Kai leaned to the side, causing her to miss, and then sit back down with a grin, frowning deeply. This time, the collapse of the void corridor had actually sent him to the ash-gray cloud evil land. This place was the opposite of where Su Yan and the others had settled down, so it would be impossible to find them in a short time. Moreover, since this place was the ash-gray cloud evil land, there would definitely be many evil demons here. So how could he leave? He first had to establish a good relationship with the dragon, Lady Shanqing Luo. With her identity and means, it would be easy for her to send him away from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Making up his mind, Yang Kai tore off another piece of barbecue meat and handed it to her. Shanqing Luo shot him a disgruntled look and snorted. "This thing is stained with your saliva. I don't want to eat it. It's not like you haven't eaten it before." Yang Kai grumbled, but didn't force her. Shanqing Luo suddenly became angry, her chest heaving up and down as she recalled the time she had been forced to kiss him, grinding her teeth so hard they almost broke. Chapter 301. In the dense forest, Qiu Yimeng and the others were fleeing in a panic. Behind her, Luo Xiaoman and Bai Yunfeng both looked distressed and had many wounds on their bodies. In addition, the original dozen or so Yuan Qi cultivators were now missing 2 or 3. As they ran, Luo Xiaoman's chest bounced up and down, as if she was carrying 2 snow-white rabbits in her arms. If it were any other time, Bai Yunfeng would definitely have taken in such a beautiful sight. But right now, this little brat was not in the mood at all. His life was on the verge of being forfeit. So how could he care about such beauty? There seemed to be some kind of pursuer behind the group. So in a panic, everyone was unfamiliar with this place and quickly lost their way, only knowing to follow behind Qiu Yimeng. Running at full speed, the Yuan Qi passed by too quickly, and a small mountain appeared in front of them. Qiu Yimeng let out a light breath and said, "Let's stop and rest up ahead. The people behind us shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Let's recover first before continuing." Hearing her say this, the group couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After running for a day and a night, no one could afford such a consumption of energy. Not long after, everyone came to a secluded mountain and found a place to sit down, taking out pills to restore themselves. Next to them was a clear spring flowing down from the top of the mountain. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman hurriedly went up and drank a few mouthfuls of water to moisten their dry throats and wash their faces, finally relaxing. Since the day they met that enchanting red-robed woman, their group had begun to run out of luck. The 3 immortal ascension boundary cultivators who had followed them were all killed by that woman, and then the dozen or so Yuan Qi cultivators, under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng, explored the surrounding terrain. But before they could figure out the situation, they were surrounded by a group of cultivators who cultivated evil arts. After a fierce battle, they were finally able to break through, but the noise they made alarmed even more people. The strength of this group was not weak. However, there were too many enemies, and the number of pursuers behind them had only increased over the past few days. In desperation, Qiu Yimeng could only retreat into this dense forest, trying to use the terrain here to find an opportunity to break through. The 2 women sat down, both looking exhausted. "Elder Sister Qiu, what is this place?" Luo Xiaoman's pair of big eyes were filled with panic. Listening to Luo Xiaoman's question, Qiu Yimeng's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. This should be the ash-gray cloud evil land." "Ah, the ash-gray cloud evil land," Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Everyone else also stared at her in amazement. Bai Yunfeng frowned and asked with some disbelief, "Young Lady Qiu, how can you be sure this is the ash-gray cloud evil land?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at him faintly. "Besides the ash-gray cloud evil land, where else can there be so many cultivator who have fallen into the evil Tao? Didn't you see their expressions when they were fighting?" That doesn't necessarily mean this place is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Bai Yunfeng still couldn't believe it. Perhaps this is the territory of an evil sect. Qiu Yimeng chuckled. I'm sure this is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Then what should we do? Luo Xiaoman didn't have any ideas of her own. Unlike Qiu Yimeng, who was confident she could take charge of the overall situation. Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. I don't know. Qiu Yimeng shook her head bitterly. This time, she had only intended to lead the group to High Heaven Pavilion. But now they had suddenly arrived at the ash-gray cloud evil land thousands of kilometers away. The deviation was too great. The ash-gray cloud evil land had countless masters and evil demons everywhere. This group of people had no master guarding them, so it was impossible for them to break through the blockade and leave safely. On top of that, the ash-gray cloud evil land and the forces outside were like fire and water. Once this group of people fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was especially true for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, both of whom were peerless beauties. So if they were caught by those evil cultivators, all that awaited them was a fate of being toyed with and humiliated. Take this time to rest. Fortunately, there aren't many masters among the people chasing us. Otherwise, we would have nowhere to run. Qiu Yimeng sighed deeply. Luo Xiaoman nodded and closed her eyes obediently. Less than half an hour after the group had recovered, Qiu Yimeng suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, Hurry up! Someone's coming! Hearing her shout, everyone hurriedly woke up from their meditation and followed her out. During this past month, Qiu Yimeng had detected the enemy's movements many times in advance and led everyone to avoid many dangers. Although they didn't know how a Yuan Qi 9th stage cultivator like her managed to do this, everyone had long been convinced by her methods and naturally obeyed her orders. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo walked through the jungle. After getting along with her for nearly a month, Yang Kai discovered that this enchantress's heart was actually quite good. She looked weak and delicate, her face was charming, and her age was probably around 27 to 28 years old. But she was skilled at maintaining her appearance, no different from a teenage girl. In fact, she even had a unique temperament that came with the passage of time. This kind of temperament was particularly attractive to men. Coupled with her charm, it could be said that Shanqing Luo was the nemesis of all men in the world, attracting both young and old alike. During this time, Yang Kai also behaved very calmly, no longer blindly calling her elder sister like before, causing Shanqing Luo to have a whole new level of respect for him. It was rare for a 17 or 18-year-old boy to have such a calm personality. Although the two of them had been together for a long time, they hadn't talked much. Shanqing Luo didn't speak much, and Yang Kai also didn't try to annoy her. Most of the time he just followed her, and when he rested he would meditate and cultivate, not relaxing for even a moment. Traveling with such beauty, his mood was pleasant, and he wasn't lonely along the way. According to Shanqing Luo, she had come out this time to find something that had a lot to do with her. In the past, her mother had come looking for it, and before that, her grandmother had also come looking for it. Now it was her turn to do so. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Before coming here, her strength was extraordinary, so naturally there wouldn't be any problems. However, after the backlash of her cultivation method, her strength had dropped significantly, and now she had only recovered to the 3rd level of Yuan Qi, so she couldn't go to that dangerous place anymore. Without a strong foundation, going there would only be suicide. However, the two of them wandered in this dense forest for more than 10 days, but they still stayed there. As they walked, Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. He stopped and said, "Beauty, let me ask you a question." "What?" Shanqing Luo also stopped and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. "Are you lost?" Yang Kai asked the guess in his heart. Shanqing Luo's face showed an unnatural expression, and her eyes flickered. Yang Kai was stunned. "You're not really lost, are you?" Shanqing Luo blushed slightly and snorted. So what if I'm lost? Is it strange? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. If you're lost, you should have said so earlier. I thought you had a clear goal, so I followed you blindly for so many days. Fortunately, she hadn't been in a hurry these days, and her expression was calm. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed that the scenery here was familiar, he probably wouldn't have remembered. However, she was also an expert, so how could she be lost? Yang Kai felt that it was a little inconceivable. What do you know? Shan Qing Luo snorted, and her small nose wrinkled. This is a maze forest, and there is a natural array here, covering an area of 100 miles. If my strength was still there, I would naturally find a way out, but now I can only rely on my luck. As she spoke, she glared at Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. In the end, it's still your problem. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai was angry. Who shared the energy when I broke through? Who made me suffer from the backlash of my secret art, causing my strength to drop so much? Shan Qing Luo questioned. When she brought Yang Kai to this maze forest, she hadn't expected that she would suffer from the backlash of her secret art, and now she couldn't get out. Good, it's my problem. Yang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't bother to argue with her, and instead slightly released his divine sense, only to find that the effective range of his divine sense had been greatly reduced, only covering an area of less than a kilometer. Shan Qing Luo looked at him with a light smile and said, I know you're a bit strange, just Yuan Qi 4th stage, but you've already cultivated your divine sense. But without the strength of an immortal ascension boundary, it's impossible to find a way out. So save your energy. Beauty, we're in trouble. Yang Kai stared at her, his expression changing slightly. What? Before he had finished speaking, the sound of flapping clothes came from not far away, and immediately 6 or 7 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing not far in front of the two of them. Shan Qing Luo's face also sank, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she stared at the newcomers. When she saw the appearance of the person who had come, her temperament suddenly changed, becoming overbearing and arrogant. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, thinking to himself that she was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 great evil kings. This kind of superior attitude was not something an average person could imitate, but at the same time he was also secretly on guard against these newcomers. As soon as the 6 or 7 people landed, they discovered Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo. This group of people had chased after Qiu Yimeng and the others, but after seeing Shan Qing Luo in her red robes, their expressions changed abruptly, and they all took a step back. Shan Qing Luo just stared at them with a smile, her arrogant temperament becoming more and more obvious. Being stared at by her like this, the faces of these people became more and more gloomy, each of them feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. I was wondering who it was. It turns out it was just a few of the Beast King's subordinates who didn't have eyes. Shan Qing Luo snorted, slowly saying, her expression filled with arrogance and coldness. These people all trembled, their faces suddenly going pale. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Masters quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed, trembling as he said, Subordinate Guiyuan Ming greets Master, Queen. I did not know Master was here. If I have offended you, please forgive me. As he spoke, he lowered his eyes and stared straight at his toes, not daring to meet Shan Qing Luo's eyes. Greetings, my lord. The others also hurriedly bowed, their expressions respectful, but there was also a hint of fear. Everyone's raised arms were trembling slightly. It was obvious that they were extremely scared. Humph. Shan Qing Luo snorted, causing these people to become even more frightened. Your courage isn't small. Did you come here to chase me? As she spoke, her expression became unfriendly, a murderous intent flashing across her eyes. Chapter 302. Hearing Shan Qing Luo's question, those people complained incessantly in their hearts, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. How did they end up encountering this dragon lady here? The heavens don't have eyes. We don't dare. Guo Yuanming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Master knows this subordinate is only tracking a group of Yuan Qi cultivators who broke into the Holy Land. This subordinate doesn't want to offend Master Fengwei. This subordinate deserves to die 10,000 deaths. Oh, is that so? Shanqing Luo lightly responded. Her nasal voice was very strong, and her voice was charming and enchanting. When those people heard this, not only did they not feel that it was pleasant to hear, but they also felt as if there was a thorn in their back. They all broke out in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. Shanqing Luo calmly raised her orchid fingers, gently stroking her fingernails, and said with an indifferent expression, "Since you know that you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, why don't you make a move? Do you want me to send you on your way?" Guo Yuanming's body instantly trembled, and with a plop he knelt on the ground, his head touching the ground as a chill ran down his spine. The people behind him were also drenched in cold sweat. Large drops of sweat slid down their heads and flowed down their necks to their chests. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he silently stood behind Shanqing Luo. This was the first time he had seen the Dragon Lady's methods, and it was really awe-inspiring. Was this the real beguiling demon queen? Although he didn't quite understand the situation in front of him, Yang Kai guessed that Shanqing Luo had some grudges with the masters in front of him, so she was bullying them for no reason. Moreover, Shanqing Luo's current strength had greatly decreased, so she probably wanted to use this kind of preemptive strike to scare them away. Shanqing Luo suddenly laughed and said to the other side, "Get up, I was just joking with you. How could you take it so seriously? So boring." Guo Yuanming didn't dare to move. He didn't believe Shanqing Luo, this kind of woman, if he stood up, she would directly kill him. He repeatedly kowtowed and thanked. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Thank you, Master, for not killing me." Shanqing Luo coldly glanced at the other side and said with a cold voice, "Go back and pass a message to your master. Regarding the matter a month ago, I will have a good talk with him sooner or later, so get lost." Guo Yuanming, as if he had been spared from a dream, he quickly got up, while he lowered his head and retreated. "Please rest assured, Master. I will definitely pass your message's order." Shanqing Luo's Shanqing Luo. Sha! Qing Luo's 6 people. He mustered all of his strength. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Qing Luo. Shan demon. S. Shan Yu. Shan Qing T. In his heart, he greatly admired this dragon lady's methods and the majesty she had just displayed. Shanqing Luo walked faster and faster, and after a while, she actually flew like the wind. "Why are you so fast? Didn't you already deceive them?" Yang Kai asked while chasing after her. "It's only for a while. Guo Yuanming's scheming is deep. Who knows when he will see through it? My relationship with the Thunderbolt Beast King is not very good. The reason I was injured before was because he brought people to ambush me. Those people are the Beast King's subordinates. If they catch me, I'll be finished." Shanqing Luo hurriedly explained, her feet not stopping for a moment. In a flash, she had already traveled more than 10 zhang. "TSK." Yang Kai's expression was strange. "You are an evil king. That Thunderbolt Beast King has the same status as you. Yet he dared to bring people to ambush you. If there isn't any serious conflict of interest, then it must be that he covets your beauty. The temptation of a beautiful woman is indeed very strong. You shut up." Shanqing Luo glared at him, her expression becoming cold. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. Guo Yuanming's group of 7 fled more than a dozen kilometers before suddenly coming to a stop. "What's wrong, Brother Guo?" An immortal ascension boundary, 2nd stage master, looked at him and asked. Guo Yuanming's brow furrowed as he glanced back at Shanqing Luo. Seemingly thinking of something, he asked, "Don't you think that Dragon Lady is acting a bit strange today?" "What's wrong?" Why would she let us go so easily? The more Guo Yuanming thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Master brought people to ambush her a month ago, not to mention the past grievances between her and Master. Even if we met her a month ago, we definitely wouldn't have had a good time. Then why would she let us go? Guo Yuanming frowned and pondered. Hesitantly he said, I heard that although we weren't able to capture the Dragon Lady in that battle, she was still struck by one of Master's moves. That's right, I saw that her aura was a little unstable just now. Could it be that she was seriously injured in that battle and still hasn't recovered? How could the power of Master's moves be so easily neutralized? Guo Yuanming's eyes lit up. She must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let us go so easily. I still remember that half a year ago, Brother Yuan. Your little brother was killed by that Dragon Lady on the spot just because he glanced at her. The Dragon Lady is vicious and merciless. How could she be so easy to deal with? Hearing this, Yuan Shi's gloomy face flashed a trace of resentment as he coldly snorted. If it weren't for the special secret art she cultivated, the previous generation's queen wouldn't have been able to pass down most of her cultivation to them. How could she be so strong? A little brat, father here would have killed her long ago. Guo Yuanming's eyes narrowed as he grinned meaningfully. If Brother Yuan wants to avenge your little brother, I'm afraid this is your chance. Everyone present understood the meaning behind his words and couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Not everyone dared to have ideas about the beguiling demon queen. Are you afraid? Guo Yuanming sneered. Since she let us go, she must have some scruples. But what is she worried about? She must be worried that she can't beat us. Yuan Shi nodded. Brother Guo's words are reasonable, but this is only a guess. What if she isn't injured or has already recovered from her injuries? We'll know once we try. Guo Yuanming grinned meaningfully. Let's see if you have the guts. The others were silent as they glanced at each other with hesitant expressions. It was undeniable that Guo Yuanming's words were very reasonable, but they were still afraid of what if. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Guo Yuanming struck while the iron was hot. Everyone, this is the famous beguiling demon queen. Don't you want to have a taste? To be able to experience such a woman once. Even if you die, it would be worth it. Thinking about Shan Qing Luo's tender body and seductive voice, thinking about how she had been stripped naked, thinking about her moans and cries, everyone's breathing became heavy. Guo Yuanming continued. Moreover, since she can pass on her cultivation to the next generation, it doesn't mean she can't pass it on to us. Immortal Ascension Boundary, 9th stage strength. Even if we split it evenly, each of us should be able to increase our cultivation by at least 1 or 2 minor realms, right? Everyone was finally moved. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed as he quickly nodded. Brother Guo is right. We can both taste her beauty and obtain her cultivation. It is indeed worth risking our lives for. The others thought about it carefully before gritting their teeth and agreeing. Guo Yuanming laughed loudly. Brothers, you're truly loyal. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and catch up. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo flew through the jungle, their direction uncertain. Half a day later, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Shan Qing Luo's face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, Sure enough, we've been discovered. Saying so, she quickly stopped and took a deep breath to calm the blood in her heart. Together with Yang Kai, she calmly stood in place. It's them. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and noticed the number of people approaching, his face also becoming gloomy. Shan Qing Luo's worries were indeed reasonable. Although she had scared off that group of people with an overbearing attitude and didn't have many flaws in her words and actions, those who were meticulous could still find clues. It was like a little bit of blood in the sea. A fierce shark would always be able to find the scent. Master! A moment later, Guo Yuanming and the others suddenly appeared not far away, all of them looking a little nervous. But now they were not as cautious as before, their eyes flashing with a meaningful light. They also dared to secretly look at Shan-Qing Luo, their eyes flashing with obscene light from time to time. "What's the matter?" Shan-Qing Luo asked with a cold face. Master's speed is so fast, it took us a long time to catch up." Guo Yuanming's attitude was clearly more presumptuous than before. Obviously he was testing, but he was already 80% sure of his speculation. It had only been a short time since they separated from her, but it took them a long time to catch up. If it weren't for a guilty conscience, why would they run so fast? "Cut the crap, what's the matter?" Shan-Qing Luo looked impatient and coldly shouted. "It's like this. This subordinate forgot one thing before. My master once told me that if I met you, I would give you a small gift. This is a small gift for Mistress. I hope that Mistress won't take what happened a month ago to heart." Saying so, Guo Yuanming casually tossed something toward Shan-Qing Luo. This was a chess piece of special quality, obviously a good grade secret treasure. At this moment, this secret treasure was filled with yuan qi by Guo Yuanming. It seemed to be thrown casually, but in fact it was filled with evil intentions. Shan-Qing Luo casually caught it. Although she was prepared, she was still shocked by this chess piece, and her delicate body trembled, her arms slightly numb. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people around them all lit up. "Guo Yuanming, you're courting death!" Shan-Qing Luo shouted. Guo Yuanming laughed. "I am master. Forgive me. This subordinate accidentally used a little too much strength. But with master strength, how could you not catch it? Could it be that master's current strength is greatly reduced?" At the end of his words, his voice was low, and his pair of eyes did not hide the obscene light in them, constantly roaming over Shan-Qing Luo's body. Shan-Qing Luo's expression changed slightly, knowing that the other party had seen through her, so she no longer tried to hide it and laughed lightly. "Yes, my strength is greatly reduced, but if I want to kill you bastards, it will be as easy as flipping my hand." As she spoke, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly glowed with a dense light, as if they contained endless magic, drawing in everyone's divine soul, trying to pull them in. At the same time, a strange fragrance filled the air, causing every man's heart to involuntarily beat faster and their blood to boil. Yang Kai's eyes were slightly confused for a moment, but he quickly regained his clarity. Yuan Qi quickly retreated into Dantian. The Azura sword appeared in his hand, and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst out. Wrapped in a cloud of black qi, he arrived in front of Guo Yuanming. Chapter 303. Yang Kai's reaction speed was extremely fast. He had acted almost as soon as Shan-Qing Luo used her seduction technique. Shan-Qing Luo was secretly surprised. She didn't know how he could escape from the illusion so quickly, not to mention that he was only at the 4th level of Yuan Qi. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to escape so easily in front of her. Which sect did this little hooligan come from? The Shura sword spat out black gas and stabbed towards Guo Yuanming's neck like a snake coming out of its hole. Guo Yuanming's blank eyes suddenly emitted a cold light as his mouth curled into a sneer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He quickly changed from attack to defense, his Yuan Qi bursting out majestically. Ding! Yang Kai rolled back and returned to Shan-Qing Luo's side. His hand, holding the sword, trembled slightly as his blood and qi flowed backwards. He let out a heavy groan before calming down. "Ha ha ha!" Guo Yuanming looked up to the sky and laughed. His expression revealed a trace of obscenity. He licked his lips and stared at Shan-Qing Luo unscrupulously, saying, "This subordinate has long heard of Master's dream. It is indeed extraordinary." Shan-Qing Luo's charming face flashed a trace of coldness. Only now did she know that Guo Yuanming and the others were already prepared. If Master's strength wasn't damaged, we naturally wouldn't be able to resist this dream. But now, hee-hee, Guo Yuanming laughed obscenely and raised his arms, shouting, "Brothers, it seems that Master's body isn't very good. Later on you must be gentle. Don't ruin our queen's delicate body. Brother Guo, don't worry. We will be gentle." Yuan sure stepped forward and stared at Shanqing Luo without fear. A series of obscene laughter sounded. Everyone was still a little uneasy. But now that they had easily resisted Shanqing Luo's dream, their morale was greatly boosted. Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She looked at everyone and said in a soft voice, "Do you really think you can defeat this king?" Seeing that she was calm and composed without the slightest trace of fear, Guo Yuanming's heart also jumped. Hesitation appeared on his face. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Everyone, you have to know that once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We have already offended this lowly servant. If she escapes this time, I believe you don't need me to remind you of the fate that awaits us." With Shanqing Luo's means and personality, if she really escaped, then these people wouldn't be able to live in peace even if they hid at the ends of the earth. Knowing the severity of the matter, the others nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, then I can only give it a try. If I can taste the most seductive woman in the world, why should I fear death?" Guo Yuanming said in a low voice, "Brother Ban, you're the weakest, so I'll leave that eyesore to you. Get rid of him as soon as possible and come help us." A skinny man looked at Yan Kai and grinned. "No problem." Shanqing Luo giggled, secretly circulating her yuan qi. She suddenly waved her hands forward and shouted, "Daring to offend this king, all of you will die." A series of crystal clear white silk threads suddenly filled the sky and shrouded the crowd. These 6 or 7 people were all Immortal Ascension boundary masters. However, their strength wasn't too high, most of them just Immortal Ascension boundary 1st or 2nd stage. Only Guo Yuanming was a 3rd stage master. Shanqing Luo suddenly launched an attack, forcing everyone to hurriedly circulate their secret arts and use their artifacts to resist. Yan Kai waved his hand and condensed nearly 1,000 sword qi blades around him. Thousands of blood-red petals fluttered in the air, transforming the world into a sea of flowers. His opponents were all Immortal Ascension boundary masters, so Yan Kai had no intention of holding back. Such a concentrated attack also caused the enemy to be in a fluster as they tried to defend themselves. Shanqing Luo quickly formed a series of seals with her hands, and the crystal-clear silk threads covering the sky suddenly seemed to come alive, wrapping around 2 of the Immortal Ascension boundary 1st stage masters. These 2 were the weakest of the group, so in a moment of carelessness, they were bound by the silk threads. Yan Kai took this opportunity to release his white tiger and divine ox seal, summoning 2 jet black beast phantoms to roar towards the sky, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the 2 men, biting them fiercely. Thousands of blood-red petals attacked in unison, each petal as sharp as a blade. Waves of miserable shrieks rang out from the other side, causing Guo Yuanming and the others to be greatly alarmed. Asterisk poo poo poo, asterisk blood splashed. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed with amazement. She hadn't expected Yan Kai to be so powerful. This series of fierce attacks was not something a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator could display. Clenching her fists, the silk threads tightly bound the 2 wounded Immortal Ascension boundary 1st stage masters and instantly dismembered them. With the 2 of them working together, they were able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension boundary masters in a single blow. At the same time, Shanqing Luo's tender body suddenly burst forth with more white silk threads, enveloping the remaining people. Gracefully stepping forward, she instantly closed in on Yan Kai, grabbed his arm, and shouted, "Let's go!" Yan Kai waved his hand, and the thousands of petals quickly flew back into his body. Without stopping, he and Shanqing Luo quickly fled. This dragon lady was only a Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivator, Being able to join forces with him to kill 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was already the best she could do. Although the battle was short, the amount of yuan qi she had consumed was definitely not small, so staying here wouldn't be good for her. Cheap slut! Guo Yuanming's angry shout came from behind. He hadn't expected that Shan Qingluo had only made a feint. After she left, he realized that the other party had no intention of fighting. After a dozen breaths of time, Guo Yuanming and the others finally managed to break free from the white threads, each of them staring towards the direction Shan Qingluo had disappeared with some lingering fear in their eyes, thinking that the evil king was truly the evil king. Even if she was seriously injured, she would not be easy to deal with. What do we do now? Yuan Shi asked with a gloomy face. Guo Yuanming bitterly said, "If you don't want to be hunted down by her, the only way is to catch up and kill her." Listen to Brother Guo. The remaining people nodded in unison. The others no longer hesitated and hurriedly chased after her. Shan Qingluo held onto Yang Kai's arm, originally intending to run with him. But as soon as they started running, she discovered that this little rascal's speed wasn't much slower than hers. She didn't know what kind of strange footwork he was using, but with a schwa, schwa schwa sound, he was able to cover several dozen feet. While running, her plump chest rubbed against Yang Kai's arm, causing Shan Qingluo's face to turn slightly red, and she hurriedly tried to pull back her arm. "Don't!" Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. "My footwork is used for short distances. Once I use up all my yuan qi, I need to slow down a bit. When that happens, I'll need your help." Yang Kai hurriedly held onto her hand. "Oh." Shan Qingluo nodded slightly, continuing to hold onto Yang Kai's arm as they ran together. Half an hour later, Guo Yuanming and the others were getting closer and closer. They also knew that if they allowed Shan Qingluo to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable, so they desperately chased after her. Shan Qingluo lightly gritted her teeth and said, "If we can escape this time, I'll definitely let them die a horrible death." Yang Kai curled his lips. "You should think about what will happen if they catch you." Shan Qingluo's face suddenly paled, her heart filled with fear, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble a little. Suddenly, an intoxicating blush appeared on her charming face, and she resolutely said, "If that's really the case, then before that, I'll give myself to you first. Anyway, you're not bad looking, so it's better than letting those scums take advantage of me." "Ah." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her in surprise, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Beauty, although I'm very happy to hear you say that. I know that if I'm taken by you, there won't be a good ending, so it's better to avoid it. I can't afford it." Shan Qingluo bitterly looked at him and softly said, "So you know." "Of course I know." In this life and death situation, there was no need to hide, so Shan Qingluo sighed and explained, "My physique is special. It's called the Poisonous Widow." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly asked, "What kind of physique is this? What are its characteristics?" "If I'm aroused, all my body fluids will contain poison, including the breath I exhale." Shan Qingluo looked at him with a smile. "Now you should know why you fainted when I kissed you last time, right?" Recalling that sweet and wonderful taste, Yang Kai couldn't help but lick his lips. The deeper the emotion, the stronger the poison. "Last time, I only gave you a small warning. Who told you to be so dishonest?" Smiling wryly, Kai Yang replied, "I had no choice. You were the one who captured me for no reason. And all of your bodily fluids, does that also include down there?" Shan Qingluo's face turned red, and she spat, "Rogue!" Yang Kai turned pale with fright. "Then wouldn't I be dead if I did it with you once?" "Yes." Shan Qingluo took a deep breath, somewhat regretting telling him these things. This little rogue dared to say anything. He didn't hide anything. It was really unbearable. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "How about I make you aroused, then you can poison them to death with a few mouthfuls of saliva? Can you be a bit more serious?" Shan Qingluo couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, What was this little bastard thinking? I'm serious, Yang Kai said with a serious face. While the two were talking, their feet didn't slow down at all. Their speed like the wind. Suddenly, the front suddenly opened up. They had rushed out of the forest. The two of them abruptly stopped in their tracks as they stared ahead in astonishment. Not far away, there were actually two groups of people. A group of people surrounded another group of people in the center. Those people who were surrounded all had ashen faces and resentful expressions. Yang Kai glanced around and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. He found that the surrounded group was actually the cultivator group, headed by Chiu Yimeng, the big-breasted Luo Xiaoman, and the Bai families by Yinfeng were also among them. In addition, there were 3 or 4 Yuan Qi cultivators and several corpses on the ground, their blood flowing freely. The circle of people outside was looking at Chiu Yimeng and the others with a smirk, most of their eyes lingering on Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful bodies, their eyes filled with lust. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, while Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled. The two women leaned back to back, gasping for breath, their yuan qi almost completely depleted. They had fled for so many days, but today they were finally caught by the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, and after fierce battle, they were completely surrounded. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo rushed in. Chapter 304. It wasn't that Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were careless. It was just that the two of them had been in the middle of a romantic conversation and hadn't expected that there would be people in front of them. When these two appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people surrounding Chiu Yimeng and the others should be the cultivator from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Their numbers and strength far exceeded Chiu Yimeng's group, and now they were all looking at the two women in the field with relaxed expressions, ready to enjoy the struggle and resistance of these two beauties in this desperate situation. The struggle and resistance of a beautiful woman always had a unique flavor to it, especially Luo Xiaoman. Her voluptuous breasts swayed up and down in panic, causing the surrounding men to become even more lustful as they stared at her with lustful eyes. So even though they had the absolute upper hand, this group of people didn't rush to attack Chiu Yimeng and the others, instead wearing shameless smiles on their faces, their demeanors extremely ambiguous. Haha, this time we've struck gold. When Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo appeared, one of the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage men's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Shanqing Luo and burst out laughing. Shanqing Luo was known as the world's most seductive woman, so naturally she had her own unique charms, which were undoubtedly more attractive than Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. In particular, this dragon lady was currently running away in a panic, her body dripping with sweat and her cheeks flushed red, making her look even more charming and enchanting. The big man stared at Shanqing Luo with a burning gaze, his breathing becoming heavy as he shouted, "Big brother, look! Another beauty has delivered herself to our door. This one is so charming." "Not bad. I've never seen such a beauty before. I've never seen such a tasty woman before. Big brother, you'll have a taste of the soup later. When Big brother is done playing, we'll go. This kind of woman's body, we won't get tired even if we play with it 1,000 times." Another person also shouted excitedly, "Aren't there 2 little girls here? Although they aren't as good as this woman, they are still a rare beauty. This is a rare beauty. We are truly blessed today." Ha ha ha! The group's obscenities made Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman pale, while Shanqing Luo's pretty face also sank. Among this group of people, the only Immortal Ascension Boundary Master stared at Shanqing Luo for a moment before his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Shut up!" The crowd's shouts and laughter suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, big brother?" Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why he had looked like he had seen a ghost. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as he cupped his fists toward Shanqing Luo and said, "Beast King's subordinate, Gutian Luo greets Mistress Queen S of Shanz's Qing Luo, Qing Luo's Luo." A woman, S's, SASS, SSSSS. Normally, if any man dared to show the slightest hint of lewdness while looking at her, she would tear them into 10,000 pieces. But now, these reckless bastards of his actually wanted to play with her, praising her's goods. It's over, it's over. With this woman's personality, none of them would be able to escape today. Respectfully bowing, Gu Tianluo felt a chill in his heart. All of his previous confidence had disappeared, leaving behind only a deep sense of fear. A bunch of fools. Idiots. Even if you want to die, this is not the way to go. Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Originally, he could have enjoyed the wonderful taste of two little beauties, but now he had stepped into the gates of hell. The difference between now and then was enormous. The depression in Gu Tianluo's heart could be imagined. On top of that, the Dragon Lady's expression was obviously not good. This time he was afraid he really would not be able to escape. Seeing Gu Tianluo solemnly bow, the others were also shocked. Carefully savoring his words, Master Queen, besides the Dragon Lady, who else could it be? In an instant, everyone trembled, a look of horror appearing on their faces. None of them had ever imagined that the woman they had just flirted with was that woman. With the situation suddenly reversed, Qiu Yimeng saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly shouted, Yang Kai! Yang Kai grinned towards her and quietly squeezed Shan Qingluo's hand, hinting to her that they should leave quickly. There were still several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters chasing after them. Shan Qingluo secretly nodded, only letting out a light snort, not saying anything, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them strolled away. Qiu Yimeng quickly squeezed out an ugly smile, trying to hide her flirtatious expression, and said, Yang Kai, you won't just stand by and watch us die, right? Good or bad, we came here together. Shan Qingluo's methods. Qiu Yimeng had personally experienced them, killing 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with just a wave of her hand. Although she had a grudge with her, in the end, she was still a woman, so falling into her hands was better than falling into the hands of this group of scum. She had kidnapped Yang Kai that day, and now the two of them had appeared here together in an intimate manner. So Qiu Yimeng naturally thought that there was some kind of relationship between them, so she had pinned her hopes on Yang Kai. As long as Shan Qingluo could help, they could escape this sea of bitterness and avoid this crisis. Yang Kai, save us! Luo Xiaoman also exclaimed, her eyes filled with hope and pleading. Ha, do we know each other? Yang Kai glanced at them with a smile, his expression indifferent. Yang Kai was currently like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect himself. So how could he be in the mood to care about the life or death of others? What's more, if it weren't for Qiu Yimeng leading a group of people to High Heaven Pavilion, he would have already been together with Su Yan, living a carefree and happy life. How could he be in such a state now? If one really wanted to investigate, these two women were the culprits of all this, so it was already good enough that Yang Kai didn't find trouble with them. It's me, Yang Kai. I'm Luo Xiaoman. We've met before. Luo Xiaoman really thought that Yang Kai didn't remember her, so she quickly explained, Please save us. What's in it for me to save you? Yang Kai chuckled. After a short while, he and Shan Qingluo had already walked a short distance away. What benefits do you want, elder sister Qiu, and I can give you? If I want you, will you give me? Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless, while Qiu Yimeng couldn't help taking a deep breath, a look of disgust appearing on her face. It's time to go, Yang Kai whispered to Shan Qingluo. Before we go, let's warn them not to bully those two women. Do you like them? Shan Qingluo looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. No, I just feel that it would be strange if they were to be defiled. Yang Kai frowned. In fact, I'm quite protective of them. Shan Qingluo giggled, but before she had time to shout, Gui Yuanming's angry roar came from behind. Cheap slut! Don't even think about leaving! The two women's expressions changed slightly, and without any hesitation, they quickly flew out. Gu Tianluo raised his head suspiciously, frowning as he shouted, "Is it Brother Gua?" Guo Yuanming was stunned for a moment before his expression became joyful. "Brother Gu, quickly stop that dragon, Lady Shanqing Luo!" Ah, Gu Tianluo was shocked, thinking to himself that today he had suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Not only were his subordinates blind, even Guo Yuanming had gone crazy. "You want to go crazy? Why are you dragging me into this?" Opportunity knocks, but once that dragon lady is seriously injured and is no longer as strong as she used to be, Guo Yuanming shouted. Gu Tianluo stood up straight, thinking to himself that it was no wonder she had so hurriedly passed by him, even ignoring his subordinates who had tried to flirt with her. She's seriously injured. In an instant, the humility and panic on Gu Tianluo's face disappeared as he decisively formed a seal with his hands and sent out a golden beam of light. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo had only flown a few dozen meters when the golden beam of light arrived in front of them and suddenly transformed into a golden light curtain. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were caught off guard and collided head-on with the golden light curtain, sending both of them flying backwards. When they landed on the ground, Gu Yuanming and the others had already closed in and surrounded them. Yang Kai cursed. His luck was really bad today. Even running away was intercepted. "Ha ha ha!" Guo Yuanming laughed as he stared at Shanqing Luo coldly and wickedly. "Mistress, you won't be able to escape. Save your energy." Shanqing Luo coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes staring at Gu Tianluo as she scolded. "Gu Tianluo, do you also want to die?" Gu Tianluo shrunk his neck and smiled. "Master must be joking. Who would want to die if they can live? Today, a few of my subordinates have offended you. I just want you to stay and have a good talk with me. I don't have any other intentions. I hope you can understand. If you don't want to die, kill them for me, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Shanqing Luo said coldly. Guo Yuanming sneered. "Cheap slut! Don't try to put on airs here. Do you really think you're still at your peak? No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving. Since we dared to do this, we'll definitely do it to the end." "Good." Yuan sure stepped forward and stared at Shanqing Luo. "Master, if you still value your life, please don't resist. Otherwise it won't do anyone any good." Shanqing Luo sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. "If I go all out, I can at least take 3 of you with me. Which one of you wants to come?" The several immortal ascension boundary masters all frowned, their expressions filled with dread. It was precisely because they were afraid that Shanqing Luo would go all out that even though they had surrounded her, no one dared to act rashly. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. After all, this was the beguiling demon queen, not an ordinary master. "So, you're also powerless to protect yourselves." Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo curiously, a trace of satisfaction flashing across her eyes. But a few days ago, this woman in red had displayed such terrifying strength, so why was she so weak today? However, thinking about the current situation, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help sighing. Luo Xiaoman's eyes dimmed as she completely lost focus, like the dark clouds in the sky, blocking out all light. Originally, she could have pinned her hopes on Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, but now even the 2 of them were surrounded. This kind of result was something she had not expected, making her previous pleas seem like a joke. Chapter 305. When the fight starts, you leave on your own. While the 2 sides were facing each other, Shanqing Luo suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and seemed to be lost in thought, turning a deaf ear to her words. "Hey!" Shanqing Luo nudged Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, a strange expression on his face as he whispered, "It seems we still have a chance." "What?" Shanqing Luo was surprised. "There's something down here." Yang Kai gently stamped the ground. Just now, he had secretly released his divine sense to see if there was anything nearby that he could use, but he didn't expect to suddenly discover that there were many life auras underground. Moreover, these life auras were densely packed, and there were many of them, many of which were extremely rich in vitality. Looking around, sure enough, this place was somewhat different from other places. All around them was a dense forest, but within a radius of 1,000 feet, there wasn't a single blade of grass. It was a standard circular area. There was definitely something strange down here. Although they didn't know what was down there, they could only take the risk. At the very least, they had to drag a few people down with them. Do it! Guo Yuanming saw Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo whispering to each other, and knew that they must be discussing an escape plan, so he didn't dare delay. With a roar, he fiercely activated his Yuan Qi and attacked with a killing move. Seeing that he had already made his move, the others naturally didn't hesitate. Buy me 10 breaths of time. Yang Kai roared, quickly activating the star mark that he hadn't used in a long time. What are you doing? Shan Qing Luo cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, she hurriedly shook the silver bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet turned into a silver light and flew out. At the same time, a pink cloth fan suddenly appeared in her hand, on which there were many exquisite patterns of men and women. These men and women were completely naked. They posed in all kinds of positions and did their best to make love. These patterns were vivid and lifelike, embroidered vividly. Shan Qing Luo Yuan Qi was poured in. As her hands trembled, the men and women on the patterns seemed to come alive, and they continued to work with all their might. There were even faintly discernible murmurs and groans. A ring of dense light rippled out and enveloped everyone. Shan Qing Luo stood in the middle with a charming smile on her face. Her graceful and exquisite figure was displayed. Her soft breasts were perky and straight, and her plump buttocks were high up. Her delicate body swayed with the wind, forming an irresistible charm. A seductive aura spread out and enveloped the entire area. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were men or women, whether they were from Qiu Yimeng's side or the ash-gray cloud evil land side, all looked slightly startled. The gazes of those with slightly lower strengths were even dumbfounded, and they'd completely fallen into boundlessly charming and gentle spring. Their gazes were dazed while their expressions were dull, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both let out a soft groan at the same time, their legs softening as they fell to their knees. An enchanting blush appeared on their cheeks. The men and women on the cloth fan seemed to have become living creatures at this moment, fiercely drilling into everyone's minds, clearly displaying their pleasure and beauty in front of everyone's eyes. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who were still young and inexperienced girls, when they saw such a ferocious and cruel scene, how could they bear it? Guo Yuanming was shocked, and while urging his Yuan Qi to resist the attack of the silver bracelet, he quickly called out, "Be careful, it's the Qing Luo fan!" The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters also paled, each of them blushing furiously as they retreated, trying to resist the boundless charm that had invaded their minds. They obviously knew the power of this artifact. This was an artifact passed down from Shan Qing Luo's lineage, and her own name was derived from this artifact. With this Qing Luo fan, the power of the dreamscape she displayed was greatly increased. Seeing everyone retreat, Shan Qing Luo laughed again and again, her giggling like a demon's voice, causing everyone's mind to sway. "Cheap slut!" Guo Yuanming cursed, his face as red as a monkey's but struggling to resist, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Let's see how long you can last. When your Yuan Qi collapses, I'll definitely strip you naked and play with you in front of everyone here." Shan Qing Luo's expression became cold, and as she sent out a series of hand seals, the silver bracelet's attack became even faster. Starlight suddenly emerged, as if a star field had descended from the blue sky. Light flashed from the back of Yang Kai's hand, and as he raised his hand, a blurred star mark appeared. A fierce Yuan Qi fluctuation spread out, and even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't dare underestimate it. Guo Yuanming and the others were all shocked as they looked towards Yang Kai, only to see him raise his right hand full of stars and create a star field. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she hadn't expected him to have such a fierce killing move. If this move was used, no immortal Ascension Boundary Master present would be able to withstand it. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai's right hand slowly and strangely smashed into the ground. Kong. The ground shook violently, and Gui Yuanming and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would use this move on them. Kacha. A cracking sound spread out, and everyone looked down, only to see that with Yang Kai's fist as the center, countless cracks had suddenly appeared, spreading out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Guo Yuanming frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Even if the power of that move was great, it shouldn't have produced such an effect. Hurriedly releasing his divine sense to investigate, the next moment his expression changed greatly. Not good, the ground is empty, and, before he could finish speaking, a loud crashing sound rang out, and the ground within 1,000 meters suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to involuntarily fall down. Yang Kai laughed. "Let's go." While using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai had already noticed that the people below had been alerted. So if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Reaching out and grabbing Shan Qing Luo's waist, the latter gave him a disdainful look, but didn't resist, the two of them quickly flying away. How could Guo Yuanming and the others allow them to escape? Immediately, they flew up as well, but before they could use their killing moves, a series of puffing sounds suddenly rang out from below. It seemed like something had been spat out. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. It was Yuan Shi's voice. Guo Yuanming turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked down and saw that there were countless huge spiders below. There were also spider eggs of different colors. Yuan Shi was wrapped in a spider and was being dragged down by a spider the size of a calf. This spider was extremely tough. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary second stage master like Yuan Shi was unable to break free. Pu. One after another. White objects were spat out from the spiders' mouths, and as they flew through the air, they suddenly transformed into giant tentacles that blotted out the sky, making it impossible to dodge. After 2 breaths of time, most of the people had been wrapped up and fell to the ground. Only a few of them were still flying through the air. But it was still too late. Even Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo had been bound by a few of these giant tentacles and were slowly falling down. What the hell is this? Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, while Yuan Qi madly slashed out with the Azura sword. The Azura sword was a heaven-grade artifact, so its sharpness was not ordinary. Even if these spiders were ordinary immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they wouldn't be able to break free, but under the Azura sword, they were still torn apart like silk. It's them. Shan Qing Luo looked down and couldn't help exclaiming, "So it was here." "What?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "What I'm looking for is down there." Shan Qing Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. "What you're looking for are spiders." Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that Shan Qing Luo had said her special constitution was called the Poison Widow. Wasn't the Poison Widow a spider? Oh no, these spiders are poisonous. Shan Qing Luo seemed to remember something, her beautiful face suddenly turning pale as she warned. If she had been an immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, she wouldn't have been afraid of these spiders, but now that her strength had plummeted, there was no way she could resist the invasion of the poison. By the time she realized the situation was bad, it was already too late. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, also feeling that something was wrong. His whole body felt weak, unable to summon any strength, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. This is bad. Not only was he unable to escape, but he was also trapped inside. Although before he acted, Yong-kai already knew that the thing down below wasn't easy to deal with. He hadn't expected to provoke so many spiders. These 8-legged spiders, each larger than a calf, were clearly 6th-order monster beasts. There were as many as 20 to 30 such monster beasts down below. But if he hadn't done so, he and Shanqing Luo wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of Guo Yuanming and the others. Now that he had trapped them, the situation wasn't too bad. Thinking so, Yong-kai's consciousness gradually blurred. Before he completely lost consciousness, Yong-kai pushed his palms together and sent out a ray of light towards a nearby spider. With a slight smile on his face, he and Shanqing Luo fell to the ground, both of them hugging each other. The spider seemed to be stunned for a moment before slowly crawling forward, spitting out a mass of spiders from its mouth, wrapping them up and dragging them away. After an unknown amount of time, Yong-kai faintly woke up. His body was still weak and he couldn't even move. Layers and layers of spiders wrapped around him tightly, binding him tightly. Through the light from outside and the blurry image, Yong-kai saw many spider egg-like existences, densely packed together. At first glance, they looked familiar. Thinking about it carefully, weren't they the same as the silkworm cocoons that Shanqing Luo had made when she was breaking through a month ago? Many spider eggs had traces of wriggling. Yong-kai slightly released his divine sense and immediately sensed that many powerful people had woken up and were thinking of ways to break out. But with the spider poison in their bodies, how could they get rid of it? Rhythmic bursts of hot air came from his chest, and a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yong-kai looked down and saw a head of soft black hair. Shanqing Luo was snuggled up in his arms, deeply asleep. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and his hand was still on her waist. Feeling that soft and delicate body and the amazing elasticity of her chest, Yong-kai couldn't help but feel a little restless. Chapter 306. Gently calling out to her a few times, Shanqing Luo showed no signs of waking up. Left with no other choice, Yong-kai could only move his fingers, stroking Shanqing Luo's smooth and tender waist, his fingers involuntarily sinking into her round and beautiful buttocks, fiercely rubbing them a few times. With her sacred buttocks being violated, Shanqing Luo finally woke up. Involuntarily twisting her tender body, she issued a bone-chilling sound from her throat. Hearing this, Yong-kai's mind shook and he quickly stopped his movements. After that pair of watery red phoenix eyes opened, Yong-kai hurriedly reminded her, "Beauty, you must not be in heat with me." Shanqing Luo's physique was special. Once she was in heat, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yong-kai did not want to be knocked out again after just waking up. Her eyes slightly confused for a moment. Shanqing Luo finally remembered everything. Seemingly aware of Yong-kai's small movements just now, the dragon lady actually gritted her teeth and glared at him. "Little bastard, what did you do just now?" Yong-kai grinned and shrugged. "I just wanted to wake you up." Not waiting for her to react, Yong-kai changed the topic. "What do we do now?" Shanqing Luo's brow wrinkled as she struggled slightly, but soon discovered that both she and Yong-kai were tightly wrapped in layers of spiders, so there wasn't much room to move. The two of them were tightly pressed together, so as soon as she tried to move, a hot and hard object pressed against her lower abdomen, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled at Yong-kai. Yong-kai said seriously, "It's an instinctive reaction. It's not what I want. It can only be said that beauty's charm is too great." Shanqing Luo did not seem to be annoyed, but her face was still a little red. "These spiders are very tough. It's hard to break free." Yong-kai frowned and said seriously, "But my artifact can cut them open." "Don't act recklessly," Shanqing Luo hurriedly reminded him with a solemn expression. Our bodies are weak now. Even if we can cut open the spider, we won't be able to escape. There's so many level 6 monster beasts outside. If we provoke them, I'm afraid we'll only die faster. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It was because of this that he didn't dare to cut open the spiders. Although he had controlled one of the rank 6 spiders before he fainted, it wasn't of much use now. He just let it stand guard outside to protect him and Shanqing Luo. You said you came here to look for something. What is this place? Oh, this underground area was clearly a spider's nest, and it was no ordinary spider's nest. With so many level 6 monster beasts living here, as well as countless level 5 and level 4 poisonous spiders, no one would dare to lower their guard. This is the broodmother's lair. Shanqing Luo answered softly. Her breath was like orchids, and a faint fragrance blew on Yang Kai's neck, giving him a strange feeling. My body constitution came from here. It is said that several hundred years ago, one of my ancestors accidentally came here and was bitten by a poisonous spider. After returning, his body constitution changed, and it was passed down from generation to generation. In this world, some people had very special constitutions that were different from ordinary people. Until now, Yang Kai had only seen Xia Ningchang with a sacred spirit medicine body, and now he had seen Shanqing Luo with a poisonous widow body constitution. But when comparing the two, Shanqing Luo's body constitution seemed a little evil. Most of the special constitutions were innate, and only a few could be inherited. The poisonous widow body constitution was, without a doubt, an inherited one. Every generation, after reaching a certain level of strength, will come here in search of something. With that thing, we can fully display the potential of our body. Shanqing Luo continued to explain, I've never been here before, but I've heard my mother tell me the route. I didn't expect to accidentally come here this time. I don't know if this is heaven's will or not. Sighing faintly, Shanqing Luo didn't know whether she was lucky or unlucky. Yang Kai. As the two were talking, Qiu Yimeng's voice suddenly called out. She had actually woken up from her slumber. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a struggling white spider egg about 3 meters to his left. Elder Sister Qiu. Luo Xiaoman's crying voice also came from his right. What a coincidence! Both of these girls were actually by Yang Kai's side. Xiaoman, don't be afraid, don't move, don't attract the attention of those monster beasts. Qiu Yimeng remained calm and comforted Luo Xiaoman and Luo Xiaoman responded cleverly, no longer struggling. Yang Kai, I know you're next to me. I heard your voice. Qiu Yimeng called out softly. In this dangerous place, she didn't dare speak too loudly. What do you want? Yang Kai responded with a grunt. He didn't have a good impression of this woman. She had come to High Heaven Pavilion in such a domineering manner, not giving him a chance to explain, and as a result, causing everyone to fall into such a predicament. Are you still angry? Qiu Yimeng chuckled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. We're all in the same boat. Why would a big man like you care so much about a little girl like me? Little girl? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Qiu family's first young lady, famous far and wide, only 21 years old, Yuan Qi 9th stage, the future hope of the Qiu family, the central capital's 8 great families young, lords, all scramble for you. You're not a little girl, right? Qiu Yimeng smiled tenderly. I didn't know you were so interested in me. What do you like me? If you want to use a beauty trap on me, then forget it. Yang Kai curled his lips. Father is holding the world's most charming woman in his arms. A single pinch, and you're already wet. Who do you think you are? If you have something to say it quickly. Shanqing Luo gently pinched Yang Kai, but a trace of pride flashed across her eyes. When others praised her charm, it was likely they had ulterior motives, coveting her beauty. But Yang Kai's praise was very pleasing to the ear, but the words "one pinch and you're already wet" were a bit strange. You speak so harshly. Chiu Yimeng frowned. If you don't like it, then don't tell me. I'm too lazy to waste my saliva with you. Chiu Yimeng chuckled. But you're right, in front of elder sister Shan, Meng, Er's willowy figure is indeed unpresentable. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she whispered to Yang Kai, "This little girl is quite interesting." Yang Kai responded in a low voice, "I'm afraid she has some other request." Sure enough, Chiu Yimeng said, "Chiu family's Chiu Yimeng greets elder sister Shan. A few days ago, I didn't know it was elder sister Shan's phoenix body, so I've offended you. I hope elder sister Shan won't take it to heart." Shan Qing Luo's name. Chiu Yimeng had naturally heard of her. She was one of the 6 great evil kings, and although her strength was the lowest among them, she was also the youngest. In time, she would definitely be able to compete with the other 5. A month ago, she didn't know her identity, but now that she knew, Chiu Yimeng naturally didn't dare act presumptuously. Shan Qing Luo giggled as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Little girl, you have such a sweet mouth. It's just that you keep calling me elder sister, 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 elder sister." Chiu Yimeng laughed dryly and said softly, "How could elder sister be old? You look even younger than little sister. If we go out together, others will only think I'm older than elder sister." Shan Qing Luo's smile grew wider and wider as she shook her head. "Demoness." Yang Kai took a deep breath and didn't dare to stare into her eyes again. Otherwise, he would do it again. "Little sister, Chiu sure knows how to talk." Seeing that Shan Qing Luo no longer had any intention to embarrass her, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Even as the first young lady of the Chiu family, she had to bear a lot of pressure and was constantly on edge for fear of angering the beguiling demon queen. "I wonder if little sister Chiu has anything to say?" "Little sister wouldn't dare." Chiu Yimeng replied softly, "Little sister just wants to ask elder sister if there is a way for elder sister to escape." Here, Shan Qing Luo was the strongest, and although she was also trapped, if there was a glimmer of hope to escape, only Shan Qing Luo could do it. Everyone else, such as Gui Yuanming, wasn't even considered. "If elder sister can escape, can you take little sister with you?" Chiu Yimeng said cautiously, "I won't ask elder sister to work for nothing." The Chiu family has a naturally occurring appearance-setting bead, a naturally occurring heaven-grade top-rank artifact. If you wear it all year round, it can keep your face from aging. If elder sister doesn't mind, little sister can have someone send it to your house. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly interested. Chiu Yimeng was truly worthy of being the first young lady of the Chiu family. Although she was young, she was well aware of the human heart. Even if she promised Shan Qing Luo any kind of heavenly treasure or pills, she wouldn't be tempted. But this artifact that could help a woman retain her youthful appearance was something no beauty could refuse. Who didn't want to be young and never grow old? Especially a charming woman like Shan Qing Luo. She was even more afraid of her wrinkled, sallow face after 100 years. Seeing Shan Qing Luo remain silent, Chiu Yimeng immediately calmed down. Knowing that she had been moved, she quickly said, "If elder sister has any other requests, please feel free to ask. As long as little sister is capable of it, I will agree." "Really?" Shan Qing Luo suddenly smiled slyly. "Naturally." "Good. Then I want you and that little girl named Xiao Man." Chiu Yimeng's expression froze for a moment before she forced a smile. "What does elder sister mean?" "I have a little hooligan here who seems to like you two very much. If you can be his maidservant for a year, when I escape, I'll take you with me. Hey." Yang Kai couldn't help but poke her and say with a sullen expression, "Why are you dragging me into this?" "I don't deny having evil thoughts about them, but that's a man's nature. I won't have anything to do with them. I'm just saying, I don't have a way to escape yet." Shan Qing Luo smiled sweetly. Is that what he wants? From Chiu Yimeng's side came a soft grinding sound. Although it was subtly suppressed, one could still hear the anger in her voice. No, that's what I want. Elder sister is really good to him. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. She really couldn't understand why the dignified, beguiling demon queen would take a fancy to a little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have known each other for less than a month. What had happened in this 1 month? Please allow me to think about it, elder sister. Chiu Yimeng bit her red lips and replied. Shan Qing Luo didn't force her and just nodded lightly. Chapter 307. Inside the spider egg, Yang Kai suspiciously sized up Shan Qing Luo. With a strange expression, he said, Beauty, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, right? Why are you suddenly so good to me? Shan Qing Luo's face slightly reddened. She gave him a displeased look. So what? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you an old cow-eating young grass? Ouch, 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 ouch. Shan Qing Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. She twisted Yang Kai's chest without letting go. Gritting her teeth, she said, So what if I'm an old cow-eating young grass? It's your good fortune that this king has taken a fancy to you. I can't afford to accept it. Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, his face full of disbelief. Even if you have taken a fancy to me, I can't really do you. Why do you have to seduce and torment me? Shan Qing Luo's face was cold. She looked at him with a murderous gaze. You've done so many bad things to me. My body has almost been touched all over. I've already kissed you, and now you're hugging me without letting go. Are you going to go back on your word? Isn't it just touching a few times? Is there a need to blame it on me? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With a serious expression, he said, Besides, I'm so young and inexperienced. Before I met you, my body and mind were pure and flawless. You also kissed me. So if we really count it as you taking advantage of me, let's not mention it again. We're even. Little bastard, you're full of evil tricks. You're so skilled. How are you inexperienced? Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai angrily. She suddenly smiled. The poisonous widow's bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her life. You've made me fall in love with you. So don't even think about running away in this life. Damn, is there still justice? Yang Kai complained incessantly. Shan Qing Luo giggled. Her smile was like a flower. There was a trace of craftiness in her proud expression. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside. Everyone who woke up had a great change in expression. They listened carefully, only to hear the sound of something being cut. Through the layers of spiders, they seemed to be able to see dark red blood splattering everywhere. Young master, don't come out so easily. They're guarding outside. Ah, a person screamed mournfully, and soon there was no more sound. A moment later, there seemed to be the sound of something being chewed. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful face turned slightly pale. The water snake's soft and boneless body couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms. There from the Bai family. From the right came Luo Xiao Man's slight cry and exclamation. Although this little girl's chest was quite big, her courage was quite small. For the past month, he had been fleeing in panic. His nerves had been stretched to the limit. Usually, with Chiu Yimeng comforting her, she didn't mind. But now that she was suddenly surrounded by spiders and separated from Chiu Yimeng, she couldn't bear the pressure. Xiao Man, don't cry, otherwise you may alarm those spiders. Chiu Yimeng lowered her voice and anxiously called out. But how could Luo Xiaoman bear it? Although she covered her mouth with both hands, the sound of her crying grew louder and louder until an 8-legged spider the size of a calf appeared in front of her. Frightened by this, Luo Xiaoman screamed out loud and suddenly fainted. It's over. Everyone thought this woman was about to be killed by the spider. Even Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath and carefully listening to the movements around him. Who would have thought that the 8-legged spider that had walked up to Luo Xiaoman would actually just wander around for a moment? Then it slowly walked away. Who? Chiu Yi Meng let out a sigh of relief and a moment of fear. When she regained her composure, she found that her clothes were soaked and her body was cold. It seems that as long as we don't break through the spider, it won't matter even if we speak loudly. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, that by family cultivator just now. Obviously, he had used some unknown method to escape from the spider and was now being killed. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help relaxing slightly, and from all directions came the sound of heavy breathing. Before this, everyone had tried their best to suppress their breathing and heartbeat. Brother Gua, Brother Gua. Yuan Shi's voice called out. I'm here. Gua Yuanming quickly responded, softly calling out, is everyone all right? No. Gu Tianluo also responded. We're just surrounded by these spiders and can't move for the time being. Yuan Shi's cold voice sounded. It's possible to break through, but Brother Gua, what do we do about those spiders outside? How are we supposed to resist? Oh, Guo Yuanming was also at his wit's end. Against 20 to 36th order monster beast, they only had 5 or 6 immortal ascension boundary masters, so they were no match for them. Moreover, the accuracy of these spiders' spray was truly incredible, so even if they could fly, they wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. Damn, this time we really suffered a big loss. Yuan Shi cursed angrily. Why is there a nest of spiders here? Hearing this angry voice, Shanqing Luo chuckled and sneered. Retribution! Guo Yuanming couldn't help cursing. Cheap slut! You'd better pray that this father doesn't escape. If this father does, sooner or later I'll fuck you to death and make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Shanqing Luo's face went cold, taking a deep breath, wanting to say something, but in the end she held back. Everyone couldn't fight right now. A woman would never be a man's opponent in a war of words. No matter what kind of foul language was thrown at her, the one to suffer would always be Shanqing Luo. Ha! Seeing her remain silent, Yuan Shi also laughed. Brother Gua, that slut is known far and wide. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be her opponent. Be careful, she doesn't suck you dry. Gu Tianluo also interjected. Brother Gua is not alone. We have so many brothers here. That's right, that's right. Once we're free, we'll line up and take turns to fuck her. Don't let her rest for even a moment. I want to see how long this world's most seductive woman can last. By the way, brother you, aren't you cultivating the yin-yang replenishing technique? I don't know if it's your technique or our master's seduction technique that's better. That brother you laughed and said, in terms of cultivation technique, how could this you dare to be mentioned in the same breath as that bitch? It is said that that bitch has many beautiful men in her palace. Every day, there are many young men who have their yang qi sucked dry and died. They are carried out and thrown into the mass grave. However, if I don't use my technique, this you is confident that this slut can fuck me. Ha! Brother you is so bold. Brother Ban is too kind. A few days ago, this you took in a few more goddaughters. All of them are virgins, pure and beautiful. Once this you escapes, this you is willing to offer up those goddaughters for the brothers to enjoy as much as they want. Brother you is very loyal. Gua Yuanming praised, although he was in prison. He couldn't help breathing heavily, but with a wretched smile he said, when the time comes, we'll cripple the Queen's master's cultivation and feed her an aphrodisiac. Brothers can play with brother, use goddaughters, while appreciating her reaction. Ha ha, when the time comes, that woman's master will probably cry and beg us to fuck her. Play with her 1,000 times, then sell her to the world's lowest brothel. Let those peddlers, beggars, and wanderers taste her beauty. After 3 or 5 years, the world's most charming woman will become a piece of rotten meat that even wild dogs won't be willing to smell. Ha ha ha, dirty words. The more you speak, the more disgusting they become. This group of ash-gray cloud evil landmasters can't escape, so they're trying to find joy in their misery. Instead, he began to tease Shan-Qing Luo. Listening to these words, Shan-Qing Luo's face became paler and paler, her breathing becoming heavier and heavier, her tender body trembling uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Obviously, she was enraged. Yang Kai also listened with a gloomy expression. I'll kill them all. Sooner or later, I'll kill them all. Shan-Qing Luo clenched her teeth, clenched her fists, and muttered under her breath. As the beguiling demon queen, no man dared to look her in the eye, let alone hear so many filthy words being thrown at her at once. However, this time she was like a tiger in a plain, being insulted by these little bastards under the Beast King's command. I'll help you vent your anger. Yang Kai chuckled. What? Shan-Qing Luo looked up at him curiously. Just listen. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression slowly becoming cold. The group of people were still acting presumptuous, their mouths constantly spouting obscenities. But just as they were venting their frustrations, a scream suddenly rang out. Everyone's conversation came to an abrupt halt. Brother Yuan, what happened to you? Guo Yuanming turned pale with fright. He recognized that the voice belonged to Yuan Shi. He shouted, but there was no response. Brother Yuan. Several people called out, but Yuan Shi still did not respond. An ominous feeling slowly shrouded everyone's heads. But before they could figure out what was happening, another scream rang out. This time it was Brother Yu. He screamed, Get lost, I didn't go out. How could I be attacked if I stayed here? As he spoke, Brother Yu struck out with a martial skill. This time it was a disaster. The 8-legged spiders from all directions heard the commotion, all crawling towards him. Brother Yu did not even have time to react before he was completely dismembered. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to speak again. Shan-Qing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up. She glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai, not knowing if all this had anything to do with him. Yang Kai grinned and said softly, It's not over yet. As he spoke, a panicked shout came from the other side. Brother Ban, there's a spider over there! What? As he screamed, Brother Ban didn't want to just sit there and wait for his death. In a panic, he circulated his true essence and tore the spider apart violently. Just as his head popped out, a spider leg as sharp as a knife chopped down. His vision blurred, his head rolled to the ground, blood spurting out like a fountain. What's going on? Guo Yuanming cried out involuntarily. He thought that there would be no problem speaking, but he did not expect to attract the attention of the spiders. There was a movement in front of him. Through the hazy white spider, Guo Yuanming saw a giant creature standing in front of him. It was clearly a calf-sized level 6 monster beast. Everyone, these spiders are starting to kill people. Let's go. Guo Yuanming did not understand. He roared loudly, broke through the spider with a bang, and exchanged blows with the 8-legged spider in front of him, using the force to roll and fly up into the sky. Seeing Guo Yuanming so decisive, the others did not dare to hesitate. They all used their own methods to escape and followed closely behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Below them, 20 to 30 level 6 monster beast watched covetously, all of them spitting spiders into the air, those who flew up one by one. But before they could fly far, they were tied up again and fell to the ground like dumplings. Chapter 308. In the blink of an eye, everyone was tied up again. The calf-sized 8-legged spiders swayed their huge bodies and walked over to the group of cultivators, spitting out their spiders and wrapping them up before slowly pulling them back. Seeing that their lives were not in danger for the time being, the frightened crowd couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They really couldn't understand why one of the spiders had just started a massacre. But before they could completely relax, the same spider that had just killed them suddenly walked up to them, raised its sharp foreleg high, and stabbed down fiercely. Asterisk poo asterisk blood splashed and screams rang out as Guo Yuanming's body was directly penetrated. He struggled and wriggled as he screamed. The spider no longer cared about him and allowed him to be dragged away by the other spiders, soon leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground. Not only him, but all of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator had a large hole poked in their bodies by this spider. A few of them were unlucky and died on the spot, while those who didn't die were pale with fright. Screams rang out endlessly as one bloody mark after another appeared on the ground, a shocking sight to behold. Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with horror as her expression filled with horror. When she heard Guo Yuanming's shout just now, she almost couldn't hold herself back and rushed out. If she had really rushed out, she would most likely have ended up like them. Fortunately, before leaving, she had checked the movements of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Since they hadn't moved, Qiu Yimeng had also gritted her teeth and stayed behind, ready to pin all her hopes on Shanqing Luo. Now it seemed that she had made the right choice. The remaining ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator was dragged back, and all the monster beasts surrounded one of its companions whose forelegs were covered in blood. It was unknown why it had suddenly decided to kill these people. After sizing them up for a while, these monster beasts gradually dispersed. Why? Guo Yuanming clutched his stomach. Even if he circulated his secret art, he still couldn't stop the blood from flowing, his voice gradually becoming weaker. Why is this happening? The beast seemed to have specifically targeted the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, but none of the others had touched it. This made Guo Yuanming unable to understand. This is retribution, ha ha ha. Yang Kai's wild laughter came from the other side. You did this? Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her tone full of disbelief. Yang Kai's eyes just a moment ago. Those people had suffered a tragic attack. If one were to say that it had nothing to do with Yang Kai, Shanqing Luo would never believe it. However, she hadn't seen him do anything. So how of this of the beasts of the ash-gray evil land cultivator? Satisfied, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Shanqing Luo's pair of enchanting phoenix eyes flashed with a strange light as she stared deeply at Yang Kai, unblinking, a trace of emotion flashing across her eyes. Suddenly, she tiptoed slightly and pressed her pair of red lips against his. Oh! Yang Kai was caught off guard, and Shanqing Luo's hands involuntarily tightened. The dragon lady's willowy waist fiercely bent, as if she wanted to melt her whole body into Yang Kai's. Her pair of red lips were thin, tender, and crystal clear. Not only did they look captivating, but they also tasted the same bone-chilling. Sensing the soft and fragrant taste, Shanqing Luo hurriedly released him. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, she said, "You can't stay here for too long. In case you really fall in love with me, that wouldn't be good." Yang Kai's expression became bitter as he licked his lips. Damn it. I knew you'd never be able to satisfy your desires. Poor me, such a young and strong man. What can I do if I fall into your hands? Don't act like you're innocent. Shanqing Luo's tone was full of annoyance. Other men don't even dare to look at me. You've already taken advantage of me. Let me say this first. I won't be responsible for you. Yang Kai said with a straight face. He said seriously, "What are you doing?" Qiu Yimeng suddenly asked softly. "Talking about love. Shameless." Qiu Yimeng hurriedly remained silent, her face slightly red, thinking to herself that it was no wonder she heard a light panting coming from next door. Time passed, the sun rose, and the moon set. Several days had passed since they had been caught by these spiders, but the people trapped inside still hadn't found a way to escape. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were still hugging each other. This dragon lady was truly worthy of her reputation. Sometimes, with just a single movement, breath, or glance, she could seduce Yang Kai, making him unable to stop himself. However, due to her special physique, Yang Kai not only couldn't act recklessly, but he also couldn't tease her, so his days were extremely difficult. Chiu Yimeng remained calm and didn't show the slightest worry or panic from beginning to end. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman washed her face with tears every day, constantly in fear. Bai Yunfeng had also woken up, but after learning about the current situation, he had remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The cultivator of the ash-gray cloud evil land had all died due to excessive blood loss, their deaths extremely miserable. On this day, Yang Kai, while using his divine sense to investigate, suddenly felt an extremely tyrannical presence. The vitality of this existence was even higher than that of the sixth-order poison spiders. It had suddenly appeared, as if it had always been there, but had only just awakened. Before Yang Kai could warn Shanqing Luo, a feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart descended from the sky. Suddenly, everyone felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from above. Under the gaze of these eyes, no matter who it was, they all felt a sense of insignificance and inferiority, as if they couldn't compete with them at all. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and he couldn't help urging his Yuan Qi. Shanqing Luo suddenly shouted, "Don't move!" "What's wrong?" Seeing her expression, as if she knew something, Yang Kai asked anxiously. "It's her." Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her expression extremely complex. "Who?" "Spider Mother." Shanqing Luo replied softly, "Seventh Order monster beast. None of us are its match." "Seventh Order?" Yang Kai exclaimed. "Yes." Shanqing Luo nodded solemnly. "Otherwise, why do you think this group of monster beasts can live so comfortably? A sixth-order monster beast's monster core is also very valuable. There are so many sixth-order monster beasts here. If it wasn't for the Spider Mother, they would have been wiped out long ago. With a seventh-order monster beast here, even if someone accidentally stepped into this place and wanted to attack the sixth-order monster beast, they would have to consider whether they were strong enough. However, the Spider Mother spends most of her time laying eggs in a deep sleep, so unless someone attacks here, she won't bother with anything." Shanqing Luo explained softly, "There's a spider stone statue here. Look over there." Following the direction she pointed, Yang Kai indeed saw a hazy stone statue standing not far away. This stone statue was incomparably huge. It should be in the shape of an 8-legged spider. The Spider Mother usually lives here, and the thing I want to take is the venom secreted by the Spider Mother. In this world, only women of the Poison Widow bloodline can safely enter that stone statue. Then, doesn't that mean the Spider Mother can sense your bloodline? Yes, that should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded slightly. It was also her first time here, so she wasn't too clear about the specific situation. Then you should discuss with it, see if it can let us go. Yang Kai suggested. "I'll try." Shanqing Luo bit her red lips. She also didn't have much confidence. Closing her eyes, she tried to communicate with the Spider Mother according to the method left behind by her mother. A moment later, a flirtatious voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Even Kai Yang could hear it clearly. "HM, you're a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline?" Yang Kai's expression changed. He twisted to look around, but couldn't see anything. That voice sounded soft, as if a beautiful woman was whispering in his ear. It couldn't help but make his heart flutter. Shanqing Luo hurriedly reminded, "Don't panic, the Spider Mother is communicating with me through divine sense." Yang Kai's face revealed a look of shock. A monster beast that could communicate with people through divine sense. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Could a monster beast do this? At least a rank 6 monster beast wouldn't be able to. But this Spider Mother was a rank 7 monster beast. Maybe it really did have this ability. Shanqing Luo had already opened her mouth to reply, "Yes." This junior greets the Spider Mother. "Who is Han Fei Yen to you?" the Spider Mother gently asked. "She is my mother." Shanqing Luo was also very careful. not daring to be the slightest bit careless. It's been 30 years. This generation has already grown up. But why is your strength so low? Shan Qing Luo bitterly smiled. There was a problem. I should be able to recover in a few days. Yes, the spider mother softly replied. After a while she said, Since you can find this place, then come to my place to take the things and leave. In any case, your bloodline has some relationship with me. Seeing her so easy to talk to, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help but look happy. She quickly said, Forgive this junior, but this junior came with the person beside me. Can you let him leave with me? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect this woman to be so righteous. Humph! The spider mother coldly snorted. These people destroyed my nest, and they still have delusions of leaving? Apart from you, everyone else will die. Spider mother, please have mercy. There's no need to say more. Shan Qing Luo grit her teeth and glanced over at Yang Kai, a trace of struggle flashing across her face, but soon she resolutely said, Please have mercy, Spider Mother, I only want to take him away. Impudence. The spider mother's voice sounded a little annoyed, and even the 8-legged spiders outside began to spit out spider silk. Clearly not friendly. Forget it. I'll give you 5 days to think about it carefully. After 5 days, I will wake up again. At that time, if you don't leave... Don't even think about leaving. The spider mother said, coldly, no longer moving. At the same time, the haze that had been pressing down on everyone's heads disappeared. Apparently it had fallen into a deep sleep again. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's eyes trembled. The conversation between Shan Qing Luo and the spider mother had reached their ears, causing them to be as shocked as Yang Kai. None of them had expected such a powerful monster beast to exist in this world. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, suddenly screamed, We're going to die in 5 days! Before the spider mother appeared, although everyone was in a state of panic, the spiders hadn't done anything to them. So there was still some hope. But now that the 5-day deadline was right in front of them, who could accept it? Chapter 309. In his panic, Bai Yunfeng suddenly shouted, Yang Kai, Father won't let you go even if I become a ghost. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai shouted angrily. Haha. Bai Yunfeng laughed bitterly, his voice sharp. If you hadn't penetrated the ground, how could we have fallen here and been caught by this group of spiders? If I hadn't penetrated the ground, you would have been killed by Gui Yuanming and his people long ago. How could you still be alive? Yang Kai sneered, knowing that Bai Yunfeng's mind was no longer clear. Father is a member of the Bai family. Would those bastards dare kill me? Bai Yunfeng roared. As long as I reported my true identity, they would only take me to the Bai family to ask for a reward. How could they harm my life? You may not have to die, but if young Lady Qiu and young Lady Luo fell into those people's hands, I'm afraid they would lose their innocence. I think they would rather be trapped in a spider's web than be caught by those bastards. Their innocence has nothing to do with me. As long as Father is alive, it's fine. Bai Yunfeng roared without thinking. As soon as these words left his mouth, he seemed to realize that he shouldn't have said such words and suddenly fell silent, not uttering a single word. Bai Yunfeng, I didn't expect you to think like that. Luo Xiaoman's pained voice sounded, filled with extreme disappointment and disgust. A woman's innocence was sometimes more important than her life. At that time, if she had really been caught by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator, Luo Xiaoman would have taken her own life before being humiliated. Qiu Yimeng faintly said, Every man for himself, Xiaoman. You don't need to worry about it. Her voice was like an ancient well, without the slightest hint of emotion. Greedy for life and afraid of death. The Bai family really are spineless. Luo Xiaoman sneered. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Bai Yunfeng snorted. This time, he had completely torn apart all pretense of cordiality with these two women, although it wasn't to the extent of turning his blade against them. Even if they could escape this place, it was likely they would never be together again. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo both stared at each other speechlessly. After a long silence, Yang Kai frowned and said, "If you want to leave, you can leave now, right? That spider mother didn't have any intention of keeping you here." Shanqing Luo shook her head slowly. "But it won't let you go." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as he stared at her seriously, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Our friendship doesn't seem to be that good. Just like Chiu Yimeng said, every man for himself. The devil takes the hindmost." Shanqing Luo just looked at him with a smile. "You can't be serious, right?" Yang Kai was slightly moved. "I told you, a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her lifetime. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Shanqing Luo sighed faintly and said, "If it weren't for you leaving your aura in my knowledge, see last time, I wouldn't have cared if you lived or died. You little bastard. You're both a rogue and a pervert. You should have been killed long ago to prevent you from ruining those innocent girls. But now that things have come to this, what can I do?" Unless Shanqing Luo didn't want her secret art to reach the grand accomplishment stage. The seeds of love had already taken root and sprouted in her heart. It was only a matter of time before they grew. When a woman's feelings were full, she would need to spend a night with the man she loved. Moreover, women of the Poison Widow bloodline, once they fell in love, they were more unforgettable than other women. Therefore, the women of this bloodline had always been extremely sad. On one hand, it was their undying love. On the other hand, it was their secret art to the grand accomplishment stage. Even if they abandoned their secret art because of their love, they couldn't resist the attraction and temptation between them. Shanqing Luo's mother, Han Fei Yan, had inadvertently made love with her father one night, and after waking up, her lover had died beside her, causing her to suffer for the rest of her life. Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified as he stared deeply into Shanqing Luo's eyes, as if he wanted to see through her heart and look directly into the depths of her memories. Shanqing Luo smiled faintly and without any hesitation, took the initiative to release the defenses of her knowledge, see, and softly said, "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." Yang Kai also didn't hesitate, his divine sense directly entering her knowledge sea. It was a boundless sea, just like the last time he saw it. Above the sea, Shanqing Luo's delicate body stood against the wind, smiling as she stared at Yang Kai's divine sense, softly saying, "Don't touch me, this is my soul. If you touch it, the consequences will be unimaginable." "I know," Yang Kai responded in a deep voice. If the two souls were to merge, perhaps they would be able to taste the taste of soul intercourse that was thousands of times more wonderful than soul intercourse. But if their minds were not stable, they would only lose themselves in soul intercourse, instantly turning into an idiot. Yang Kai was also clear about the stakes involved. Shanqing Luo waved her hands, sending a beam of light into Yang Kai's divine sense. Prying into the information contained in these beams of light, Yang Kai gained insight into all of this dragon lady's emotional experiences and all of her thoughts, leaving nothing behind and no possibility of concealment. He also saw the special characteristics of her bloodline physique and the dangers of her secret art, and realized his own fate in the future. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes, as if he was experiencing it himself vividly. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly withdrew from her knowledge sea. Their eyes met, and Shanqing Luo smiled tenderly. "Do you believe me now?" Yang Kai nodded with a heavy expression. Never would he have thought that this dragon lady's secret art would be so special. With a bitter smile, Yang Kai said, "Should I say I'm honored or unlucky?" It was true that she had feelings for him, but in the end, it was also true that she wanted his life. Shanqing Luo's expression darkened slightly, softly saying, "None of the women in our bloodline would really want to kill the man they like. But this kind of attraction is simply irresistible. No matter how far apart they are, they can still be pulled to each other's side. And in the midst of chaos and unconsciousness, they can use their pure bodies to kill the man they like." Although it was said that dying under a peony flower would be romantic even as a ghost, this was only a saying. When the time came, no man would be able to die with a smile. Have you ever thought of resolving this? Of course we have, but we don't know what to do. Shan Qing Luo slowly shook her head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai was somewhat dispirited and did not want to talk about it anymore. Since you don't want to leave me behind, we should first think of a way to escape from here. Wait 5 days. When the spider mother wakes up, then I'll talk to it. And if it doesn't work... Yang Kai frowned. If it doesn't work, then I'll leave. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. Not a trace of worry on her face. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, softly asking, "If you can recover your full strength, can you leave this place?" "Of course I can leave." Shan Qing Luo nodded. "But right now I'm only in the Yuan Qi 3rd stage. If I want to fully recover, it will take at least a few months." "I might have a way." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, peeking into Shan Qing Luo's thoughts, and felt a lot more at ease with her. This dragon lady was known for her debauchery. Her secret art, and the artifacts she used were all unsightly, but in fact, before meeting him, her mind and body were completely blank. She knew more about the matters between men and women than most people, but she had never personally experienced it. "What method do you have?" Shan Qing Luo asked curiously. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, holding a small piece of myriad drug cream. "Open your mouth!" Shan Qing Luo glared at him, not knowing what he was trying to do, but she still opened her thin lips. The myriad drug cream was directly thrown in. "Circulate your secret art and refine it." There was no need for Yang Kai to say anything the moment the myriad drug cream entered her mouth. Shan Qing Luo's face filled with amazement, quickly closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. The main reason her strength had dropped was because of the backlash from her secret art. In the end, it was just an internal injury. With the help of such a small piece of myriad drug cream, this kind of injury should be able to be healed. The spider mother would wake up again in 5 days, but with the help of the myriad drug cream, Shan Qing Luo's recovery would definitely not take that long. With nothing to do, Yang Kai decided to rest and preserve his strength. As time passed, the aura and Yuan Qi fluctuations coming from Shan Qing Luo's body became more and more violent. Obviously, she was quickly recovering. Perceiving the changes here, Qiu Yimeng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head and looked over, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing, a look of struggle on her face, unknown as to what she was thinking. After being trapped for so many days, her strength had long since been restored, but with so many sixth-order monster beasts outside, even if she could break through the spider web, she didn't dare act rashly. Shan Qing Luo's actions had undoubtedly given her a glimmer of hope. However, when she remembered the conditions she had proposed before, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but hesitate. She was the first young lady of the Qiu family. How could she become a maidservant to some nameless junior? Not to mention her, even Luo Xiao Man's identity was much nobler than that young man's. If this matter were to spread out, where would the Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley's face be placed? Moreover, it was only for a year. In a year, who knew what that rogue bastard would do? 3 days later, Shan Qing Luo suddenly opened her eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them, and her soft and plump body seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. "You've recovered?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "N." Shan Qing Luo nodded happily, looking at Yang Kai with great interest. "I didn't know you had such a treasure." After praising him, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's chest, fiercely twisting it, grinding her teeth. "If you have such a good thing, why didn't you use it on me before? You bastard, it seems you're still on guard against me." Yang Kai's expression became awkward as he let out a dry laugh. If he hadn't seen through her thoughts, how could Yang Kai have dared to allow this dragon lady to recover her strength? "Since you've recovered, Let's hurry up and leave. Yang Kai squeezed her little hand. Shan Qing Luo hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since we've come here, I want to extract the spider mother's venom as well. Otherwise, if I take you away this time, it will definitely anger the spider mother, and we won't be able to come here again." "Are you sure?" "A little bit. Do you have a spider under your control?" Let it create some chaos." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, and then issued an order to the spider he controlled. Chapter 310. A moment later, the spider suddenly went berserk and attacked its companions. Seeing this, the other spiders hurriedly rushed towards the battlefield. Shan Qing Luo waved her hand and directly cut a hole in the spider's body, her figure flashing and disappearing. Her voice reached Yang Kai's ears. "Don't move. Wait for me to come back." Yang Kai naturally didn't move, his expression calm as he carefully observed the situation outside. The spider he was controlling was currently fighting with its companions. The sixth-order monster beast had already regained much of its consciousness. Although it wasn't much, at least it was capable of some simple thinking. The spiders who were being attacked didn't seem to understand why their companion had suddenly gone crazy, just as they didn't understand why it had killed so many Ashgray Cloud Evil Land cultivator before. After resisting for a moment, the spiders seemed to have communicated with each other and suddenly decided not to hold back, as if their companion had already lost its mind and could no longer be saved. In just a short time, the sixth-order monster beast controlled by Yang Kai was killed. Only then did the gathered spiders scatter like birds and beasts. "Yang Kai!" Chiu Yimeng suddenly called out. Yang Kai's face remained cold, and he didn't respond. "Has elder sister Shan recovered her strength?" Chiu Yimeng asked eagerly. There was still no response. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. "Yang Kai, you're not such a stingy man, are you? I admit that I've offended you before. Is it not enough for me to apologize to you?" "No need. Young Lady Chio's identity is noble. I can't afford it," Yang Kai said. Chiu Yimeng chuckled. Good. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people to your high heaven pavilion to cause trouble. In fact, I didn't do anything to you. You're so strong. If we really fought, who knows who would win and who would lose. Before this, I really couldn't believe that a small sect could cultivate a disciple like you. Don't try to flatter me. It sounds disgusting. Haha. You and I are both understanding people. I won't beat around the bush and annoy you. Chiu Yimeng chuckled and said, "When elder sister Shan comes back, can you ask her to take me and Xiaoman out?" "Don't worry. As long as she agrees, my Chiu family will definitely repay her generously. It's her business whether she saves you or not. I can't interfere." Yang Kai frowned. "It can't be. I see that your relationship is so good. The beguiling demon, Queen, has never been so intimate with a man before. If you can put in a good word for us, Sister Shan definitely won't leave you to die." Chiu Yimeng's voice softened. "As long as you don't make me or Xiaoman your maidservants, you can set any other conditions. Even if you want to marry a young girl from a side branch of my Chiu family, I can also make the decision to agree. But in front of Sister Shan, I think it's best if you don't mention this matter, lest she gets jealous." Yang Kai showed an impatient look. "I already told you. Whether she saves you or not is her business. I can't even protect myself right now. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with me?" Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. Her eyes filled with tears. "But I can only pin my hopes on you. If you don't help, I'm afraid, Xiaoman, and I won't be able to escape this calamity." As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs. "Do you really have the heart to watch us die?" Knowing that she was just putting on an act to gain his sympathy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling disgusted. He no longer wanted to talk to her. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of women who played mind games. Yang Kai. Chiu Yimeng didn't give up and continued to call out softly over and over again. Although the conversation between the two was quiet, Luo Xiaoman, who was not far away, naturally heard it clearly. Seeing Yan Kai act so ruthlessly, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling defeated. Helplessly, she whispered, "Elder Sister Chiu, what should we do?" Chiu Yimeng sighed and gave up trying to move Yan Kai, smiling bitterly. "Let's wait, we can't really die here." At that moment, a fragrant wind suddenly blew over, and a bright red figure appeared in front of Yan Kai. With a wave of her hand, the spider binding Yan Kai was cut open. "Let's go," Shanqing Luo said nervously, grabbing Yan Kai with one hand and flying upwards. Yan Kai also followed with a dignified expression. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the unique vitality of the Spider Mother was rapidly awakening. Apparently, Shanqing Luo's actions had awakened it. "Elder Sister Shan," Chiu Yimeng hurriedly called out, gritting her teeth, her face showing a trace of hesitation. However, she also knew that this was a rare opportunity. If she let Shanqing Luo go, she and Luo Xiaoman would really have no chance to escape. "Elder Sister Shan, I agree to your previous conditions. Please take me and Xiaoman with you," Chiu Yimeng shouted. Shanqing Luo frowned at her, waving her hand and sending out 2 pink ribbons, directly wrapping around Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and shooting them high up into the sky. Seeing that Shanqing Luo didn't leave them behind, whether it was Chiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them felt a sense of joy. "You failed your own bloodline. How dare you not listen to my advice? Where do you think you're going?" The Spider Mother's angry voice rang out, no longer containing the slightest hint of charm. Now she was like an enraged madwoman. As she spoke, 2 white and tough spider silk threads flew through the air. These 2 spider silk threads were incredibly fast, arriving in front of them almost instantaneously. Shanqing Luo and Yan Kai both hurriedly tried to block them. The Yuan Qi collided, and the 2 spider silk threads were blocked. But the aftermath of the collision severed one of the ribbons in Shanqing Luo's hands, the other end of which happened to be tied to Luo Xiaoman. A cry of alarm rang out as Luo Xiaoman's beautiful eyes filled with panic, her heart instantly filled with horror. Yan Kai's eyes flashed, and his hand moved quickly, wrapping around Chiu Yimeng's waist and sending her flying towards Luo Xiaoman. Before she could fall, Chiu Yimeng quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Xiaoman's clothes, lifting her up. "Elder Sister Chiu," Luo Xiaoman exclaimed in a trembling voice, tears rolling out of her eyes as her chest heaved up and down, her pretty face filled with panic. "I've caught you. Don't worry, I won't let go." Chiu Yimeng smiled at her, a trace of fear flashing across her face. Shanqing Luo stared at Yan Kai meaningfully, her lips curling into a soul-stirring smile. Yan Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. That kick just now had been done without any consideration. It was purely an instinctive reaction. Suddenly, Bai Yunfeng's shout came from below. "Take me with you? You bunch of sluts! How could you leave me here alone? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's faces filled with disgust as their expressions became cold. A long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Bai Yunfeng had given the 2 women a good impression before, and although he wasn't particularly outstanding, he was still the young lord of a first-class family. He had both wealth and power, and his own strength wasn't low either. There were also many young women chasing after him. But this time he had completely exposed the dark side of his heart. This man is worse than dog shit. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't even have any sympathy for him. In a small lake, the surface of which was sparkling and clear, the water was so clear that one could vaguely see the aquatic plants and fish swimming happily. A bonfire was lit, and Yan Kai was roasting a few fat fish from the lake. Luo Xiaoman and Chiu Yimeng sat next to him, breathing in the clear and free air while looking at him with complicated expressions. Suddenly, a sound came from the lake, and Shanqing Luo gracefully emerged from her bath. Her skin was like the most exquisite silk with a seductive luster, and her snow-white skin was faintly tinged with a strange red light as she slowly walked over with her bare feet. Her demeanor was magnificent, her thin and tender red lips lightly pursed, and most of her body was exposed to the air. Only her chest and the fragrant grass between her legs were covered by her undergarments, faintly discernible, giving her a wonderful appearance. Such a seductive and enchanting appearance. Not only did Yang Kai's heartbeat accelerate, even Chou Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman blushed slightly, their breathing becoming slightly rapid. The three of them quickly averted their gazes and silently cursed this enchanting seductress. Shan Qing Luo giggled as she took in the gazes of the three of them. Arriving at the lakeside, she put on her clothes, half covering her body. Step by step, snuggled up to Yang Kai and sat down beside him. "Can you be a little more discreet?" Yang Kai frowned. "Do I need to be discreet in front of you?" Shan Qing Luo giggled. "We've touched, kissed. What's the point of being so particular?" Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, their eyes gradually becoming strange. Although Chiu Yimeng had previously felt that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo was not simple, she had never seen it with her own eyes and didn't know how close they were. Sitting next to him in such a disheveled state, if she wasn't in love with him, what woman would be so shameless? Is the world's most charming woman really taken? Chiu Yimeng was slightly dazed as she looked at Yang Kai again. Although his appearance was sloppy and his strength wasn't bad, in the end he was still just a young boy, only a Yuan Qi fourth-stage cultivator. How could he capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen? Chiu Yimeng stared at him in amazement, unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and didn't look at the sight of Shan Qing Luo Xiaoman, instead focusing on grilling the fish. As the fragrance of the meat filled the air, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's stomachs couldn't help grumbling. The two women couldn't help blushing. The two of them had been chased by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator for more than a month and hadn't had much time to rest. They were both tired and hungry, physically and mentally exhausted, and then they were captured by the spider. "Many thanks to Elder Sister Shan for saving us this time." Chiu Yimeng squeezed out a smile and thanked her. Shan Qing Luo smiled sweetly and said, "Between you and me, it's just a transaction. There's no need to thank me." That being said, if it weren't for Elder Sister Shan, Xiaoman and I would have been doomed. Chiu Yimeng shook her head gently. After saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and reluctantly said, "Thank you too." At the last moment, if it weren't for him, Chiu Yimeng definitely wouldn't have been able to reach Luo Xiaoman's side in time. Yang Kai's face remained cold, and he didn't respond. Chiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. Chapter 311. Half a month later, Fragrance City. This was a prosperous city that was not inferior to any other city in the outside world, and it was also where the beguiling demon queen's palace was located. The ash-gray cloud Evil Land covered a vast area and was divided into 6 major blocks, each of which was guarded by 6 evil kings. With Fragrance City as the center, the land within a 1,000-kilometer radius was Shan Qing Luo's territory. Over the past half a month, Shan Qing Luo had led Yang Kai, Chiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman through the territories controlled by the other 2 evil kings, carefully returning to this place. After stepping into Fragrance City, no matter who it was, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After half a month of getting along, not only had Yang Kai's perception of the ash-gray cloud Evil Land changed, but even Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's impressions of the ash-gray cloud Evil Land had been subverted. According to rumors, the ash-gray cloud Evil Land was filled with evil cultivators and evil demons. Any random person one encountered was an unforgivable traitor. However, according to Shan Qing Luo's introduction, the ash-gray cloud Evil Land was not as bad as the rumors said. At the very least, this was the case in the territory she controlled. It was undeniable that there were indeed many evil cultivators in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, but even more of them were honest people. There were many cultivators who had committed crimes in their own sect and were forced to enter the ash-gray cloud evil land. There were also some who had offended great sects they couldn't afford to offend and had entered the ash-gray cloud evil land to avoid disaster. There were also some who, because their secret arts were relatively dark, were classified as evil demons by the world and were like rats crossing the street. It could be said that many of the cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land had their own bitter past and were not necessarily full of evil. The world only recognizes the light and refuses to acknowledge the darkness in their hearts, so we are called evil. Haha, how ridiculous! Shan Qing Luo said, helplessly as she spoke. Although she was one of the 6 great evil kings and ruled over a 1,000-kilometer radius, she still couldn't change the deep-rooted beliefs and views of the world. Yang Kai remembered the words of the old demon. What was a person? What was a demon? Humans and demons were one family. Everyone had evil in their hearts. After entering the city, the bustling city made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. If he didn't clearly know that he was inside the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Kai would have thought that this place was just the same as the city outside. Everything here was no different from the cities outside. Many ordinary peddlers and runners lived here, and the cultivator who came and went was like a school of carps crossing the river. Most people did not bully the weak when interacting with these ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a few who looked perverse. The cultivator covered in evil qi also followed the rules of Fragrance City, not daring to act rashly. Inside the city, from time to time, there would be some cultivator in black robes walking by. These people were the law enforcement team responsible for maintaining order in Fragrance City. Anyone who did bad things in Fragrance City would be mercilessly attacked by these law enforcement teams. Therefore, in the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, Fragrance City was the safest city. Under the effective management of Shan Qing Luo, this city was becoming more and more prosperous. There were very few people who committed crimes here. The Queen Master, at this moment, was wearing a black veil, not revealing her true face as she led the way. Walking at a leisurely pace, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman followed behind her, secretly observing the scene in the city while secretly admiring her. To be able to keep the entire city so peaceful, Shan Qing Luo's methods were not simple. As they walked, Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Noticing this, Shan Qing Luo turned to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Let's part ways here." Although it was a very happy thing to win the favor of a beauty, Yang Kai was really afraid that one day Shan Qing Luo would not be able to hold herself back and would pluck him. Moreover, he had been separated from Su Yan for some time now, so Yang Kai wanted to inquire about Su Yan's situation. Hearing him say this, Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she understood what he was thinking. Grinning, she walked back and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, exhaling deeply. "Do you think you can get away?" "You don't need to be so enthusiastic." Yang Kai's expression became bitter. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He was afraid that Shan Qing Luo would not let him go. On the way back, he had tried to escape many times, but every time before he could even begin to act, she had seen through him. Shan Qing Luo was so powerful, if she really wanted to force him to stay, there was nothing he could do. "It's chaotic outside. Even if you go out, it won't be safe. You should stay here with me for a while." "How long?" "Depends on my mood, hee. Yang Kai's face became even more gloomy. If he stayed, wouldn't he become this dragon lady's gigolo? Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked at him gloatingly, feeling a burst of pleasure in their hearts. Being bound by Shan Qing Luo, unable to move, this dragon lady still put on a very cute appearance, holding onto Yang Kai's arm and gently snuggling up to Yang Kai. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil. Otherwise, if someone were to see this scene, Fragrance City would be in chaos. After a while, they arrived at Shan Qing Luo's palace. This palace was built magnificently, covering an extremely large area. It was decorated with magnificent jade buildings, flying dragons and phoenixes, creating a magnificent atmosphere. After entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this huge palace was very quiet, as if there weren't many people living here. Walking through the corridors, the sound of small bridges and flowing water could be heard, giving off a very poetic and picturesque feeling. In my palace, besides a few maidservants, there is no one else. It has always been deserted, so you don't need to be so cautious, Shanqing Luo explained softly. After returning to the palace, she was completely relaxed, reaching out to untie the veil on her face and slowly stretching, revealing her beautiful curves. "Who is it?" A tender voice called out as a purple figure quickly approached. "It's me." Shanqing Luo replied softly. The person who had just arrived paused for a moment before flying over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, a sweet, petite woman appeared in front of everyone. "Master, you're finally back." This woman looked to be in her 20s and was in the prime of her youth. After seeing Shanqing Luo, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with joy and relief. Because she was so happy, her pair of eyes overflowed with tears, and after coming to a stop, the jade rabbit on her chest shook exaggeratedly. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly and found that this young woman's dress was quite tasteful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyebrows were like thin smoke. Her pair of beautiful eyes were slender and bright. Her nose was delicate and delicate. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was crystal clear like snow. Her figure was graceful and enchanting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Worthy of being the beguiling demon queen's maid. She actually has such beauty." Sweeping her with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this young woman actually had a cultivation at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. Although she wasn't as strong as Qiu Yimeng, she wasn't far behind and should be 1 or 2 years younger than Qiu Yimeng. Being swept by his divine sense, the young woman couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, her eyes suddenly turning cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Her senses are quite sharp." Yang Kai chuckled and casually turned his eyes away. Frowning slightly, the young woman obviously didn't know why Shanqing Luo had brought 3 people back. But she didn't bother arguing with Yang Kai and instead asked eagerly, "Master, I heard that the Beast King brought people to ambush you. Are you hurt?" "It's nothing serious." Shanqing Luo shook her head slightly. "Don't worry." "That's good. The Beast King is really despicable." Because of this matter, the elders almost ran over and fought with him. "By the way, Master, right now the central capital's 8 great families are jointly attacking the Holy Land. Our fragrance city has also dispatched a lot of people to meet them," the elders said. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a little tired today." Shanqing Luo interrupted her. "Leave it to the elders to decide." The young woman nodded slightly, glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai and the other 2. "These 3," Shanqing Luo frowned as she looked at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly chuckling, waving her hand and sending out 2 streaks of light. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's tender bodies trembled, and by the time they reacted, their Yuan Qi had already been disabled. "What does elder sister Shan mean?" Qiu Yimeng asked with a forced smile. "Nothing." Shanqing Luo chuckled lightly. "By Luo, take these 2 girls to Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion." Bai Luo looked curiously at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, wondering how these 2 had offended her master and were now under house arrest in Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion. Although it was strange, Bai Luo didn't ask and simply clapped her hands. Soon, a few young women walked over. These women were all as beautiful as flowers, and their strength was not low either. However, they were dressed like maids. "Take them to Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion," Bai Luo ordered. "Yes, take good care of them. Don't let these two young ladies suffer any grievances. Shan Qing Luo said with a smile. Qiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiaoman's expressions became gloomy, but they didn't resist, simply smiling helplessly and following the maids away. What about him? Bai Luo pointed to Yang Kai and asked, her heart full of doubts. She had never seen her master bring a young man into the palace. Even when the other evil kings came to visit, they were only arranged in the reception area. No man had ever set foot in this quiet place. Shan Qing Luo smiled meaningfully and also sent a streak of light into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quietly circulated his yuan qi, but soon found that it wasn't blocked, only that there was an additional mark on his body that he couldn't remove by himself. Take them to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion to rest. Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became sullen, his stomach filled with dissatisfaction. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Bai Luo exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. That place was the deepest part of the palace and was also the best pavilion in the palace. It was the place where the master had lived when she was still a young lady. There was also the bed and curtains used by the master herself, the pillows and jade cushions, and even the remnants of the master's body fragrance. Most importantly, it was where the master's memories were from when she was a young girl. How could such a private place be arranged for a man to live in? Chapter 312. But now this unknown man was actually going to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, causing Bai Luo's heart to fill with shock. What is this little brat's background? How could he be so important to her master? Surprised, Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help staring at Yang Kai, her expression filled with jealousy and unwillingness. You've been running around all this time. You must be tired. You should rest early today. When I'm done with my business, I'll come talk to you again. Shan Qing Luo said with a sweet smile. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he glared at her, but didn't say anything. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. Bai Luo was about to clap her hands and summon a few more maids when Shan Qing Luo suddenly said, You personally take him to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Bai Luo was startled, her expression becoming more and more surprised before she nodded. Yes. Shan Qing Luo then whispered to Yang Kai, You little bastard, don't bully her. I watched Bai Luo grow up. She's like a sister to me. I know. Yang Kai responded with a sigh. Go. Bai Luo then led Yang Kai through the palace. Following closely behind this enchanting young woman, Yang Kai found that Shan Qing Luo's palace was indeed very quiet. Although the outside was a bustling city, inside there wasn't the slightest noise, and instead a fragrant aroma permeated the air. Every path was clean and spotless. From time to time, they would come across a few beautiful maids, all of whom would respectfully bow to Bai Luo while curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Along the way, Bai Luo didn't encounter a single man. A short time later, they arrived at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. It was an elegant 3-story loft that wasn't too big nor too small. It had a unique flavor to it, and there were many flowers and plants planted in front of it. It was currently the season when flowers bloomed. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Hey! Bai Luo called out to Yang Kai as she led the way. Be careful when you walk. Don't step on these flowers and plants. They were all personally planted by Master. If you break them, I'll make you pay. Oh, Yang Kai responded indifferently. He knew that this little girl had a problem with him, so he didn't care about her resentful tone. What kind of person is this? Bai Luo's heart was filled with resentment. This little brat didn't look like a powerful character, and his clothes and temperament didn't seem like he came from a noble background. So why was Master so interested in him? Furthermore, the Master had warned him not to bully him. Can he beat me? Bai Luo couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that Shan Qing Luo was treating Yang Kai with such a high standard, Bai Luo wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to spar with Yang Kai and teach him a lesson. They went up to the second floor of the attic. Bai Luo opened the door and was the first to enter, a look of joy appearing on her pretty face. Not bothering to pay any attention to Yang Kai, she instead leapt directly onto a large bed in the middle of the room. She was sprawled out on the bed, hugging a pillow in her arms. Her delicate nose twitched as she sniffed with all her might. As she sniffed, a look of extreme happiness appeared on her face. This was the bed that Master had slept on, and this was the pillow that Master had rested on. There was also the scent of Master. Bai Luo felt her soul flutter as her cheeks blushed. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her, secretly laughing in his heart. He knew that in this little girl's heart, Shanqing Luo was her greatest idol, which was why she was behaving so inexplicably. However, this little girl's posture only served to accentuate her perky buttocks. Taking a closer look at this boudoir, Yang Kai nodded. "Not bad!" Bai Luo instantly woke up and quickly got up from the bed, her almond eyes widening as she grit her teeth and asked, "Not bad?" Yang Kai nodded. This was a woman's boudoir, so it was somewhat inappropriate for him to live here. Giving it a not bad evaluation was already good enough. "Haha, it really is not bad." Bai Luo ground her teeth and snorted. "This is the place where Master lived when she was still a young girl. I tried so hard to convince Master to let me live here, yet you, a smelly brat of unknown origin, not only do you not feel satisfied, you actually think it's not bad?" Ah! Yang Kai stared at her blankly, only now understanding why she was so hostile towards him. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he asked, "Sister Bai Luo, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Who do you think you are?" Bai Luo stood up angrily, hugging the pillow in her arms and stomping out of the room. "Why did you take that pillow away?" Yang Kai was speechless. This was used by Master. Bai Luo turned around angrily and angrily shouted, suddenly walking back to Yang Kai's side and picking up the mattress. This was also used by Mistress. Like a little boss, Bai Luo glared at Yang Kai fiercely before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that this woman's worship of Shanqing Luo was not just a little bit. It had definitely reached the point of obsession. Not caring about this, Yang Kai jumped onto the bed and sat down cross-legged. He definitely couldn't stay in Fragrance City for long. Shanqing Luo's secret art was simply too dangerous. If he stayed here, sooner or later he would die at her hands. However, this dragon lady had now regained her strength, so Yang Kai couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given her the myriad drug cream. But at that time he had no other choice but to escape from the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. On top of that, the mark that dragon lady had placed in his body was definitely for tracking purposes. If he wanted to leave, he would first have to deal with this mark. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai carefully examined the situation in his body. Although his divine sense couldn't see inside his body, it was still easy for him to sense his body's condition. After a while, Yang Kai felt a faint energy attached to his ribs between his chest and abdomen, like a maggot attached to a tarsal bone. He tried to use his true Yang Yuan Qi to dispel it, but to no avail. Even the evil energy of the unyielding golden skeleton couldn't be purified. It was attached to his body. It wasn't harmful to his body, nor would it hinder the operation of his Yuan Qi. However, this energy was like a bright lighthouse in the darkness, allowing Shanqing Luo to easily sense his position. If only the old demon was here, he could see what kind of energy this was. But unfortunately, ever since the old demon entered the coiling dragon stream's body, there had been no news of him. While he was trying, Yang Kai suddenly sensed a wisp of divine sense drifting to his side. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" Shanqing Luo's voice immediately sounding both angry and happy. "Sleeping." Yang Kai rolled his eyes, cursing in his heart. He already knew that there was something wrong with the energy the dragon lady had injected into his body. but he hadn't thought that this would alarm her. Shan Qing Luo smiled tenderly and said, "Don't waste your energy. That's my soul-chasing seal. Unless I remove it myself, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master won't be able to remove it. With this seal, no matter how far you run, I'll be able to find you. There's no need to do this," Yang Kai said with a bitter expression. "He." Shan Qing Luo giggled. "Who told you to be so dishonest? If you were honest, I wouldn't have treated you like this." "Good. Good, you can rest for the night. Tomorrow I'll come find you. I promise you won't be bored." "Forget it. You really are heartless." Shan Qing Luo snorted, withdrawing his divine sense. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up on the idea of breaking the soul-chasing seal and rest for the night. The next day, Yang Kai was alarmed by the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs and awoke from his meditation. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked in gracefully, and a bewitching smile hung on her face. It was hard to tell how old this beautiful woman was, but she was at most 25 years old. Her figure was full. Her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to constantly bloom with an alluring light, and her skin was white and delicate. She was also extremely charming, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Shan Qing Luo, she wasn't far off. She was the type that exuded a ripe fragrance from head to toe, the type that could be easily pinched. However, compared to Shan Qing Luo, this woman was more amorous, while Shan Qing Luo was more delicate. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and softly said, "Did young lord rest well last night?" "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The beautiful woman stepped forward, walked to the side of the bed, and gracefully bowed. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said, "This servant was sent by the Lord to serve the young master. The young master can just call me Yin Li, and these two girls." The beautiful woman introduced herself as she waved her hand. Immediately, two young girls with different temperaments walked out from behind her. One looked gentle and quiet, while the other looked dignified and elegant. Whether it was the beautiful woman or the two girls, they were both beautiful and pleasing to the eye. "This is Ruoyu." The beautiful woman pointed to the gentle and quiet girl, and then pointed to the other dignified and elegant girl. "This is Ruoqing. Greetings to young lord." The two girls gracefully bowed. Their manners were comparable to the young ladies of large families. There was simply no flaw to be found. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know what this dragon Lady Shan Qing Luo wanted to do. These three girls had different temperaments, but no matter which one it was, they could arouse a man's desire to conquer them. Not to mention the two young girls, Ruoyu and Ruoqing. The beautiful woman Yin Li's temperament was only slightly worse than Shan Qing Luo's. Moreover, she had an advantage that the other young girls didn't have. That was her extremely plump body, and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to emit a seductive light at all times. "Does this mean I'm going to fall in love?" Yang Kai's heart was beating like a drum. The beautiful woman Yin Li smiled and said, "Master said that during young lord's stay in Fragrant City, these servants will take care of young lord's daily needs." "Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai responded indifferently. "Of course. Young lord is master's honored guest." The beautiful woman Yin Li smiled, but her cheeks suddenly blushed as she softly said, "Master also said that if young lord has any request, these servants must satisfy it." "Any request?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he understood the hidden meaning behind these words. The beautiful woman gently nodded. This time, even Ruoyu and Ruoqing were bashful, their eyes slightly drifting, not daring to look at Yang Kai, their expressions slightly nervous. Chapter 313. Regardless of what purpose Shan Qing Luo had for sending these three women here, the three of them were quite considerate in their service. In this loft, the second floor was a place to rest. On the first floor was a large bathtub carved from white jade. It was not cheap. As for the third floor, there was nothing special about it. It was probably just a place to enjoy the scenery. Under the instructions of the beautiful woman Yunli, the two young girls, Ruoyu and Ruoqing, supported Yang Kai on either side, regardless of whether he was willing or not, and led him directly to the bathtub on the first floor. Inside, steam rose and the fragrance of flowers wafted out. At some point, a pool of hot water had been prepared, and this pool was filled with petals of various colors. Yang Kai's face went black. A big man soaking in a flower bath here, no matter how he thought about it, it was strange. Young lord, please bathe and change clothes first. The beautiful woman, Yunli, had a faint smile on her face from beginning to end, looking very pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai calmly nodded. After waiting for a long time, he found that whether it was Yunli, Ruoyu, or Ruoqing, neither of them had any intention of leaving. So Yang Kai couldn't help looking at them in surprise and asking, "Your master didn't ask you to help me bathe, right?" The beautiful woman, Yunli, pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "If young lord wishes, this servant will obey. The master said that any request of young lords must be satisfied." Towards the end, her voice gradually lowered and her face flushed red, somewhat embarrassed. Ruoyu and Ruoqing's tender bodies tensed up. "No need to trouble yourself. You can leave first." Yang Kai waved his hand. The beautiful woman's pair of peach blossom eyes couldn't help showing a touch of surprise as she glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise. On the other hand, Ruoyu and Ruoqing, upon hearing Yang Kai's words, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The three of them quickly left. Yang Kai then took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The temperature of the water was neither too hot nor too cold, just enough to wash away the fatigue he had accumulated over this period of time. He didn't know how Su Yan was doing after leaving the void corridor. He should have been able to cross 10,000 kilometers in an instant, but where were they now? What about High Heaven Pavilion? What was the result of the battle with Grand Master? Yang Kai was somewhat upset. Outside the loft, Bai Luo stood angrily waiting. She really couldn't understand why her master was treating this little brat so well. Not only had she provided him with the best accommodation, she had even sent the best maidservant in the palace. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, the three of them were all top-notch within the temporary imperial residence. Such considerate care, not even when the other evil kings came to visit. That brat didn't look like a decent person. It couldn't have eaten Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing, right? Thinking so, Bai Luo became even angrier, secretly feeling that the three women were not worth it. Yunli was one thing. She had been a widow for many years and hadn't had a good life. Of course, Ruoyu and Ruoqing also had similar thoughts. If they were together with that little brat, it wouldn't be surprising for them to be attracted by him. But Ruoyu and Ruoqing were sisters who had grown up together with Bai Luo. Both of them were pure little girls, so if their pure bodies were really ruined by that little brat, this old lady will castrate him. A murderous intent flashed across Bai Luo's eyes as she secretly made up her mind. Just as she was about to explode with anger, Bai Luo saw Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing walk out together. Hm. Bai Luo gawked for a moment before immediately feeling overjoyed. Rushing over, she grabbed Ruoyu and Ruoqing's hands and anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Were you molested by him?" Ruoyu and Ruoqing both blushed and quickly shook their heads. The beautiful woman Yunli giggled. "Sister Bai Luo worries too much. That young lord doesn't look like a lecherous man. He's actually quite obedient." "Really?" Bai Luo was taken aback. "Did you tell master's instructions to him?" "Yes, I did." Yunli nodded slightly. "He didn't try to take advantage of you?" Bai Luo tilted her head and asked in disbelief. "No." Yunli chuckled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruoyu and Ruoqing." Bai Luo stared at them suspiciously. Ruoqing shook her head and blushed. "Bai Luo, you're thinking too much." Just now I was so scared, I really thought he was some kind of lecherous pervert. Strange, how could that be? This young lady has always been quite good at judging men. That little brat obviously has a belly full of dirty tricks. There's no reason he wouldn't molest you. Bai Luo frowned. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she snorted. And it must be because it's his first time here and he's a bit embarrassed. Men are all like that. It's not like you haven't seen those evil kings and young lords who visit the palace as guests. Which one of them doesn't drool at the sight of you? They can't wait to strip you naked and carry you to bed. Listening to her words, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing became nervous again. He's definitely that kind of man, first pretending to be refined to lower your vigilance. Then when you're unprepared, he'll eat you up, body and heart. In fact, he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bai Luo speculated. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were startled. The beautiful woman, Yunli, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Bai Luo, don't scare them. That young lord shouldn't be a bad person. Besides, if he really wanted to take action, we wouldn't be able to resist. Bai Luo glared at her for a moment before suddenly pouncing forward and grabbing hold of the two soft mounds on Yunli's chest, squeezing them as she grinned wickedly. It looks like elder sister Yun is already mentally prepared. Is it because there has never been a man in this palace before, and you haven't been nourished for so many years that you can't help but want to throw yourself at him? Suddenly being attacked, the two sensitive mounds on her chest were accurately pinched by Bai Luo, causing the beautiful woman Yunli to almost collapse into her arms. Her white cheeks suddenly flushing red as she grit her teeth and whispered, "What are you talking about?" "Humph, so sensitive, you really are one." Bai Luo not only didn't let go, but instead increased the intensity of her grip, pushing her yuan qi into her fingertips in a rhythmic manner, fiercely stimulating the two red mounds on Yun Li's chest. A moan came from the beautiful woman's mouth, her pair of peach blossom eyes instantly blurring as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. As soon as this sound entered their ears, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both felt a strange sensation in their hearts. Bai Luo giggled and leaned her head towards the beautiful woman's slender white neck, stretching out her delicate tongue and licking her earlobe. Yun Li suddenly shivered. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing both stared dumbfounded at this scene, their hearts pounding like a little deer. Although they had long known that Bai Luo cultivated the same seductive secret art as their master and knew a great deal about the matters between men and women, they had never imagined that she would be so irresistible when she went crazy. "Damn girl, don't make trouble." The beautiful woman Yin Li resisted the throbbing of her heart and the ecstasy of her body as she struggled to free herself from Bai Luo's arms. Her two beautiful legs almost couldn't support her own weight, causing her to feel weak and powerless, and even her voice was extremely strange. Humph. Sure enough, a mature woman really is different. Bai Luo licked her red lips, a look of longing appearing on her face as her eyes filled with lust. "I won't play with you anymore. Why don't you go find Qianing and Qianhen? Master assigned them to you to cultivate your seductive secret art. Ruo Yu, Ruo Qing, and I still have to serve that young lord for breakfast. It's not good to delay." The beautiful woman Yin Li shot her a disdainful look, seemingly understanding Bai Luo's temperament, quickly calling out to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, "Let's go!" Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing hurriedly followed. "Elder sister Yin, I'll come find you tonight," Bai Luo called out from behind in a sweet voice. Yun Li turned around and glared at her fiercely. "Ruo Qing and I will be resting here tonight. If you have the courage, then come." After finishing his bath, Yang Kai changed into a clean set of robes. These robes had all been bought by Shan Qing Luo early in the morning and were all bright and shiny, perfectly matching Yang Kai's physique, further accentuating his extraordinary aura. Even the beautiful woman Yin Li, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing couldn't help looking at him. Breakfast had already been set up outside, with a variety of exotic delicacies, a pleasing sight to behold. The beautiful woman Yin Li scooped a spoonful of porridge for him and said, "These were all personally prepared by this servant. Young lord should eat them while they're hot." Pausing for a moment, she smiled and said, "Young lord's physique is slightly thin. It should be because he has been running around outside all year round, right? You should eat more to supplement your body." And Yang Kai responded faintly before asking suspiciously, "Where is your master?" "Master has some matters to attend to today," Yun Li replied with a smile. "I thought she would come over to accompany me for breakfast." Yang Kai frowned. Listening to him say this, the beautiful woman Yun Li and the two girls couldn't help showing a strange expression, secretly wondering what Yang Kai's background was. Daring to have Shan Qing Luo accompany him to eat. None of the other 5 evil kings had such good fortune, right? "If I want to find her, where should I go?" Yang Kai asked as he ate. The beautiful woman Yun Li smiled and said, "Master said that she will be busy these past few days, so if young lord has any questions, you can ask Miss Bai Luo. She's been waiting outside since early morning." "I've been played," Yang Kai snorted. Yesterday, Shan Qing Luo had said that she would come to find him today, but now she had changed her mind. She must have known that he wanted to discuss his departure with her, so she had decided to avoid him. Sweeping away the food on the table, Yang Kai walked out of the loft. The enchanting young woman, Bai Luo, was standing outside waiting, her expression clearly showing that she didn't like Yang Kai. But since Shan Qing Luo had given her orders, she didn't dare disobey in the slightest. "Miss Bai Luo," Yang Kai called out. "En." Bai Luo responded faintly, her face filled with an unapproachable arrogance. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I want to see your master." Bai Luo frowned and said unhappily, "Master is discussing some important matters with several of the city's elders today. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you." "When will the discussion be over?" "Probably not in the next few days. Master has been away from Fragrance City for almost 2 months now, and during this time there has been a lot of fighting. So many things need to be handled by her." Yang Kai's expression became cold, his mood suddenly becoming unhappy. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, "But Master said last night that in order to make up for her mistakes, she will allow you to enter her treasure house." Chapter 314. Treasure House. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he silently cursed the dragon lady. Was she trying to tempt him with benefits? In his heart, Yang Kai muttered to himself, "Is there anything good in that treasure house?" "Nonsense." Bai Luo glared at him. "Master's treasure house naturally has many good things. Master said that your strength is too low, so if you enter her treasure house, you can find something useful to enhance your cultivation and strength." "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang Kai urged. Seeing him seem to be somewhat impatient, Bai Luo began to despise him even more in her heart, silently cursing him for being a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Although she was very reluctant, as long as it was something Shan Qing Luo ordered, Bai Luo would not hesitate to complete it. "Come with me," he said somewhat impatiently, and then led the way. After walking around the palace for a long time, they suddenly came to a secluded room. Entering this room, after walking a few dozen meters inside, they came face to face with a thick door. This door was made of some unknown material and appeared to be quite old. It was also thick and simple, obviously not something that could be easily broken open. What was even stranger was that there was no handle on the door, nor was there any gap. It was as if it was connected to 2 walls. Bai Luo took out a black rectangular object from her waist and quickly formed a series of hand seals, pouring her yuan qi into it. A moment later, she placed this rectangular object on the door. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the heavy door opened with a loud bang. Yang Kai looked around curiously and couldn't help but praise, "This place is very safe to hide things in." Bai Luo snorted lightly, proudly saying, "Naturally, this entire treasure house is made of scarlet, desolate black gold. Even if a peak immortal ascension boundary master came here, they wouldn't be able to open it in a short time. This can be said to be the safest place in the world. Listening to her boasting, Yang Kai didn't refute her, instead just secretly curling his lips. In terms of safety, his black book space was the safest place. Come in. Bai Luo walked in first and greeted Yang Kai. After the two of them entered, the door to the treasury closed again. Although this treasury was sealed, it was still a treasure trove. However, it wasn't dark at all. The walls were decorated with precious pearls the size of cobblestones. The precious pearls emitted a gentle light. The entire treasury was illuminated by the radiance. Once inside, Bai Luo expressionlessly introduced the various items to Yang Kai. Over there are gold and silver items, over here are herbs, over here are pills, over here are artifacts and weapons, and over here are secret arts and martial skills. And take a look for yourself. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. She seemed to be eager to get rid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai wrinkled his nose and frowned. Sister Bai Luo, did your master say how many things I can take from here? Bai Luo sneered. He said disdainfully, How much more do you want? I'm just asking. Bai Luo's face sank as she impatiently said, Master said you can take as much as you want. Oh, listening to her say so, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and directly walked over to the pile of herbs. Seeing him not show any trace of politeness, Bai Luo couldn't help muttering, Humph, sure enough, he's just a country bumpkin. I really don't understand why Master is so good to him. As he spoke, he quickly went to the secret treasure and took out a pair of exquisite earrings from it. This pair of earrings was blue in color. They were crystal clear, almost like 2 drops of tears. Holding the earrings in the palm of her hand, Bai Luo smiled happily, not willing to let go. On the other side, Yang Kai sneered. Shan Qing Luo, the dragon lady, had placed him under house arrest in her palace. Although she didn't have any malicious intent, it still made him feel uncomfortable. However, she had actually allowed Yang Kai to enter her treasury, which was her mistake. If Yang Kai wanted, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely empty this entire treasury. After all, the black book space was much larger than this treasury. However, Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of the black book space, so he could only look for things here that were useful to him. The Dantianxiang liquid needed to be replenished. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the unyielding golden skeleton's energy reserves, as it had a massive amount, so there was no need to worry about it drying up. Only his yang liquid was constantly decreasing. As long as it was a yang attribute herb or pill, Yang Kai didn't let them go and collected them all into the black book space. And herbs and pills that could nourish the soul were also relatively rare, so he couldn't let them go. The 5-colored soul warming lotus needed these herbs to evolve and expand his divine sense, so Yang Kai swept them all into the black book space. As for secret arts and martial skills, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He didn't need any secret arts or martial skills, and there shouldn't be anything good here. Yang Kai was more interested in finding a high-quality soul skill to cultivate. Although his divine sense had been tempered long ago, because he didn't have a soul skill, it hadn't played much of a role until now and could only be used to explore the surrounding environment. However, searching through this treasure house, Yang Kai couldn't find any decent soul skills. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2, but they were all trash below earth grade. Yang Kai really didn't care about such soul skills. Even if he cultivated them, they wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste of time. After searching for a while, Yang Kai only found some yang attribute herbs and pills. In addition, there were only a few things that could be used to nourish his divine sense. Symbolically taking out 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills, Yang Kai searched for a long time before finally finding Bai Luo. This enchanting young girl had already worn a pair of earrings under her delicate earlobes and was holding a mirror in her hand while giggling to herself. Kai Yang's sudden appearance in front of her gave her a fright. Patting her soft chest with her small hands, she wrinkled her eyebrows and took a deep breath. She angrily said, How come you don't make a sound when you walk? Yang Kai was surprised. It's you who's immersed in your own world, isn't it? Bai Luo's small face blushed, and she quickly removed the earrings from her earlobes before carefully putting them back in their original place, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze and asking, "Did you find them?" What did you find?" Yang Kai waved the 2 bottles of pills in his hand, causing Bai Luo to be slightly surprised. Chuckling lightly, she said, "I didn't think you would be so tactful. I thought you would definitely—" Halfway through her sentence, Bai Luo curled her lips and didn't continue. "Definitely what?" "Nothing. Since you found them, let's go." "But are you sure you only want these 2 bottles of pills?" "Master said he wanted you to find something to enhance your strength." Bai Luo asked uneasily, "Can you enhance your strength like this?" "That's enough." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm too lazy to care about you. I'll tell you this first. It's not that I don't want to give you a choice. It's that you only want these 2 bottles of pills." Master asked, "Don't say anything about me." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Leaving the treasure house, Bai Luo closed the door again and turned around. A small box flew towards her. Bai Luo was shocked and quickly reached out to catch it, staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. After seeing what kind of box she had just caught, she couldn't help calling out in surprise as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked, "Do you like this?" "Of course I like it." Bai Luo nodded repeatedly, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Opening the box, she found the pair of earrings she had tried on for a while before putting them back. "How did you know?" Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "I can tell just by looking at your expression." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not blind." "Ha!" Bai Luo couldn't help feeling joy in her heart and quickly took out the earrings. Staring at them dazzlingly, she said, "These are just ordinary Earth-grade, low-rank artifacts. But from the first time I saw them, I fell in love with them. If you like them, why didn't you ask your master for them? I see that your master treats you well." Yang Kai said suspiciously, "And these are the relics of my old master. I was afraid that if my master saw them, he would be sad." Bai Luo sighed faintly, suddenly hugging them tightly in her arms like they were precious treasures. "Are these for me?" Why else would I take them out? If your master asks, just say I took them." "Thank you." Bai Luo stared at him with a complicated expression before suddenly becoming vigilant. Why are you so good to me? Do you have some kind of ulterior motive? Are you interested in me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're thinking too much. I'll tell you I don't like men." Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance, seemingly trying to discern whether he was telling the truth or not. "So no matter how much you try to court me, I won't be tempted. In my heart, my master is the most perfect partner." Yang Kai was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning, staring at her in amazement. "You mean you like Shanqing Luo?" Bai Luo's face blushed red, but she still stiffly nodded. Her eyes filled with a sense of longing. Sooner or later, I will become master's wife. At this moment, she showed the beautiful feelings a young girl should have. But this partner, there seemed to be some problems. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, "Then I wish Bai Luo all the best." Bai Luo giggled, tilting her head as she looked Yang Kai up and down, saying with satisfaction, "I now find that you're not so annoying after all." It seemed that Yang Kai giving her a gift was quite effective. At least she didn't treat him as coldly as before. "Ha!" Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Bai Luo then said, "Good. Now that we've finished exploring the treasure house, Master said that if you feel bored, I can take you for a walk around the city. Do you want to go out?" "No need. I want to go back and cultivate." Yang Kai said, "Humph." Bai Luo snorted meaningfully. "And Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion has elder sister Yinli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing. There really isn't much fun outside. Also, if you really when you do that, you'll first lay your hands on elder sister Yinli. She was married for less than a month before her husband died, and now she hasn't touched a man for almost 10 years. So she'll be like a wolf or a tiger. You have to take care of your body. And elder sister Yin Li likes it when people touch her ears. Bai Luo blushed as she gave Yang Kai some advice. Her beautiful face filled with excitement. Yang Kai's face went pale. How could such an enchanting little girl speak of such vulgar things? On top of that, she seemed to be quite experienced. He really didn't know where her experience came from. Chapter 315. On the second floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a fragrant bed, his expression solemn as he breathed evenly. Circulating his true Yang secret art, he was refining and absorbing the Yang attribute, spirit grasses, and pills in his stomach. These things from the Shanqing Luo's treasure house were all of high quality, at least Earth grade high rank, while most of them were heaven grade. Things that could be stored in the treasure house of a master, like the beguiling demon, Queen, were naturally not too bad. A slight humming sound rang out as Yang Kai circulated his true Yang secret art, causing the medicinal efficacies of these pills and herbs to rapidly transform into pure true Yang Yuan Qi that filled his meridians. Back in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak, Xiao Fuxing had prepared a pot of medicinal soup for Yang Kai, using a special secret art to fully absorb the medicinal efficacies and develop the potential of his meridians. It was only now that the medicinal soup truly played a role, allowing him to temper his Yuan Qi more effectively and conveniently than before. Moreover, this effect would accompany him throughout his life, and the more he cultivated, the more he would realize the benefits. After a dozen or so cycles, before the first drop of Yang liquid had even formed, the energy in his body suddenly expanded and a silent ripple spread out like a wave, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had soared, giving him a comfortable feeling both physically and mentally. Yuan Qi boundary, 5th stage. Ever since he had stepped into the true element boundary, every breakthrough had become more difficult than before. However, Yang Kai had been consistently taking a small cup of myriad drug liquid every day, using this liquid to improve his physique and cleanse his meridians. After such a long time, whether it was his physique or meridians, they had all significantly improved, so even after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, he could still easily break through. Being stuck in the Yuan Qi boundary 4th stage for more than a month now, it was only natural for him to break through now. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from his body like a tongue of fire. The temperature of the entire room rose. Holding his breath, Yang Kai restrained his Yuan Qi, allowing the tongues of Yuan Qi to submerge into Yang Kai's body and disappear. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. The Yang Kai secret art was the most masculine of the true Yang secret art. It made Yang Kai, who practiced the secret art, look full of majestic Yang Qi at this moment. His meridians were swollen and could no longer accept any more pure and explosive Yuan Qi. With a dripping sound, a new drop of Yang liquid was formed and immersed into the dantian. His swollen meridians instantly felt empty, making him feel uncomfortable. However, the medicinal herbs and elixirs that were consumed quickly produced new Yuan Qi. It filled the emptiness of his meridians. The ticking sound was extremely pleasing to the ear. This was a sound that went straight to the heart. After all the medicinal efficacies had been completely absorbed, the dantian had a few dozen drops of new Yang liquid. Exhaling lightly and feeling the fullness of dantian, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although the amount of Yang liquid stored in Yang Kai storage was not much, the quality of the Yang liquid was no longer comparable to before. It could also last for a very long time. Without relaxing, Yang Kai continued to close his eyes. After replenishing the Yang liquid, it was now time to nourish his divine sense. The soul-chasing seal that the Shanqing Luo had inserted into Yang Kai's body. It should be a soul skill. So as long as his divine sense was strong enough, he could break it. If he wanted to strengthen his divine sense, he would need to take some precious treasures, or he would need to cultivate a soul skill. Yang Kai had only cultivated one soul skill, and that was the Soul Palace. However, this soul skill was not only for defense, it also had strict requirements for the cultivation environment. For the time being, there was no need to consider it. How could he make his divine sense grow quickly enough to break the Dragon Lady's soul-chasing seal? Yang Kai frowned, thinking hard. As he thought about it, suddenly his eyes lit up. He remembered the previous 2 times when his divine sense had rapidly grown stronger. Both times he had gone deep into some dangerous places, and his divine sense had cycled back and forth between consumption and replenishment to become stronger. The first time was in that isolated world's white mist forest, where the soul-cleansing dew was formed. The second time was in the coiling dragon stream, where the demonic chi had attacked his soul and damaged his divine sense the most. Through this process, his divine sense had grown stronger. This kind of speed was not something that cultivating a soul skill or taking precious treasures could compare with. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare use this method to cultivate their divine sense. If one's divine sense was seriously damaged, a few times wouldn't necessarily lead to an accident, but if it happened too many times, it could become a permanent injury that could never be healed. But Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure that could nourish his divine sense, so he didn't need to worry about leaving behind any permanent damage. Frowning, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before finally deciding to go all out. Replenishing his divine sense was easy. Some of the herbs and pills he had taken out from Shan Qing Luo's treasure house, as well as the myriad drug milk, could be used to supplement his divine sense. Consuming his divine sense was also easy. Yang Kai also had the true alchemic way in his mind. The last time he had probed it for a long time, he had only managed to discover a single spirit array that was used to assist in alchemy. As long as he used his divine sense to probe this true alchemic way, he could quickly consume his divine sense. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immersed himself in exploring the true alchemic way in his mind. This true alchemic way was extensive and profound. Its records were complex and profound. If he wanted to thoroughly comprehend it, he would need to spend a great deal of time and divine sense to do so. Yang Kai wasn't interested in the true alchemic way, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A moment later, a sharp pain spread through his mind and his entire body became exhausted, his face suddenly pale. His divine sense had been completely exhausted. A cool feeling overflowed from his mind. This was the soul-warming lotus repairing his damaged divine sense. After a while, the pain disappeared and the damaged area was completely repaired. However, the divine sense he had consumed was not replenished. After his last experience in the myriad drug pond, Yang Kai knew that it took a long time for his divine sense to recover. If he allowed it to recover on its own, even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. Because his divine sense was not as easy to restore compared to a cultivator's yuan qi, it was extremely difficult to cultivate his divine sense. Weakly, Yang Kai took out a bottle of spirit-restoring pills and poured one into his mouth along with a little bit of myriad drug milk. Refining it, he absorbed its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was once again replenished, and his spiritual energy was once again restored to its peak. His divine sense once again penetrated into the true alchemic way, prying into its mysteries. Time passed, and Yang Kai didn't know how long it had been. Yang Kai continued this cycle of replenishing his divine sense. With each cycle, his divine sense really did increase a little. Although the degree of enhancement was not great, it was still accumulating. The results were very gratifying. Not only that, the mysteries of the true alchemic way also piqued Yang Kai's interest. Last time, Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort but he had only been able to discover a single spirit array that assisted in alchemy. That spirit array could increase the grade of the alchemy process. For example, if he used this spirit array to assist in alchemy, it was possible to obtain a mysterious grade pill from a furnace of heaven-grade high-rank materials. Of course, however, there was a possibility that the effect would not be very good. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the more difficult it would be to refine it. The higher the grade, the worse the effect. As he delved deeper into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai discovered that there were a variety of spirit arrays recorded in it. At the very least, he had glimpsed a few of them. This included improving the quality of the pills, increasing the probability of pill veins appearing, increasing the success rate of alchemy, and many other functions. And this was just the beginning of the true alchemic way. It was difficult to imagine what kind of mysteries would be hidden in the later chapter S. In addition to the spirit arrays, there were also some special alchemy techniques, the selection of materials, and so on. All of this information was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind so that if there was an opportunity in the future, he could pass it all on to Xia Ningchang and Xiao Fusheng. In just 2 days, all of the herbs and pills Yang Kai had plundered from Shanqing Luo's treasure house had been consumed. Things that could nourish one's soul were relatively few, so how could they withstand Yang Kai's unbridled consumption? Other immortal ascension boundary masters would carry 1 or 2 bottles of these pills, but that was only in case of emergencies, who would take them one after another. Without these pills and herbs, relying on the myriad drug milk alone would not be enough to quickly restore one's spiritual energy. Although the myriad drug milk also had a certain role, its effects were too broad and did not specifically target one's soul. Taking it once or twice would have a significant effect, but once it was used too many times, it would become unreliable. Its more important role was to catalyze the medicinal efficacies of pills and enhance their efficacy. Without pills that could nourish one's soul, it would take twice the effort for half the result to cultivate, making it difficult for one to find motivation. "Someone come!" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before frowning and shouting towards the outside. He could feel that during the past few days he had been cultivating, there were still 3 people's life auras in tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. They should be the beautiful woman Yinli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing. Yang Kai lived in one of the inner rooms, and there was a side room outside where the 3 of them lived. At all times, there would be someone waiting there, waiting for Yang Kai to summon them. As soon as he shouted, there was a rush of footsteps as the beautiful woman Yinli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing all came over. "What orders does young lord have?" The beautiful woman Yinli looked towards Yang Kai with a smile and asked softly, "Where is Bai Luo?" "Miss Bai Luo. At this time she should be cultivating in her own residence," Yinli replied. "Go call her over." "Yes." Yinli nodded before turning to Ruoyu and Ruoqing and saying, "Go invite Miss Bai Luo over." The 2 girls nodded, turned around and left. On the other hand, the beautiful woman Yinli stayed behind for some unknown purpose, her pair of watery peach blossom eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she softly asked, "Young lord looks very tired. Have you not rested well these past few days?" "No," Yang Kai shook his head faintly. "I've just been cultivating." The beautiful woman smiled, swaying her beautiful hips as she walked over, bringing with her a mature and elegant demeanor. Without any scruples, she climbed onto the bed and knelt down behind Yang Kai. Stretching out her 2 delicate hands, she gently rubbed Yang Kai's head. Chapter 3:16. A light and airy feeling washed over him as the beautiful woman Yinli's slender fingers seemed to possess some kind of magical power. Wherever they passed, Yang Kai's physical and mental fatigue would be dispelled, causing him to involuntarily relax and feel extremely comfortable. The land of warmth and gentleness was the tomb of heroes. This saying was not false at all. Yang Kai also calmly closed his eyes and enjoyed this intoxicating feeling. He wasn't a hypocritical person. Shanqing Luo had sent Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing to serve him, clearly wanting to satisfy any of his requests. How could Yang Kai not know that as long as he wanted to, he could do whatever he wanted with these 3 women? Of these 3 women, one was mature and voluptuous, one was gentle and quiet, and one was elegant and dignified. Each of them had their own unique charms, but all of them were equally attractive to men. Now that this beautiful woman had taken the initiative to serve him, Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. If he did, it would appear as if he had a guilty conscience. The room fell silent for a time. Yang Kai didn't speak, and the beautiful woman, Yin Li, also remained silent, only concentrating on kneading his chest. As time passed, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the breathing of the beautiful woman half kneeling behind him had become slightly heavier, and even her body temperature had gradually risen. Her breathing was like an orchid, and her heartbeat had also become faster and faster. Yang Kai didn't know if it was intentional or not, but during the process of kneading, her full and supple chest rubbed against his back from time to time, as if they were close, yet also apart. Her 2 cherry-like peaks rubbed against his spine, giving him a burst of sharp sensation. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming slightly strange. Could this beautiful woman Yin Li really be like Bai Luo had said? She had been lonely for a long time, and now she was acting like a wolf or a tiger. Otherwise, how could she be making such a big commotion? The strange reaction of this beautiful woman also caused Yang Kai to become somewhat restless. Yin Li wasn't very old, at most 25 years old. Although she wasn't at the prime of her life, she was still at the peak of her youth. Most importantly, she was far more mature than most young girls, both physically and psychologically. If something really did happen between them, she wouldn't be so entangled. This woman had already been married 10 years ago, but her husband had died within a month, so she had been a widow for 10 years. 10 years ago, she was only 15 years old. After tasting that wonderful feeling, she hadn't continued for a long time. Perhaps she was really moved. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's reaction. Yin Li smiled, taking the initiative to distance herself from Yang Kai. She softly said, "Young lord, Lady Bai Luo should be here soon." Yes, he knew that she was reminding him. Yang Kai just nodded and said no more. The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. A moment later, the sound of Bai Luo grinding her teeth and cursing filled the air. It seemed that she had just been at a critical juncture in her cultivation when she was disturbed by Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing. However, since Shan Qing Luo had given her orders, she had no choice but to hurry over. Yang Kai, arriving at the bottom of the loft, Bai Luo placed her hands on her waist and raised her chin as she called out. Yang Kai stood up. Walking over to the window, he directly jumped down and landed in front of her. "A woman should act like a woman. Why are you acting so fierce?" Yang Kai frowned. "None of your business." Bai Luo ground her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, angrily saying, "Don't think that just because you tried to please me last time I don't hate you anymore. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Master's orders, this lady wouldn't have bothered with you. Then give me back my things." Yang Kai stretched out his hand in a serious manner. "What things?" Bai Luo asked curiously. "That pair of earrings." Bai Luo quickly stepped back and stared at Yang Kai incredulously, a bitter expression appearing on her face as she asked, "Are you serious?" "There's no use in me trying to please you. Why should I try to please you? Give me back my things," Yang Kai said coldly. Hey, are you still a man or not?" Bai Luo suddenly became dumbfounded and sarcastically said, "Things that have been given out are like spilled water. How can you ask for them back? Aren't you being too petty?" "That's because you're ignorant," Yang Kai sneered, who said that things that have been given out can't be asked for back. "I said so." Bai Luo stubbornly refused. "I won't give them back. I won't give them back to you, even if you kill me. You gave it to me yourself that day." Since it's in my hands, it's mine. Are you going to give them back or not? Nope. Good. Yang Kai nodded and strode out. Where are you going? Bai Luo sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped in front of him. I'm going to tell your master that you stole an artifact from her treasure house. Yang Kai stared at her provocatively and sneered. You. Bai Luo staggered back a few steps, her finger trembling as she pointed towards Yang Kai. Her face flushed red. How can you be so shameless? That was clearly something you took out from her treasure house and threw it to me. That day you said. That day I didn't say anything. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smug smile. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced. Do you really think this young master would be so kind as to give you something? And that day, besides those 2 bottles of pills, I didn't take anything else. Yang Kai calmly added, Don't be so unreasonable. Bai Luo was completely dispirited. She finally understood what it meant to eat someone's mouth was short and her hands were soft. Although she couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, she still put on a pitiful expression on her face. Looking towards Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression, Bai Luo sobbed, You're not such a person, right? My attitude before was bad, and I apologize to you. Do you really have the heart to see me being misunderstood by my master and then punished? Bai Luo stared at him pitifully. The more she spoke, the more her eyes became red, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai didn't buy this at all and coldly said, Sorry, I'm such a shameless and heartless person, and I'm also particularly vengeful, so provoking me is definitely not a wise choice. I'll remember you. Bai Luo saw that her soft approach didn't work, so she didn't bother to put on a pitiful appearance and bitterly grit her teeth. What do you want? Nothing. I'm just bored, so I'm going to find your master and have a chat. Bai Luo's yuan qi fiercely surged as she glared towards Yang Kai, seemingly unable to restrain herself from teaching him a lesson. Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently, grinning meaningfully. Bai Luo's yuan qi 7th stage cultivation wasn't worthy of his attention. If she dared to attack him here, Yang Kai could use this as an excuse to cause a ruckus with Shanqing Luo, completely freeing himself from this dragon lady's shackles. The 2 of them stared at each other for a moment before Bai Luo's imposing manner suddenly collapsed, and she weakly said, State your conditions. This lady accepts. Since childhood, this was the first time she had ever received a gift, and now it had become a fatal hindrance. In the future, even if she was beaten to death, she would never accept another gift, especially from a man. Bai Luo felt like her young heart had been deeply hurt, completely shrouded in a lingering shadow. Either show me some respect or return my gift. Yang Kai stared at her calmly. I know. Bai Luo weakly responded. What else? I'm going out for a stroll. You come with me. And that's a good boy. Yang Kai proudly laughed and walked out. Even after the 2 left, the beautiful woman Yunli, as well as Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, who had just arrived, were still staring at the backs of the 2 in amazement. Bai Luo, did she just admit defeat? In Fragrance City, Bai Luo had always been fearless. With the exception of Shanqing Luo, no one had ever been able to make her so obedient. But now Yang Kai, this man of unknown origin, had actually made her admit defeat? The beautiful woman and her 2 maidservants both couldn't help feeling a sense of disbelief, not knowing what to say. Right? Did Shanqing Luo tell you that if I want to buy something, she has to pay for it? Walking out of the palace and onto the main street, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Bai Luo nodded lightly. Suddenly remembering something, she angrily shouted, Is Master's name something you can call her by? Before she could finish her words, Yang Kai knocked her back. In front of your master, I dare call her that, and she doesn't object. You're just a little girl, so why are you being so long-winded? You, Bai Luo snarled. I'm warning you, don't go too far. Yang Kai ignored her and continued walking forward. Behind him, the sound of grinding teeth could be heard, and Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of resentful eyes bite into his back. After wandering around the city for a while, the pair came to a medicine shop. This medicine shop was opened by one of Fragrance City's relatively powerful forces. As soon as the two of them stepped inside, the shopkeeper of this medicine shop stumbled out from behind the counter and hurriedly bowed to Bai Luo, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. "Lady Bai Luo, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you." As soon as the shopkeeper called out, all the shop assistants in the medicine shop immediately scrambled to their feet, while the other guests also fled as if they were avoiding snakes or scorpions. In the blink of an eye, only the shopkeeper remained in the medicine shop. Yang Kai stared blankly at all this, realizing that Bai Luo's reputation in Fragrance City wasn't very good. Bai Luo responded in a lukewarm manner. "Lady Bai Luo, what do you want to buy today?" The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously. "I don't want to buy anything. He does. This one here is the master. You take care of him." Bai Luo pointed to Yang Kai snappily. The shopkeeper didn't quite understand, glancing back and forth between Yang Kai and Bai Luo suspiciously. "Do you have any pills that can nourish one's soul and restore one's soul?" Yang Kai asked directly. "Yes." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Soul-nourishing pill, soul-restoring pill, soul-restoring pill. These are all things this honored guest needs. Which one do you want?" "How many do we have?" Yang Kai asked. "There aren't many of these kinds of pills. Each one only has 3 or 4 bottles. Only the soul-restoring pill has 5 bottles. I'll take all of them." Yang Kai waved his hand and said generously, "In any case, with Shanqing Luo acting as a spendthrift, it would be a waste not to buy them. Besides, Shanqing Luo was the great evil queen of this generation, so this kind of money was nothing to her." Chapter 317. All of them. The shopkeeper looked dumbfounded, and even Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "What do you want these things for? You haven't even reached the immortal ascension boundary yet. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in." Yang Kai replied faintly. "Sister Bai Luo, this." The shopkeeper turned to ask for instructions. "Didn't you hear? This young master said he wants them all, so take them all out. Just pack them up and send them to Master's Palace. You won't be short on money." Bai Luo had just suffered at the hands of Yang Kai, so in the blink of an eye, she had taken it all out on the shopkeeper. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. Although Bai Luo's temper wasn't good, when doing business with her she would never bully others, so the shopkeeper wasn't worried about her reneging on her debt. However, who was this boy? Bai Luo seemed to hold a great deal of resentment towards him. The shopkeeper's heart pounded, but he didn't dare neglect, quickly packing up all the pills Yang Kai wanted and ordering one of the shop assistants to deliver them to the palace. When the shop assistant walked past Bai Luo, he kept his head down, his eyes staring straight at his toes, not daring to look at Bai Luo at all. After leaving the medicine shop, Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Bai Luo. "Many men in the city seem to be afraid of you." "Humph," Bai Luo said valiantly, her enchanting face filled with arrogance and pride, puffing out her chest and casually declaring, "If they dare look at me, this young lady will dig out their eyes." "That's too much." Kai Yang frowned. "Isn't being beautiful so that others can look at you? If others don't look at you, then what's the point of that? What's the point of being beautiful? What do you know?" Bai Luo glared at him. "You men's minds are filled with dirty thoughts. Seeing a beautiful woman, you want to do bad things. This young lady doesn't want to be looked at like that." "Not everyone is like that," Yang Kai argued unconvincingly. Bai Luo swept her eyes over him for a moment before suddenly saying, "And you're definitely not. At the very least, when you looked at me, you didn't show any obscene eyes. I admit that you're better than most men in this regard." "Sister Bai Luo is too polite," Yang Kai responded lightly. "Now, where do you want to go?" Bai Luo crossed her arms behind her back, revealing her delicate curves. She said impatiently, If you don't want to walk around, I will return to my residence to cultivate. Of course, we have to stroll around. Fragrance City has more than one medicinal workshop, right? There are 4 or 5 rooms. You're still going to the pill shop? Bai Luo looked at him with slight surprise. You're not going to buy some soul-nourishing pills, are you? Of course. What's the point of buying so many? Do you even need them? Bai Luo grumbled before curling her lips and saying, Fine, 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 I won't meddle in your business. If you want to buy it, I'll take you there. Rolling her eyes, Bai Luo suddenly giggled before quickly putting on a serious expression, coughing lightly and pretending to be nonchalant as she led the way. Although Fragrance City was not small, there were only a few medicinal workshops here. After all, to be able to sell pills in large quantities, one needed a powerful family as a backer. The financial, human, and material resources involved were not something some small forces could satisfy. Therefore, in the entire city, there were only 5 medicinal workshops in total. Bai Luo led the way in front of Yang Kai for quite some time. Finally, after visiting the first 4 pill shops and sweeping up all the pills that could replenish one's soul and nourish one's soul, he led Yang Kai to the 5th pill shop. Inside Heavenly Le Medicine Workshop, a young man in a tight suit hurried up to the 2nd floor and knocked lightly on the door of a certain room. A thunderous voice immediately rang out from inside. Fuck! Who is it? Didn't I tell you not to bother me if it wasn't important? Little brat, I'll twist your dog head off. Young master, it's about young Lady Bai Luo. The young man in the tight suit was cursed like a dog, but didn't complain at all, instead still replying respectfully. Immediately, a thumping sound came from inside, as if the person inside the room had quickly stood up and rushed out. On the 1st floor of Heavenly Le Medicine Workshop, the shop assistants who were working all wore bitter expressions as they stared up at the ceiling in horror, fearing that their young master would stomp a hole through it. With a crashing sound, the door was opened, and an extremely tall and sturdy man rushed out. He looked like a strong bear. This man wasn't very old, only in his early 20s, but he was extremely handsome and had a unique physique. His face was covered with a full beard, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Only his pair of small and narrow eyes combined with his physique gave him a somewhat sinister appearance. This was the young master of the family behind Heavenly Le Medicine Workshop, Liu. The Liu family was a great force in Fragrance City, and its patriarch was one of Fragrance City's elders. They had been assisting the Shanqing Luo for more than 200 years, and could be said to have worked hard for many years. The Liu family's main residence was not in Fragrance City, but rather a mountain villa 100 kilometers outside of the city. The reason why Liu Yu wanted to stay in Fragrance City's medicine workshop was because of his relationship with Bai Luo. Since accidentally meeting Bai Luo a year ago, Liu Yu had been shocked by her beauty and was determined to marry her into his family. Although Bai Luo's background was low, and she was neither a pretty girl from a humble family nor a noble family, she was still the most popular person in the Shanqing Luo, so the Liu family was quite supportive of this matter and allowed Liu Yu to stay in the city. Unfortunately, this year, Liu Yu had only seen Bai Luo a few times, and each time it was Bai Luo who was forced to flee. The Shanqing Luo's palace, even Liu Yu didn't dare to casually break into it. Every time Bai Luo fled into the palace, Liu Yu could only sigh. If there was anyone in Fragrance City that Bai Luo was afraid of, it was none other than Liu Yu. Whenever Bai Luo thought about this man who was more than 4 times her size, she would wake up from nightmares. Rushing out of the room, Liu Yu grabbed the young man who had come to deliver the message. This young man was also extremely strong, but now he was being carried by Liu Yu like a little chick, his feet dangling off the ground. What happened to Bai Luo? Liu Yu asked hurriedly. The young man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he hurriedly said, "Young master, didn't you say before that once young Lady Bai Luo left the palace you would report to me? Today she came out. She came out." Liu Yu looked overjoyed, tossing the young man to the ground before running 3 steps back and asking, "Where is she now?" The young man's expression became strange as he replied, Young Lady Bai Luo is currently heading towards Heavenly Le Medicine Square. HM? Lu Yu stared blankly for a moment before asking coldly, "Are your dog eyes not deceiving you?" "It's true. She really is heading towards Heavenly Le Medicine Square." How could that be? Although Lu Yu's appearance was earth-shattering, what was at odds with his physique was that he was a clever man. He had long known that Bai Luo didn't like him and had always been chased back to the Queen's master's palace, so how could she possibly be a sheep in a tiger's den this time? Did she come alone? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Lu Yu's expression became cold, his small and narrow eyes narrowing slightly as a cold light flashed across them. "No." The young man who had delivered the message trembled and stammered. It seems she came with a young man." "Humph." Lu Yu's Yuan Qi suddenly erupted, causing the second floor of the room to shatter as he sneered. "A young man. I'd like to see who dares have ideas about this father's woman." On the street, Yang Kai stared at Bai Luo suspiciously. Although he knew that she was definitely up to something, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure what she was planning to do. This enchanting girl's expression was quite hesitant, her brow furrowed, as if she was struggling to decide what to do. Bai Luo was naturally a little worried. Lu Yu wasn't an easy person to deal with. So if he really came to Heavenly Le Medicine Square, it would definitely cause some trouble. What if this smelly brat was killed by Lu Yu? He was an honored guest of her master. If something really happened to him, it would be difficult to explain to the master. However, Bai Luo quickly calmed down. If she really couldn't handle it, she could just use her master's name. Even if Lu Yu was arrogant, he wouldn't dare not give face to the master. And teaching this little brat a lesson should be enough, lest he think this girl is easy to bully. Remembering Yang Kai's previous attitude towards her, Bai Luo couldn't help grinding her teeth. "Haven't we arrived yet?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Bai Luo was walking very slowly, obviously thinking about something. "We're here." Bai Luo's slender fingers pointed forward. "That's the largest medicine square in Fragrant City, and also the last one." "How about we don't go?" Bai Luo suddenly said. At this moment, she didn't want to act so viciously. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully, a playful look on his face. "There's someone there. I hate him. I'm afraid we can't go." Yang Kai chuckled. "Someone else has come to invite us." "Ah." Bai Luo was stunned, looking up and suddenly wearing a bitter expression. Several men dressed in martial attire quickly rushed out of the Heavenly Le Medicine clinic opposite them and walked straight towards them. These people's strength wasn't weak, and although they weren't young, they were all masters at the Yuan Qi realm. When they arrived in front of the two, they all smiled and cupped their fists. "Young Lady Bai Luo, my young master has been waiting for you for a long time. I hope young Lady Bai Luo will give us some face and come to the medicine square for a chat." "I have nothing to say to your young master." Bai Luo's face filled with disgust as she pulled Yang Kai aside. "Let's go!" One of the men stepped forward and blocked her path, smiling bitterly. "Young Lady Bai Luo, if you don't go, I'm afraid we'll lose a layer of skin today. I hope young Lady Bai Luo can take pity on us. We don't want to anger our young master." "What does your life or death have to do with me?" Bai Luo shouted coldly. The man who spoke helplessly said, "Young master also said that if young Lady Bai Luo doesn't want to give us face, then forget it. But this young lord must come with us. He dares." Bai Luo's voice became colder and colder. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger and regret. She really shouldn't have dragged Yang Kai into these muddy waters. She knew that coming here was definitely not a good thing, but she had still brought him along. "Ha ha! Whether we dare or not isn't up to young Lady Bai Luo to decide. This young lord, please." The men looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he frowned and said, "I came here to buy pills. Whatever grievances you have, I won't get involved, so don't drag me in." Chapter 318. By now, Yang Kai also understood what was going on. That Lu Yu probably had some kind of interest in Bai Luo, so when he saw Yang Kai together with Bai Luo, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Bai Luo was also aware of this and had brought him here in hopes that Lu Yu would teach him a lesson. But she didn't know why, but she regretted it now. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at Bai Luo faintly. Feeling the cold light in his eyes, Bai Luo's heart clenched. Since this young lord wants to buy some pills, please, our Heavenly Le Medicine Square is the largest medicinal shop in Fragrant City. We won't disappoint you, haha. The young man in the black robes said to Yang Kai with a smile. Having reached this point, if he tried to leave now, he would only be looked down upon. What's more, the other party had clearly invited him over, so even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. I'll settle this with you when we get back. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped towards Heavenly Le Medicine Square. Bai Luo's face filled with worry as she hurried to catch up, her enchanting face filled with annoyance. The group entered Heavenly Le Medicine Square, but before Yang Kai could even stand still, he felt a pair of sharp and hostile eyes land on him. Following this gaze, Yang Kai's expression became cold. He had never seen such a tall and sturdy man before. His body was like an iron tower, and he was 2 heads taller than the average person. Moreover, the muscles on his body were bulging, and every piece of flesh was filled with explosive power. He was born with big arms and a round waist. He had a bear's waist and a tiger's back, just like a god standing there. His small and narrow eyes were narrowed, revealing only a small gap, but they still bloomed with a cold light as his mouth curled into a cold grin. Although he had not yet fought with him, Yang Kai could still feel a slight pressure from this burly man. This Lu Yu's combat strength was likely no worse than Xiao Yimeng's, perhaps even slightly higher. Lu Yu, what do you want to do? As soon as Bai Luo came in, she took the initiative and sternly said, He is Master's honored guest. Don't be too presumptuous. Master's honored guest? Lu Yu's expression was slightly startled. Immediately sneered, his eyes becoming as cold as ice. Him? Who does he think he is? How can he be the master's guest? He obviously thought that Bai Luo was just trying to scare him and didn't take her words seriously. I'm serious. Bai Luo anxiously said, If anything happens to him, you'll also be finished. Master's anger is no joke. Even the Yu family can't protect you. Cut the crap, Lu Yu said impatiently. Bai Luo being so protective of Yang Kai only made him feel more and more uncomfortable, grinning fiercely as he said, Even if he is Master's honored guest, so what? It would be fine as long as he didn't die. Besides, with his thin arms and legs, I don't want to make a move. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying him. Hearing this, Bai Luo couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. At least you have some self-awareness. As long as Lu Yu didn't make a move, no one would die. While the two were talking, Yang Kai just watched from the side. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say lightly, You can settle your grudges by yourselves. As I said, I'm just here to buy some pills. Buy pills? Lu Yu grinned meaningfully. If you want pills, I have plenty here. If others came here to buy them, the price would be fair. But if you want to buy them, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Lu Yu, do you really have to be like this? Bai Luo's expression also became cold. Your Heavenly Le Medicine Square opened its doors to do business. Why make things difficult for him? So what if I'm making things difficult for him? Unless, haha, Bai Luo, you agree to marry me. As long as you marry me, I, your father, will immediately kowtow to this little brat and apologize. Lu Yu's expression changed as he looked at Bai Luo with a grin. In your dreams, Bai Luo clenched her teeth and refused. This lady would rather marry a dog than marry you. Lu Yu didn't get angry and instead just smiled, as if even if Bai Luo said some harsh words, she wouldn't be able to provoke him. Turning his eyes to Yang Kai, Lu Yu's smile faded and his expression became cold. Little brat, your luck isn't good. Since Bai Luo won't marry me, you're in big trouble. "What kind of pills do you want to buy?" Lu Yu suddenly asked. Bai Luo thought he had changed his mind and smiled happily, quickly replying, "Pills that can restore one's soul and soul." "Oh, the Heavenly Medicine Square still has a lot in stock." Lu Yu nodded, waving his hand. "Bring out all of these pills." The shop assistant in the Heavenly Medicine Square quickly complied, and a moment later brought out a dozen bottles of pills. "Just send them to my palace. I'll come to settle the bill another day." Bai Luo smiled lightly, looking at Lu Yu and saying, "I didn't think a bear like you would be so easy to talk to." "Ha." Lu Yu grinned, turning to Yan Kai and saying, "Whether I agree or not depends on whether this friend gives me face or not. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others." Yan Kai coldly snorted. Being dragged into this mess for no reason, he was extremely unhappy. If he was unhappy, no one else would be happy. "Well said." Lu Yu laughed heartily, as if these words had touched his heart. "Friend, I'll give you two choices. First, take these pills and get the hell out of Fragrance City. Get as far away as you can and never appear in front of me again for the rest of your life." "I choose the second choice." Yan Kai looked at him indifferently and interrupted his words. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment before grinning. "Little brat, you're quite arrogant. I haven't seen someone like you in a long time." Saying so, he took the initiative to jump back a few steps and said to the other youths, "You guys play with him, whether you win or lose. These pills belong to him." Bai Luo was shocked and screamed, "Hey, Liu, you're going too far. All of them are at the Yuan Qi boundary. One-on-one is one thing. But how can you let them bully you with numbers?" "So what if they bully you with numbers?" Lu Yu's face was full of disdain. "Here, you can either compete with me in terms of wealth or family background. He has nothing, so he can only compete with me in terms of combat strength. What I hate most is arrogance." The several youths grinned, all of them shaking their necks and tilting their heads, slowly walking over to Yan Kai and surrounding him. The strength of these youths wasn't low, at least a Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th order cultivator, one of them even being a Yuan Qi 6th order cultivator. Inside Heavenly Medicine Square, several old men narrowed their eyes as they stared outside, their expressions indifferent. Although they were all immortal Ascension boundary masters, they wouldn't intervene in a fight between youths. Lu Yu's arrogance wouldn't allow them to do so, but Yan Kai and Bai Luo had come together. Their relationship was definitely not ordinary, so if they really provoked the other immortal Ascension boundary masters in the city, or even Shanqing Luo, things would only become more troublesome. No matter how much these youths fought, it was still a matter of loyalty, not something worth mentioning. Therefore, they just turned a blind eye to the situation outside. It wasn't the first time their young master had bullied others. Killing them was a common occurrence, so it wasn't a big deal. "Little brat, it's not too late to back out now. Father will allow you to choose one more time." Lu Yu laughed wildly. Before his laughter faded, Yan Kai had already made his move. A Yuan Qi 3rd order youth only saw a blur in front of his eyes before his whole body suddenly flew through the air, a burst of pain coming from his chest before he fell unconscious. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as 3 or 4 figures flew through the air, accompanied by muffled groans and the sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, several youths under Liu fell to the ground with a loud thud. Only the Yuan Qi 6th order cultivator was left. He didn't even have time to recover before he found that his companions had been sent flying. Then, a figure appeared in front of him like a gust of wind. In a panic, he hurriedly tried to defend himself, but his opponent easily broke through his defenses, and he was completely suppressed before he could even react. A sky full of fist shadows, each one of them ethereal and illusory, flew towards him. Superimposed on top of each other, they suddenly bombarded his whole body. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk, this person's yuan qi was so strong that he couldn't even lift a finger, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. In the midst of the explosion, Yang Kai leapt up and kicked him in the shoulder, sending him flying like a ragged sack before he fell to the ground, motionless. Lu Yu's pupils shrank. The moment Yang Kai attacked, he had already noticed the strength and purity of Yang Kai's true qi. The sudden burst of Yang Kai's true qi strength and purity made him almost unable to believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, all of his subordinates had been wiped out. Ah! Bai Luo blinked her big eyes, a look of shock filling her face as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Although she had been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she didn't know much about him. Her knowledge was limited to Yang Kai's not-so-high realm. This was the first time she had seen him fight. In a flash, 4 or 5 yuan qi cultivators had been defeated. What kind of combat strength was this? Could a yuan qi 5th stage cultivator achieve this? Bai Luo's heart trembled. She suddenly understood why her master valued him so much. Him being a yuan qi 5th stage cultivator seemed to be quite extraordinary. Inside Heavenly Le Medicine Square, the several old men also narrowed their eyes in shock. Yang Kai's attack was decisive and extremely ruthless. The several yuan qi young men all had their bones broken in at least a dozen places. The yuan qi 6th stage cultivator was even more miserable, probably unable to get out of bed for at least half a year. How come they had never heard of such a powerful and overbearing young man before? In the middle of the square, Yang Kai stood there indifferently, glancing over at Liu before calling out, "Bai Luo!" "HM?" Bai Luo was surprised and quickly responded, "Take these pills, let's go." N. Bai Luo quickly ran out and grabbed the dozen or so bottles of pills the shop assistant had brought out before walking over to Yang Kai with a worried expression. "You want to leave?" Lu Yu roared, his voice like a thunderbolt on a clear day, causing the entire street to tremble. With a loud roar, Lu Yu leapt up into the air and landed in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way, glaring at him menacingly. "You want to leave after injuring my people? You won't get away so easily. What do you want?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "Fight with me." Lu Yu cracked his neck, his expression fierce. "If you can beat me, it won't be too late for you to leave." "Lu Yu, don't go too far." Bai Luo frowned coldly. "I've already gotten what I want. Do you still have the capital to make me fight?" Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Lu Yu sneered, "A pill to supplement your soul. There is also a divine spirit pill in the square. A mysterious grade low-rank pill. What do you think?" "Not interested."